this about people talk about napalm as I don't know, bro. I mean, getting blown up is getting blown up. Whether it's getting burnt to death, I mean, I don't know about that shit. So
but you keep evading my points, Nathan. Please address the points that I made. Let's go back to 1953. Let's go back to us supplying Saddam Hussein with chemical weapons and fucking munitions to attack Iran. Let's talk about that. Why do you keep going away?
30,000. They killed 30,000 civilians. Yeah, that shit is really
in the 1980s. Nathan, in the 1980s, we supplied in the Afghan war against the Soviets, right? Which became Al Qaeda. We literally supplied Al Qaeda before Al Qaeda.
Okay, so based off what you're saying, right? Why does South Korea exist, and why are they free right now? Why are they not kneeling down to the supreme leader? He can go.
Trump just got through crying and whining about how South Korea didn't come in and help him. Japan didn't come in and help. Australia didn't come in and help.
That's a diversion. You see, and that's the thing about it.
You're talking about South Korea now. We're asking about the 1953, and we're talking about the supplying of fucking weapons to Saddam. And you're the one that won't stick on that topic. You just moved over to South Korea. I just told you Trump just got through whining and crying about South Korea didn't step in to help us.
See, people talked about South Korea. Just want to make one point. See, in this current context and this Iran strikes, U.S. and Korean relations are also coming under strain, specifically because of this Iran strike. I tell you why. Because the U.S. security
submarines right now as we speak. Contract, but go ahead.
So because the U.S. security guarantees against China, right? What's good is, so basically the impression in South Korea is, if the U.S. security guarantee against China, what's good is the U.S. security guarantee against China when U.S. cannot even handle a middle power like Iran. So that's the thinking in East Asia. Sanctions on South Korea for deploying an air defense system, THAAD, because of the U.S.-South Korea alliance, because the Americans wanted the South Koreans to deploy. The Chinese were against it because they thought that is against them. So they put economic sanctions in South Korea. South Korea retaliated against China. There was an economic warfare for them for quite a while. So all that South Korea did to uphold the U.S. security alliance. Now, when this Iran strike came in, the Trump administration, it forced the South Koreans to redeploy the same THAAD. They took the THAAD air defense, which they forced South Koreans to deploy in Korea, and now they redeployed that in the Middle East. So from the South Korean perspective, now they are thinking, hey, we did all this economic warfare with China, defense system. Now, the Trump administration comes in, and then it forces us now to relinquish this THAAD so that it can deploy it in the Middle East. So the thinking is, if the Americans cannot handle Iran, how would the Americans handle China? So that is the thinking in South Korea right now.
I think that we just need to understand that America has always had proxies. We've always funded different terrorist groups that have been beneficial to us, just like Iran does. And knowing that just doesn't make one country better than the other. We're not there because they killed 20,000 other citizens, because if that was the case, we would be in Nigeria, we would be in China, but we're not. Iran is a strategic place to attack for the United States. That's it. And really, it's hard, which is Israel.
So if you know that we're playing, like, here's the game. See, here's what I don't like. If it's a dirty game of backstab, manipulation, and dirt and mud and slinging, no morals exist, then what are we complaining about? This is what we do.
Right.
And this is what they do. That's what humans do. So what the heck is to complain about? So you just acknowledge that we're a terrorist. We support terrorists. That is true. And I own it for our interest. We would give money to this group of people, even though they did some horrible things. They killed these people up over here. Like, are we going to stop? Now, I never said that we have some type of morality. Hell no, I'm just saying, if we're winning in this dirty game of winning, then that's it. We won. We kicked their ass. We beat them.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. They still control the strait, bro. They have 100% control. Look, if we beat their ass, Nathan, we would be running control of that strait. This is what this is about. This is about protecting the petrodollar because all of our debt is tied to that money coming in from that. And if another region takes it over, there's no more money coming into our economy to keep paying on that fucking debt. We take a hit. And this is why we're saying is that technology has leveled the playing field, okay? And this is what a lot of Americans are saying is that just fucking take the L and pull out, because the deeper we dig ourselves into this, the more stupid and retarded that we look, and we're showing the world that all this chest beat we've been doing, there's nothing to fucking back it up. So
leadership must be
here's
destroyed
the thing, Nathan, is that we have to just take the fucking L, bro. Let's go back and withdraw and focus on. We have plenty. We are running laps around the eastern side of the globe with resources. We are running laps around it when it comes to resources between North America and South America. That's where we can shine as America. We can keep our economy fucking thriving. But again, the deeper ourselves in, the harder it is to fucking come back because we are draining fucking. We're spending right now, bro. We're already $40 trillion in debt. This is common sense says you can't keep fucking doing this. You can't keep. Either way, we're gonna fucking tank. Either way, we're gonna fucking tank.
Either way, we're gonna tank. So fucking go all the way, baby.
Manufacturing and producing in our own fucking hemisphere and start building back America. And this is why people voted for Trump, because this is what the fuck he promised.
I think you're looking at things like very narrow and not looking at the bigger picture, right? It's with Iran, right? I don't know why we can't afford not to just let it coast and just say, okay, do what the fuck you want. With Russia, North Korea, Iran, and China, the interest that China have and Russia have with Iran and these other kind of countries, they're pumping up and making them stronger. That's their interest. They're making with the situation with Venezuela, after Maduro passed away, not Maduro, but Chavez passed away, the Iranian president at that time period said immediately, hey, America poisoned your president, killed your president. That's who did it. And Maduro, who's in jail right now in New York City, agreed. Look this stuff up, agreed with that Iranian president. That little short little dude, or I forgot his name. Yeah, that's what happened. So they have a vested interest in our hemisphere, and they're not going to stop
because we're over there in their hemisphere fucking with their money flow. That's why. And so
years ago, it's too late. It's out the bottle now. You didn't do it. I didn't do it. Our government did it. Now we got a group of country people that hate our fucking guts. They're aligned up with the other two superpowers.
But that's what we're saying. That is natural, Nathan. Again, how long did we? Again, they didn't come over into our hemisphere first, fucking with us. We've been over there for fucking decades, Nathan. So yeah, so they're like, fine, you're over here fucking with our shit. We're gonna come over there and start fucking with your shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, why is it so hard for your side to just be fair? And tell the fucking truth, because you know, like I said on the micro, you just admit on a micro scale, if I did the same thing to you, you would start coming over and fucking with me in retaliation, and that's fair. That's what everybody sees as fucking fair. So why are we not allowing them? Why are we not giving them a pass? Why are we not being honest?
Okay, the honest part, right? Say, if my grandfather did something, let's say my father did something to your father, right? Now you swore to kill me. These are the sins of our fathers, right? It's nothing. I can't talk to you and say, "Hey, man, just shut up." Here, hold on, I can't talk to you and talk you down up out of it. You're like, no, I swore a blood allegiance to my father. I'm going to kill the Nathans.
That's like murdering your father, Nathan. That's like my father murdering your father, and then you putting sanctions on me because. We've had sanctions on them for 47 years.
Yeah, put sanctions on Keegan. Him down for murdering me. Please stop, Keegan.
That's a flawed analogy. Your analogy's flawed, bro. It's flawed. So here's the thing.
But these people are against us. Russia and China, whatever we
continually fuck with them. This is where your analogy's flawed because, yeah, here's the thing. It's just like slavery, okay? Nobody is affected by slavery anymore. That's why it's fucking dead. But these people are still currently affected. It still has fucking their fingers in the pot. and they're still keeping these people from being sovereign and doing what they want with their own land and their own fucking resources, bro. That's the price. Still currently affects them today. This ain't some, your grandfather did something to my grandfather fucking 70, 80 plus years ago. No, it's still affecting these people to this day. This is why
with the guy who the main actor in Gladiator, I forgot what that World War II movie is about, the name of it, right? But it was a psychiatrist from America who interviewed the Nazi general, right? He was prosecuting him, but he was, he warned about this, and he kind of drove him nuts afterwards that everybody had the capacity to do the same thing again, what Hitler did, right? It's true that I'm not saying that, but powerful people like the president right now, and the supreme leader, whatever, in China, North Korea, Putin, all these guys, right? They're not going to stop. They want people, unfortunately, today want world domination, and they have cynical viewpoints, including China, including Russia, with their friends,
including the United States. Like, why do you keep leaving the United States out of this?
Yeah.
The same thing you're complaining about, we have done for a century, bro. We have done for 100 fucking years.
Who created international laws?
What's that?
After World War II, NATO was formed, and America helped create and spearheaded international laws. That's what we did.
Yes, to benefit America while we keep a boot on the neck of everybody else. Eventually, you keep kicking a dog, Nathan, it's going to fucking bite you back, and that's what's going on right now.
China is doing whatever you want to call it. This thing has been going on for thousands of years. It don't matter. Even if you take America off the map and say, okay, America, stand down, don't do anything, don't let it. That happened before. That's why we was attacked in World War II in Pearl Harbor. Now, if Japan at the time had a nuclear weapon, this is hypothetical, if they had a nuclear weapon, Japan, trust and believe me, they would have used it in Hawaii, in Pearl Harbor, 1,000%. So, therefore, when you have adversaries like Russia, like China, boosting and giving these people in Iran hypersonic missile technology, long-range weapons. Look, Russia sent nuclear scientists down there 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago. It's in the news. It wasn't reported like big, but it was in there. So if they're boosting up extreme groups for to take us out, we have many enemies. And unfortunately, saying sorry, they're not going to listen at this point. They're not going to say, we're going to listen to SIG and say, okay, SIG, I know SIG, you sorry? Okay, perfect. They want world domination. That's the name of this game right now. So I get it. We didn't look that shit too, but you know what I mean? But hey.
But it's okay for us to do it, but we're gonna cry like bitches when somebody else gets the fucking upper hand, is what you're saying. So again, I'm gonna ask you the same question that I asked about Iran. You just mentioned Japan attacked the United States. Why did Japan attack the United States? Why did Japan attack it? It wasn't that Japan was just minding United States was just minding their own business, and Japan just came over and said, fuck it, we're gonna bomb the fucking Pacific Fleet. Why? Ask the question why, Nathan. I wonder if you know. Why did Japan attack United?
You tell me.
Sanctions, nigga. They were trying to expand and do their own shit, and we fucked with them. Same thing as fucking Iran. Do you see the pattern? Nobody comes and fucks with the United States until we start fucking with them first, bro. This is the pattern that I'm pointing out to you.
Yeah, they need to put sanctions on their crazy ass.
Okay, so then don't bitch. Here's the thing, Nathan, and this is what I'm saying. Like, as a man, bro, be fucking fair. You don't get to sit up here and bully and beat up on motherfuckers, and then when that motherfucker starts going to the gym and taking fucking Muay Thai classes, and now he comes back and wants to stare you dead in your fucking eye, and now he wants to fucking fight you man to man, when he starts whooping your ass, you can't cry like a bitch. Take the fucking ass whooping, take the fucking L, and go back to the corner and lick your fucking wounds.
Put just poison in his drink. Hey man, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, just to give more details on why actually Japan entered the Second World War. They were trying to modernize their economy throughout the 1800s, and then, as Sid mentioned, they wanted to build an empire of their own, just like Britain and France and America all did it during the time. But Japan lacked the resources to reality. They didn't have the kind of resources to do that. And they were importing a lot of oil then.
So
what they did was they first tried to capture China but then they got bogged down in China. And then, because they got bogged down in China, they had to look for somewhere else. Meanwhile, that somewhere else was the Southeast Asia, what is now currently Vietnam, Cambodia, and all that. So they went to Southeast Asia. America retaliated to that action by freezing all the Japanese assets in the U.S. At that point of time, Japan was actually investing a lot in the U.S. So America freezed all Japanese assets. Now Japan lost all its oil supply because the Americans were, freezing their assets with all their resources, and then they are not willing to lie low because the Americans were demanding that Japan does not have an empire of their own, while every other European country were pretty much expanding their empire. So this disagreements essentially escalated, and at some point, and then I think U.S. also helped the British in striking the Southeast Asia, like what is now Indonesia and Malaysia, and then all this, which Japan thought was its sphere of influence. So all this, I think, escalated into Japan decided to attack the Pacific Fleet in Pearl Harbor. The hope was that when Japan would attack the U.S. would come down and negotiate for peace. But as they say, the history was different. It was a gamble that Japan played, but it lost.
Yep. But like I said, what is the pattern, Nathan, is that these people are minding their own business and America goes fucking with them first, bro. So again,
they should be fucking with the Chinese. How about that? It's crazy.
So again, Nathan, understand that your logic is if somebody came and unprovokingly fucked with you, you would beat their ass. I'm wondering why you're not giving the same grace to somebody else in a different situation, bro.
I don't give grace. I don't fight fair. If I see somebody working out and beat my ass, I'm a booby trap the workout machine so that shit drop on his neck. So there, that's what I mean.
I got a question. I know that. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say this, man. Like, we're all smart, individuals to a capacity up here, man. And this is where I want to level with the other side on this. Like, I get what you're saying, bro. Like, at the end of the day, what Sig is saying is right, but what you just said is correct too. Like, you're not going to fucking, even if you fucked up, right? You fucked up somewhere, you're still not gonna let the enemy just come in and fuck up this shit. But this is what the problem is. We keep going down this line and spending a fucking boatload of money and lives on things that aren't actually benefiting the country, like benefiting we the people. I'd see if this was a thing like, hey man, we gotta go get this oil. And of course, you ain't gotta tell the people that you want to sell the people a dream and fucking, the good guys and the bad guys and shit. If people want to believe that shit, cool, fine and dandy. But for the people who know the truth right now, bro, to just keep going down this line and not holding our government accountable, saying, look, what the fuck does selling cocaine to fucking Iranians, selling cocaine to Americans and participating in drug trafficking to get some convoluted deal with the Iranians and shit through? What the fuck does that have to do with American prosperity and safety? Just a bunch of fucking CIA spooks, and if anybody else connected got paid. That's the only thing that fucking happened out of that. Who hit roll? Nobody. By sending our nephews, sons and daughters to shed blood because it's a sacrifice they're willing to make. And I'm willing to be like, look, I'm down for doing what we got to do. We're an empire, so I'm grown enough to accept the fact that it's not pretty. We got to fuck some shit up. We got to put motherfuckers in their place, and we have to compete. I get all that, but all this sneaky conniving shit that ends up coming back on America, like 9/11 and COVID-19 and so on and so on. Like, bro,
how did it happen 9/11? We let people in our house, right?
No, bro, 9/11 is because of this fucking incestuous ass relationship we had with the band formerly known as the Taliban. Like this is the deal, bro. We armed these fucking people. We trained. Look, there is a fucking CIA spook on camera hanging out with these fucking people back in the 80s. Like, bro, like, it's just time. Look, I'm accepting the fact that if the chickens come home to roost, we still have to defend our home, right? So I'm in agreement with that. I'm not one of these fucking crazy motherfuckers who's just like, since we were bad, let the guys win. No, fuck all that. If my son go do some dumb shit and some shit come back home, and there's some gangbangers outside or whoever the fuck he got beef with, talking about they got to run up in my house, like, look, I'm gonna settle this shit with these niggas first. Then I'm gonna correct the shit.
Right.
With my son.
What do you expect with your son? You're gonna whoop your son's ass, say, quit going over there and fucking with him to put it in.
Yeah,
And that's right. That's it. Right. And if you look at that 10-point, and if you look at that 10-point plan that Iran has been consistently bringing to the table, it's just leave us the fuck alone, man. Leave us the fuck alone. And I think that's fair. And then we need to go back and focus on our fucking country, on our fucking continent, the southern fucking continent, and just build ourselves up and organically fucking compete. But again, this shit has been dragged out for almost 100 fucking years now. It's never gonna go away if we keep doing this, and we're gonna keep shedding blood, we're gonna keep spending money that we don't fucking have, and we're gonna fucking tank either way. So the smartest thing is to go back, rebuild our infrastructure, build a solid fucking foundation, and then compete fucking organically. And then we can build our fucking defenses up. That's what I'm saying. That would be the sane and logical thing to do.
See, the same logical thing, they're cheating. Cheaters. China is cheating. Guess why? They've been, Google search this stuff, right? They have stolen upward to $500 or $600 billion from us through research and development over these few decades. They will hack us, they hacked our military and got stealth technology, and now they're building J-20 stealth fighter jets. They've been doing this shit for decades. They arrested, just a few years ago, first-generation Chinese people in the Navy, in the submarine, leaking top secret information back to China. These people, this is a cold war right now with China.
No shit. Where they really, and that's what I'm saying. Again,
the enemy is boosting up our enemies. China is boosting. Look, Venezuela had these technology, military, radar equipment. So did Iran. Iran had North Korea long-range missiles, Russian hypersonic missiles to get past our air defense systems. This is real shit. People want to kill us and take us over, and they don't care about apologies. They don't care about we mind our own business. No. China is encroaching on us, on air hemisphere, on even in Mexico. When I lived there for 4 years, I seen it in person what they're doing down there with my own eyes. They want world dominance.
Right, but who gave them the golden ticket to that world dominance? It was our politicians in the United States, sir. When I was a young kid, China, Nathan, when I was a young kid, China was a poor fucking country, bro. Once we started allowing our production and manufacturing, no whole bars, to go over there, they fucking took advantage of that shit, bro. They played the smart game. They played the fucking long game. So that's our fault. We should have kept this shit here on our soil. We should have made provision. But we got politicians and fucking billionaire industries and corporations that don't want to share that wealth with the American people because they need to keep us in a fucking stronghold in order to keep their fucking power. And we allowed them to sell out, sir. China, the only reason why they've been able to be built into the empire they are today is because we fucking allowed.
Yeah, you're right. We made a dumbass decision. So our dumbass decisions needs to be corrected. It was extremely stupid and self-inflicting wound that we allowed corporations to buy out our politicians and then sell us down a drain and actually create a freaking super empire that if we go to war is gonna, really fuck us up. So that's we need to talk about it. These type of actions create our own worst enemies, and we're talking about a cheap piece of shit you save at 20%, 15% on. Versus it's going to take hundreds of thousands of American lives, and we have to fight this opponent one day in the future, right? That's not worth it. Go pay 10% more in your cheap shit and buy from Americans. That's the solution for it. Or you're going to create another superpower, or enemy, or adversary like China. So you're right. Multiple things can be true.
Zik, While you're not wrong to say that it is access to the United States consumer market that has built up China into the superpower that it is today, it was at the time strategically justified decision, and it was the right decision because allowing China to get close to Soviet Union, because that was the enemy number one at the time. It was a necessity, basically. What Nixon did was a necessity to divide those two superpowers and not allow them to fight us on two fronts, because the United States would not have been able to handle that.
With Ukraine that started off underneath Biden, people don't pay attention. I promise you. There's this video. Go on YouTube and look it up. China and Russia, they've been meeting together, signing unlimited bound treaties. So based off what you're saying, that would have never happened, but it did happen. It happened. They are closer together than no other time before. And Russia, hold on, sir. Russia, the technology coming from Russia.
Not really true.
You didn't give them, like, it's no Apple. Russia, what is Russia innovating?
Russia and China are actually still fighting over land areas. Like, they have border dispute. They're actually killing each other. So, like, I'm kind of confused where you're like, they're becoming. China doesn't want anything to do with Russia.
No.
One of the reasons.
And Russia doesn't want any business there.
One of the reasons why
I really think all these people, all these countries are sucking each other's dicks to make them.
One of the reasons why BRICS never worked out and never will work out is because there are way too many egos involved, specifically with China and Russia. Neither of them is willing to give the other the upper hand because they understand that as soon as one of them is in control of that organization, the other is going to be secondary, a backwater empire. Russia needs China in order to control the Southeast Asia, and China needs Russia for the territorial and natural resource access. And this is what they've been doing in terms of the territorial dispute. That's why they have territorial disputes.
So based on what I said, I had to look it up so it was proven. After the invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Russia and China has evolved from a friendship without limits into a deep, pragmatic, increasingly formal strategic partnership. They have been.
That's an opinion piece you're reading from one author.
Right. So even when we look at the facts, we have bombers, long-range bombers. This happened, I think, about 60 days ago, that we sent over to Alaska. We saw Russian fighter bombers and China fighter bombers flying together. Their Navy assets go all around Greenland, all around Alaska.
That's not true either. They don't work in joint. They don't have as many joint exercises. Again, you're citing some fucking idiot's opinion that really is just grounded on trying to paint a narrative and sell their fucking opinion online. But you're not really looking at the total construct. And so Andre's right. We needed to separate Russia from China, particularly after post-World War II and at the height of it. Russia was once our fucking ally. We wouldn't have been able to win the war in Europe as fast as we were able to without Russian support. That is a preeminent fact. So, like, they sided with us. We armed them. We helped them with manufacturing. We gave them supplies, medicine pots, fucking field kits. We actually did that shit way prior to them saying, you know what, we're going to engage Germany through Europe. Now, granted, we didn't like the way they fought, and Penn was correct. We could have.
Russia was never
okay, great. So then, like,
remember, the United States sided with Germany with the Nazis for the better part of the very beginnings. Against Russia.
So again,
afraid of communism. They were more afraid of communism.
So again, I'm going to tell you that Russia actually helped us win the war.
No, Russia
passed at the time,
and the U.S.
because they sided with us and took it, which created the Soviet bloc states. I'm well aware of where Russia started out.
The United States sided with Russia.
No, they didn't.
Had already ultimately.
No, we had actually survived that. The fuck, dude. All right, so you really wanted to fight, cause you didn't. So you know what? Do the fucking reading. Fucking hide the shit in the book, and you fucking idiots just want to go on the TikTok. Fucking
encyclopedia repeating, gurgitating motherfucker? Shut the fuck up. Like you don't know anything. You need a dick out of your fucking ass. Why don't you fucking bend over and say this shit? Because you don't actually have the fucking knowledge.
All right, Brad has a mic. Brad, you got it. Go ahead.
Fucking fairy ass fucking faggot niggas want to jump off and fucking act like they know shit. Oh, what you gonna fucking do? Sit there and bend down and suck my dick?
And your crack ass from the chair.
Yeah, that's right. Your fucking nigger ass can go back in the field.
MJ, Brad has a mic. You come off mic and interrupt. You'll be able to speak after him.
That's right. You go back to the fields. Pick that fucking cotton. Fill that sack.
So MJ, Brad has a mic now. So again, hold on, man. Yeah, because it's freedom of speech, nigga. It's freedom of speech. You can say what you want to say, just like you can.
Again, Russia helped us at the end of the war. We couldn't defeat it. They ended up creating the Soviet bloc. We split fucking Germany in half because, you know, that was the right thing. Yes, apparently at the time, and they decided to keep those assets. Dipshits like him are going to highlight to the beginning of the war. I don't really give a fuck because, quite frankly, I don't care who starts wars. I care who wins and finishes the fucking war. But, you know, assholes are going to go back even further. Russia and China were merging together, and there was even talks that Russia wanted to do a Normandy-style invasion into Japan, which is one of the main reasons that we did not want China to surrender to anybody else but us. So we were not going to give control to fucking Stalin to allow him to have that Pacific hedge right there with Alaska being our only buffer. That wasn't going to happen. And in fact, we were so afraid that we couldn't fucking do anything about that because China had, or I'm sorry, if Japan hadn't attacked the fucking Philippines or fucking Hawaii, we would have probably let them go on invading. We probably wouldn't have done anything else. We wouldn't have even declared war with them because we knew the strategic advantage that Japan had. Now, with Russia and China, they weren't friends. They weren't fucking co-signing each other. And in fact, after World War II, fucking Stalin wanted to take parts of China. China had to put up resources and armies and fucking throw kids with fucking shitty weapons right there along the border to prevent the fucking Russians from taking territory further than they had already encountered. They were going to do that and lock China in at bay. Russia wanted the land masses, wanted the access, wanted the ports. But we had to figure that shit out. We stopped it. Great. We did a pause. Then we looked at way communism was spreading, what it just went on in China with killing off all these fucking people. And then we said, well, we got to make two assets never get together and fucking combine forces because good for Europe and that's no good for the Western world or fucking India or anywhere else. And we said, you know what? We will do this. We will open up and we'll give manufacturing. We give up low-tiered production and manufacturing to China to help benefit it and keep them economically destabilized and attached and addicted to our dick rather than having them become this independent behemoth that everybody fears they are. They steal IP and they still can't make the shit right. They do all this crazy shit, but they're really not there. They're not joining with Russia. Russia's not sharing technology with them. Fucking Russia can't even fucking deal with Ukraine right now. China's not looking at them as a fucking hero to go ahead and collaborate with because they see that Russian technology is faltering. They know theirs is faltering, and the U.S. is up there. So, like everybody else pontificating on geopolitics, going off of TikTok threads, or fucking some idiot that has a monologue on a podcast without actually reading, or just going off of Wikipedia, they're fucking morons. Now I land.
MJ, you got the mic.
Can I go after MJ?
Yeah, you can go after MJ. And just to be clear real quick, I do want to say, just before MJ goes, China and Russia aren't completely against each other because China has been building energy pipelines to supply themselves with energy from Russia for the last few years. But go ahead, MJ.
Animal, less human than me. Yeah, it's all blood. And it's
MJ, if you were in the Matrix, bro. If you want to repeat that, I don't know if you're trying to get your signal clear, but you were in the Matrix. Couldn't understand. Okay, Andre, you got it. Andre, you got the mic, brother. Andre, going once, going twice. All right, the floor is open, man. The floor is open.
So I think Russia and China, they fought a war.
This might be a bit of a side issue, but does anyone else know it?
Hold on, Tuna. Macha beat you to the punch, so you'll go after Macha and then Tuna.
Yeah, I just want to make, so Russia and China, they fought a war in the 60s. And then it's right that, at that point of time, it was, America didn't want both of them to be close. That's the reason they tilted towards Chinese, Nixon tilted towards Chinese. All that is correct. But in current context, I think after the Cold War, starting from 2010s, both of them got close to each other now because both of them perceive America as a bigger threat. So conflicts they have, it is either both of them sorted it out or they are to keep them on the background because now they perceive to be America as a bigger threat. So that is, currently both of them are allies. Russia still supplies a lot of energy to China, which means whatever the Gulf tensions they have currently now, China is partly insulated from it, partly, not completely, but partly insulated from it precisely because Russia supplies a lot of oil and gas and coal to China. So they have an interdependency, just like China and US have interdependency through tech. But it's kind of friendly kind of thing on certain aspects. They have doubts against each other, but when it comes to US, both of them are together on the same plane.
Tuna, you got the mic, man.
Sorry, getting heckled by the radio. So one benefit that has come through this whole Iranian situation, I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but Greta fucking Thunberg hasn't been floating a flotilla through the Strait of Hormuz. So I think that fucking mutant is done, that it's over, and that is a good thing for the world. Shame about ceasefire, because I could have seen those fireworks from my house. I guess I'm going to have to wait.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear, Andre. You got it, bro.
Oh, okay, good. So I just wanted to say a couple of things. I think it's important to remember that China used to be under the colonial rule of Russia, and there's still internal disputes about that. It was the whole Manchuria was on Russia. There was at some point there was an episode during the Cold War where Russia wanted to nuke China and asked the United States permission to do so. It was a very opportune moment, so the United States obviously said no and released that information to China. They have not forgotten that either. They still remember what Russia is all about. There's been recently uneasy allegiance between those two. In fact, Russia knows what China is all about. China knows what Russia is all about. China wants Russian resources. Russia wants Chinese land. And so, this is one of the reasons why BRICS, in Nathan's analysis, I think it's way too myopic. I mean, if it's done from 2022, we're talking about over a century of relationship. And the reason why China was allowed to have access to the United States consumer market was precisely to make sure that those two don't get together in the post-Cold War period.
Okay, man, did you want to go? You got Cassandra, Brian's up here. You guys want to chime in? Okay, you there?
How is it, guys? Feels up to this.
In 1922, before the second.
Okay, yeah, we'll let MST go. MST, you got it, and then Brian, you can go after MST. MST, you want to go? Yeah, you got the mic.
Yeah, the Soviet Union was founded in 1922, long before the Second World War. So I overheard someone saying it was after the Second World War, and then they formed it to contest against US power. That is not true. And point number two, Soviets also had scientists. If nothing at all, the first satellite in space is the Sputnik satellite, and that was by Russian scientists. The first
then later inherited by the Finland. Even with the International Space Station for Russia, US have never been able to build even.
Yo, what the fuck is going on, man? All right, you what's up, podcast? Welcome, man. Cassandra,
What's up, bro?
He's in Ghana.
What are you
What's up? He's in Ghana for me. He talks so much shit. He talks so much, bro.
I want to give MST. I want to give MST a chance to finish. Yeah, MST, you were.
Go ahead, MST.
MST, yeah, man. Go ahead, man. If you want to finish up, bro, you were glitching out.
Bro.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that claims have been made by some
hold on real quick, MST. I want
platform which are not.
Hold on, MST, real quick. Yo, Mayar, hand raising's off, so it's either the stage or the hallway, bro. Don't come in here disrespecting people when they're talking, man. Don't start that shit. You're gonna be on the hallway. Go ahead, MST.
Okay, so I'm trying to say that Soviet Union had competitive scientists too, just as US had scientists. And even before the US became industrialized, the world's industrialization zone was in Europe. The base industries were that of France, Britain, Danish, German, and Soviets. So it's quite disingenuous to say they never had anything. And it is America that gave them all the technology. And then we gave them food, water, shelter, clothing, and then we supported them until they wanted to now fight us back or contest against us. As Viking made those assertions and claims. That is false. That is very, very false. On point number 2, with the issue of BRICS is simply put an economic alliance. And there's this sweeping claims that the BRICS unfortunately, during last year, during the trade war, when China rerouted its goods to the trade to BRICS countries, yes, when Donald Trump actually started messing up, China rerouted its shipments to Brazil and others, and China made a trade surplus of $1.23 trillion. You can go and search it up. That is when it stopped and rerouted its goods to Southern America and Asia and the Middle East. Without going to America, it made a trade surplus or recorded a trade surplus of $1.23 trillion, approximately. So we can be making this statement, and that these were trades between BRICS countries and also other countries. So it is quite unfortunate when we have to make claims without recourse to facts, as you don't know, for whatever reason it is, we are having a conversation that we must be able to take into consideration. People listening might know what you are saying.
This right. This dude is crazy, and he's just like an American hater. So let's look this stuff up. America actually could have built the space station alone. Actually, it did. Skylab 1973 was the first and only exclusively U.S. space station that came before the International Space Station. It was launched in one piece using modified Saturn V rockets. So again, I understand that you're just an American hater, but it gets old real fast. You just hate America, and that's it. I mean, from Ghana, which actually, again, we gave Ghana billions of dollars helping you out. So it's crazy how you just, every chance you get, you just talk shit about America. Every second of the minute of your life. It's pathetic, man. It's pathetic. We didn't eat Russia.
So wait, he's from Ghana?
Unfortunately, you moved again. The first ever space station was in 1971, which was Salyut 1 by still the Soviet Union and not America. That was in 1971.
Did your country go into space and go?
As I just read, I said even before the space station even being used today, The oldest one was still by the Soviet Union, which was in 1971, and the name of the space station is Salyut 1, SALYUT 1, and that was still built by the Soviet Union and not America. Back again.
You're fucking wrong. We didn't need them for that. You're crazy. How the fuck we went to the moon about 6 times. So this is an Apollo mission.
Nobody.
You're acting now you care about now nobody cares. You ignore all the technology. You're hilarious.
The first man in space is by name. The first man in space is by name Yuri Gagarin. You can go and search for that, and that is also Soviet and not US. You see?
So again, context actually matters in this, because when you talk about Salyut 1, it like actually did exist. You're correct. It was up there, and they stayed, I think, 20 days, if that, and it was like the longest time someone stayed in space. And there you go. The Russians did it. Except there was a slight problem, really slight problem. It burnt up. They died. You understand that, right? All fucking died. On re-entry. So again, you can say, yeah, we put a space station up there, but you fucking died. So for me, yeah, you get that claim, yeah, we put something up there. I would call it a piece of garbage. It get killed because of the space station, because of the inferior production and mechanics of the re-entry vehicles or any of the other things, the air leaks that went on and the problems that existed on it. Oh, yes. Throw up a piece of shit. You can throw up a valve, but in the U.S. we tend to value our personnel a little bit more than that. And when we look at success, we look at the total pay. So Russia did do that. We didn't just throw a rocket up there and go, look, we're the first in space, and they fucking what's her name, Latvia, whatever her name is, fucking floating around the fucking Earth. Laika, yeah. We didn't do shit like that. So again, when we look at our success ratios, we are much more higher than Russia. And again, you can just shut up, dude. Like you got your one little half win, but you didn't tell the whole story. So next time, add the context.
But there's more to the context too. So while it's true that Soviets were able to make those like grand projects and get them going, it was at the huge expense of the population. Like the level of everyday life standard was extremely low, and they did not have the same type of system as the United States, where any kind of innovation was eventually popularized through free market system, where the competition would drive the costs down and it would be accessible to everybody in the country. In Soviet Union, you had like 3 hats, 2 types of shoes that were available to you, maybe 2 or 3 types of coats that were available, because the country was, governed by the state in terms of its economic decisions, and ECP has not been solved today. So to speak of the Soviet Union as some sort of fit of human ingenuity is just ludicrous.
All right, well, open up the floor.
If
go ahead and respond. I'll open the floor up.
In space. Yeah, sick. Even with the first object in space, it's still not by the USA. It's the V2 rockets by Germany.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Again, the point stands is you could be the first, but if you're not able to maintain the stronghold on that industry, then what's the fucking point? It's like a sports team who won a fucking, it's like an NFL team who won a fucking Super Bowl, 35 years ago, and they haven't been able to secure another victory. Nobody gives a shit, bro. Nobody cares. Go ahead.
No, sick. That is not how it is done. We keep testing and we perfect it. As I said, until now, the only space station that survived the capsule US, the International Space Station, was initially and originally built by the Soviets, not even by America. So without the Soviets, America wouldn't have even had an international space station in the first place. The only 2 people that have built a space station is Soviet Soviet Union survived today by Russia and China, not even America. You can climb a river. The facts are clear.
So again, you're actually incorrect again. The United States actually built the majority of the international issue, including the safety protocol, including the maintenance, including everything else. So again,
majority.
So I didn't interrupt you, so shut the fuck up.
Let him respond, MC. He didn't interrupt you. He's got the mic on, Brady.
Again,
like, you know what? MST, bro, or something, whatever you're gonna say.
Y'all don't want to say, yeah, MST, don't fucking do this, bro. He's been nothing but respectful to you, man. So he gets a chance to rebut. Go ahead, Brad, you got it. Brad, you're on mute. You got it.
So we did the entire truss system. We did the solar arrays. We did the fucking mainline components, the safety structures, the major modules like the Destiny Lab. We built them. We designed them. We did absolutely everything. Oh, and there's one more piece that Russia didn't do, and it was the whole fucking space shuttle, which was an endeavor unto itself because, you know, of course, we built something that could actually carry payloads up there. We didn't have to just shoot it in a rocket. And yes, you're right. Germany launched a rocket into space. It had no control over its guidance. It had no idea what it was going to fucking do. And they just threw something up into space without even giving any kind of thought or recognition to it. And we were testing that. Like, we took that and said, okay, thank you for breaking that barrier. Now we'll figure out the rest of this shit. And that's what the U.S. did. Now, in fact, we also, the only ones landing on the moon, which makes us indigenous fucking people to the moon. We now own that shit. And yes, you built some of them. You built, what was it, the 1998 module. You did the Soyuz for the crew transport. But you didn't really account for the European Space Agency that also built the Columbus Laboratory. The Canadian, when they actually did something worthy. Japan did something. So again, you leave off all these players. Your part, yeah, you did help a little bit. But the U.S. took the overall form and function and wouldn't put it in your hands because, to be honest with you, nobody would be fucking coming back alive. It wouldn't be successful if Russia built it because you use substandard specs, you use substandard protocols, you don't take safety as a concern, you don't care about it malfunctioning, and you just do it, like Andre said, at the detriment of your people. You took billions or gajillions of fucking rupees, told everybody to go hungry in the street, and then said, hey, look, we launched a rocket into space, and it blew up, but, you know, who gives a shit? It doesn't make sense to say that's a win. I never understood this shit.
Anyways, rupees is Indian currency. Russia spends rubles. Now let me continue to my points. The initial space capsule was provided by Roscosmos, which is Russia. And let me help you out. The initial model was the Zarya model and the Zevdas model. That is the initial model in orbit, upon which an alliance was built in 1988 to then coordinate these space agencies into using and building it into what was and became the International Space Station. So the NASA, United States, then Roscosmos, then ESA, then JAXA, Japan, and CSA, Canada. For your information, the initial model, which was already in circulation and in space, was the Zarya model of Russia, upon alliance with Russia, they built the other models which they added to it, which I said, I made mention of it when I was giving my submission. So with all due respect, the initial model upon which you built yours is the Zarya model, and that is for Soviet Union or the Russians, and that was in 1988. Now check how long the Zarya model was in circulation or in operation before you joined these alliances to build and expand it with your capsules. Thank you.
So again, it was 1998, but you know, math matters, but 88, yep. So you guys didn't, it wasn't based off of that. We didn't take the designs. Again, do you know what the trust system is? Do you understand what that is? That's like the strength, the backbone, all of that. The U.S. led the design protocols and even did the safety checks before we launched the Russian shit. And notice that gone on that list. But before we launched that Russian shit, because we knew that Russian shit is and has always been fucking cheaply made. It's shit. Every time we go against something, every time Russia, the only thing you guys have that's very different from Americans is you will make cheap shit, throw men in it, and say, go out to die. And you don't care how many men you lose. We actually do care a little bit more. We fight more strategic. You guys didn't even give a shit about any of that stuff. And again, if we hadn't done what we did and built all the rest of the shit around it and ensured the structure was fucking sound, designed, and implemented, the shit would have blown up. It wouldn't have worked. It never would have worked. You built your little section on the International Space Station. That's correct. But you also needed the U.S.'s help to help design it, guide it, format it, use the components, and they made sure that it met safety protocols because the U.S. does one thing really carefully. We don't allow you to attach your shit to our shit unless, guess what? It's going to be safe for us because we know how cheaply, how poor, and how ineffective, and how dumb, really, the Russian space program was. It was about hurrying up to try to be the first. It wasn't, hey, let's try to make something sustainable, accurate, functional, and safe. You didn't care about that. Russia never cared about that shit. It just wanted to get it up. Well, great. It's like taking fucking Viagra and forgetting to buy the hooker. You just don't have that fucking
All right.
Once again.
All right, MST, you got destroyed, bro. Okay, nigga, damn. All right. Why are you getting like stop, bro? You just got mollybomb, man. Just take that out, bro. All right, go pocket.
I don't think it's an L.
MST, yeah, we're moving. Okay.
Because whatever you said, whatever you say,
Okay, we're moving on. Regardless, we're moving on. We're gonna let some new speakers talk. We got Pockets, Cassandra. I know Rabbi hasn't said much either, so okay. So I'm gonna start with Pockets. Oh, by the way, y'all, what up, Pockets? Hold on, man. We gotta give Pockets a fucking shout out here, man. Pockets is hold on real quick. Let me get to my links here.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, we gotta give you some promotion, Pockets, for sure.
No way, thank you.
Let's see here. Hold on. Let me get to the playlist here.
I have to like sit on myself and nothing.
Where's that? Okay, here we go. Hold on, Pockets. I'm gonna throw the link up. Here. Go to the album. Boom. Share.
Oh, you just discovered this?
Thank you so much.
But Pockets is fucking talented, bro. I'm sorry, man, but she got some talent, so I definitely.
He was on the phone, I was mixing most of them.
Yeah. All right, guys. So we checked the jumbotron up top. We got Pockets in the building. So Pockets just released her first debut album. It's called Deep. That motherfucker's a banger, bro. So click the jumbotron. Make sure you show Pockets some love, man. So really, really good album. And make sure you guys check it out, man. So Apple Music, Spotify, all the major platforms, man. But Pockets, you got open.
Thank you. I don't know what we're talking about, but I mean, if this is about like Trump saying he's gonna like stop the war and end it, and everything's gonna be peaceful. I mean, I think that's just the most delusional thing we could really think he could die. He's not like God. He also made a lot of promises. He also said he would end things with Russia. That never happened. He said he makes a few deals with other countries, and nothing's gone down. So I think putting our trust in him is kind of ignorant, and we gotta just be aware of the games that were played during his campaign. He promised a lot of things, nothing was really given. Not most of what he's promised, to be honest. So just this whole thing, honestly, it's for the uranium, and I'm just gonna admit to it. It is what it is. I mean, being honest about it, and I don't think there's any flipping on Trump. I think the dude is consistent. I'll give him that. The dude is very consistent. Well, I'll give him that. And he is doing what he wants to do, which I'll give him that as well. So he's not gonna fuck with people. Say fuck Congress. I'll give him those points for him to be out. But get that uranium. I don't think Iran should have it anyways. We have a very big history with Iran. with them killing our military people since I think it was the 1970s, 60s. I have the timeline in my phone of things that have been going down. But the terrorist group in Iran, not the actual government or people. You got to remember, each country has its own radicals, and they do exist. We cannot deny it. And I don't think we get to really say who gets to respond and how they do. Same with Hamas and Israel. I think they respond how they respond.
The country's fucked.
So, I mean, I'm sorry, but that's our love. I mean, we didn't start it. We were only, a few hundred years old? We didn't start the shit. It's been around for a long, long time, way before us. So, I think, we just can't really, if we're going to say one is okay, we got to say the other is okay. That's all.
All right, Cassandra, did you
trust this man?
I am just a British girl from across the pond watching you guys, and I'm just sad right now. I don't know what to say.
You could say thank you.
Excuse me?
Yo, let her talk, guys. Let her talk. Let her talk. She's got the mic. Be respectful. Go ahead, Cassandra. You got.
I do feel like it's funny how Trump acted like he wanted to save the people of Iran, but now he wants to wipe out the entire civilization.
He said that?
Yeah.
Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, I was shocked. We've been bobbing goods and flip-flops for fucking decades, so I don't know why people are shocked.
Hey, Sig, I ain't talked to you since the news that broke yesterday. What you think?
I think since this is Trump's 7th time reneging on his fucking threats, I think he had to. Again, when I'm looking at the quotes that, Trump won. Yeah, there's nothing in this that benefits the United States. We got a $2 million fucking toll on these fucking ships that are coming through now. So guess who's gonna have to pay for that? That's me and you at the pump. That's gonna get rolled into the cost of this fucking oil, right? I'm looking at this 10-point plan that Iran has been consistently saying that they're only gonna fucking make a deal with the U.S. if all 10 of those points, nothing less, has been met. And I'm looking at this 10-point list, is allowing them to keep enriching uranium. The United States has to pack their bags and get the fuck out of the region completely. What else? Stop bombing Hezbollah in Lebanon. Stop bombing attacking Lebanon. They retain control of the Hormuz Strait. Yeah, lift all the straight. So like I said, I'm not seeing where America has gotten a benefit from this besides that strait opening. And then two, I can argue that is that they still have fucking control. The strait was open before all this fucking popped off, but now it's even worse. Now there's a $2 million toll per ship, and Iran still controls the motherfucker. They can still shut it down. Fucking won. So I'm trying to figure out where the fuck have we won. So it looks like we've succeeded. We have succeeded.
It's all these promises that he made.
Hold on. One second. Yeah, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. But I'm not seeing any type of W. God damn, man. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Bro, you're timeless.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey,
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, man. You guys are fucking retarded, bro. Yo, cut the mic to rest.
That, bro. For real.
So,
shut your ass up and let go.
Tracy, shut up.
I gotta ask the question. I'm answering the fucking question based on my take on it. So I'm not seeing any type of fucking W, and I had the link above is that fucking Iran is still fucking conducting fucking strikes, man. They're still conducting fucking strikes as we fucking speak. So this is not making sense to me how Trump is won and what Trump is claiming that we're taking a W here. I don't see any signs of a fucking W for America. Right?
Yes, it's not a W. I was hoping they knocked out the power, the desalinization and all that kind of shit, but we don't always get what we want, I guess. But the reality is it's just a matter of time till fucking RGC reneges on it, and then we get to knock out their power plants, and then I'll get to start with that.
See, I've been hearing that too, Rich, but looking back historically, the U.S. and Israel have been the ones that have consistently reneged on these fucking deals. Iran doesn't have a track record. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, people are saying that, but it's like Iran doesn't have this track record of fucking reneging. It's always been us. It's always been fucking Israel. Yeah, so again, like I said,
it's the midterms. That's all that's going on here.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's looking like it's taking face because, again, this is the 7th time Trump has made fucking beat his chest and made a bunch of fucking threats, and then at the last fucking second, the last fucking minute, fucking backs out and then tries to claim, I'm not, hey, bro, nobody's fucking buying this shit anymore, dude. Trump's a fucking clown. He's making himself look like a fucking clown. And I think the more he digs himself into this, it's really revealing that the United States isn't as powerful as we've been claiming to fucking be.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely not as powerful as they claim to be. 15,000 strikes and, I think it's 6% of Iranian missiles have actually made its way and actually connected. We knocked out the top 100 of their people, 150 of their ships, their navies literally fucking destroyed, their air force is destroyed. They can't manufacture fucking rockets
But they still control this strait. They still got fucking 100% control.
They control the Strait of Hormuz until we knock out the power grid. And then we put boots on the ground and we march across Iran and fucking murk all the iron.
And Trump had his opportunity to go forward on what he threatened, exactly that, and he fucking backed out for the 7th fucking time.
Can I say something to this topic?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
I've been looking at people. The people that are outside the United States, they haven't said a single thank you. The United States has put their soldiers' lives on the line, its own resources, for the health and wellness of the world. And you guys are sitting there ungrateful. You guys are not saying all this stuff. He even told the Muslims, Allah Akbar. And you guys are not.
Well, he specifically did the Allah thing is because Muslims don't believe Jesus actually died and was crucified. So it's kind of like a fucking giga troll to say, may Allah bless you or some shit on Easter Sunday.
Also,
Jesus rose from the dead. And then Groypers are faggots and they love watching Nick Fuentes get his dick sucked by Des.
Also, Judaism is the fastest growing religion in the Middle East.
It's fucking great. Amazing. I love it.
It's the fastest growing religion in the Middle East.
We control all you goyim, and we're going to subjugate and dog shit.
That's very anti-Goyism.
What do you mean they want to be treated like that?
I am anti-goy.
So don't cry about anti-Goyism.
You're other. You're lesser.
In what world? Sorry.
Oh, it's kind of like how the Amish have the word English.
In what world? On Mars?
I'm trying to explain to you, Charlotte. Can you shut your hoary mouth? So, the Amish have a word. Don't fucking
they have
fucking faggot 3C.
Yeah, so hold on. She asked him a question. He's got a right to respond. She asked him a question. He's got a right to respond.
Pipe down, Black Hebrew Israelite. So no, the reality is that the Amish have a word called English, which means anybody who's not a Lower German speaker is considered English. It doesn't matter if you're a Mandarin Chinese speaker; they call you English. The same way that we call you Goy. You're a Goy. You're lesser than us.
Shut up, Kayak.
Especially the Muslims in the Moorish Science Temple of America.
Go fling the chicken over your head and go suck a baby's penis.
Chicago is not Mecca.
Shut up. You fucking weirdo.
Christianity Muslim now.
Christianity is the fastest growing religion in the West. And Judaism is the fastest growing religion in the East.
The fastest growing religion by people converting is actually Christianity. By people choosing their religion. The fastest by birth rate is Islam, but they also have the highest apostasy rate. So, they're losing a lot of people. It's kind of like China.
Well, you don't have to do much to be a Christian.
Nobody believes in the Science Temple of America, fucking faggots.
Yeah, but you got to go through a whole process.
Chicago, why would you choose Chicago?
Rich, you do this in every room.
Pocket, shut up, you much.
I think because he can't talk to his wife.
We don't have babies for you to circumcise here, okay? We don't have any babies, okay?
We don't have any bacha about it.
My 4-year-old son's sitting in the car seat next to me.
We don't have any bacha about
MC, man.
My 4-year-old's in the car seat next to me.
You're talking like this in front of your children.
I have headphones on. He's sleeping.
How long you want to do this?
Forever.
Yeah, let's get back on topic, man. Let's get back on topic.
Let's get back to Bajabazi.
Hold on, man. I got one of my mods speaking. Y'all don't do this, man. Don't disrespect my room. 3 ski, what we
No, I was just saying, like, it's unproductive, but I was going to say what up to my brother King and Otello. If y'all got anything y'all want to add.
What's good? I'm trying to find something I can actually respond to, man. Y'all ain't doing nothing but insulting each other, talk crazy.
Right. That's why I came.
Was that a joke? So King, let's go ahead and pass to Mike the King. Welcome to the stage, man. You got the mic, brother, if you want to.
Yeah. I don't even know what the fuck y'all are talking about. It sounds like y'all just hit back and forth. So when y'all start talking about something, I definitely got something.
Yeah, what's your let me start by asking you this. What's your thoughts on this ceasefire that got announced last night? It's 2 weeks.
Well, I don't really live in the same world everybody else does when it comes to global politics. In a magazine called Foreign Policy, I strongly suggest people to go check that out. I keep up with the CFR news reports. That's Council on Foreign Relations. I try to keep up on the IMF, the world, and really see what the globalist agenda is of late. If you don't know about the CFR and the meetings that they have, you could actually go, in many cases, the notes of the agendas that these people have discussed. And if you actually look at the agenda, what they talked about, you can look at the timeline of how the news cycle for the next 6 or 12 months will begin to cover the things that for the people who actually pay attention to foreign policy and some of these other magazines that distribute and tell what they're going to do, shit doesn't really look like a surprise.
It's not a surprise if you read the Torah.
Yeah, Rabbi, I'm gonna ask you for the last time, bro. Stop interrupting people, man. He's talking. Thank you.
Yeah. Shut your fucking Jew mouth.
Rich, that goes to you too, nigga. Shut the fuck up and quit chiming in and let people fucking finish. Go ahead, King.
Well, here's the thing. To what the rabbi said, part of what he said is right? But it's not the Torah. That's not what we need to read. We need to read the Sanhedrin. We need to read that goddamn. Right? And we need to really understand how we've got a group of people who have been cosplaying and playing themselves off as white for the last, I don't know how many hundred years. Hey, these people are the antithesis of white. And the sad part about it is that white people have turned into, God bless you white people for caring about what you did to my people. But we can get that shit up. Like, stop letting them people use that shit against you as a way to with illegal motherfuckers, undocumented. Like, I'm on a commercial flight with undocumented motherfuckers flying across. I gotta pay, and y'all know I had to have impeccable national ID in order to get on this goddamn plane. But got undocumented motherfuckers on this plane that don't got none of this shit. I'm just thinking to myself, like, is this how we come in America? So to all the white folks, y'all need to these people cosplaying as if they're one of you. Y'all might want to go read some notes from the painter, the Austrian painter dude that was in Germany. Think too much about him. Yeah, man, y'all might want to go do y'all history about this Solzhenitsyn dude, man. They wrote the book called Gulag Archipelago, telling you about how them 25, 26 million white Christians got killed in Russia. This Bolshevik thing. It's what's happening in America now. Sadly, for the greater society, it's the mean whites that I fuck with the mean whites. I fuck with the mean whites who got guns and Confederates and give a fuck about their ancestors and give a fuck what they think about me. All I know is the mean whites don't want nobody at the school teaching their kids transgenderism. I know the mean whites don't want just anybody coming across the border who don't belong here. I know the mean whites don't want people teaching their boys to be gay at the schools. I know the mean whites don't want men competing with their daughters. These are the mean whites now. And I know some of the mean whites want their daughters dating my black ass. But guess what? Turkmen and the nation of Islam don't want their daughters dating white men. Sounds like we got an understanding here. George Macon Rockwell, y'all might want to go look that motherfucker up, American Nazi. So when we're talking about this local ceasefire, this shit is nothing but a chapter in a larger play that is about the overrunning of whiteness, Europeanness, this destruction of Europe, because Europe, y'all kick these people out of 109 countries, so we just being funny, we could blame it all on you, right? But the truth is we got to go back and really understand what the fuck are we at war against? And when we look at this motherfucker Trump, we look at, oh damn, some people are unwilling to criticize Trump. Y'all are some fucking. I fuck with Trump, but his bitch ass get critiqued like everybody else. Or you start turning now, watching watching Republicans and conservatives turn into Democrats.
Boom. Say that shit again, bro.
Yeah, watching conservatives turn into Democrats because you demagogue this motherfucker Trump like they demagogue Obama. It didn't take me long as a black man to realize, like, hey, I don't fuck with this fool here. He don't fuck with nothing I fuck with, and fuck you. Straight up.
I can't wait till they get arguing.
And it's so fucked up from a community where, and I ain't saying this as a black person in the face, but y'all know in the hood, hey, we'll knock each other off quick in the motherfucker. So why the fuck are we supporting Barack Obama, who went to fucking Harvard, Columbia, the opponent who school? This motherfucker got white money written all over his face. But we won't throw this motherfucker in the trash for shit. They made a video of Obama looking like a monkey. Oh my God, look, my fucking eye. We lost our shit. So, to end it all, this is my plea to white America. Can y'all please summon the energy? Summon the energy of your ancestors. Get motherfuckers. Them shoot your dead motherfuckers. Can y'all please just walk past the black community with this shit? And can y'all please take this shit to y'all enemies? So then when y'all get done knocking off the Jews, y'all get done knocking off the rest of these motherfuckers, we can sit down and hey, we can parcel this motherfucking American shit up. Hey man, I promise you it's enough for all of us here then.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. They're just gonna enslave you guys and hang you all in fucking trees like you should be.
Oh my God, Rich, you're so fucking pointless.
Shut your butt shark mouth.
You literally have no substance.
Don't defend that black dick that you love.
No.
And the reality is, the Jews will be the ones secretly orchestrating all the events. Funding everything.
Hold on, man. Hold on, Rich.
No, I was responding to this much.
Yeah, Rich has a mic, guys. You guys gotta stop. But see, Rich, I hate fucking defending you because you're the main one that cuss motherfuckers off, bro. So, but go ahead. Like, I'm gonna be fair. Go ahead.
That's what the rules say.
Rich has it. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Thank you. Shut up, much shark pockets. But the reality is, I mean, we funded the rebel. Oh my God! Shut your Muslim mouth. No one cares. We funded the Revolutionary War. We were the ones who funded George Washington when they ran out of weapons. We never got paid that back. We also funded the fucking Civil War for the Union. I mean, we funded World War II, World War I. The reality is, we'll fund the next fucking Civil War. Jews never get fucking persecuted and fucking killed in America. That happened in Europe one time. The 109 countries is fucking bullshit. We've been orchestrating all global events and running everything and being the bank financiers. And I mean, we have $25 trillion just BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. That's not even counting like fucking Oracle and all these other companies. I mean, we own legacy media. We own all your car manufacturing. We own all your fucking weapons manufacturing. I mean, you can't stop us.
So forget about Casanova.
Shut your fucking black mouth, you fucking faggot. No, nobody cares about your Somali fucking forehead. But the reality is, we run everything in America. We are your fucking overlords and your gods, and there's nothing you can do about it. And the whole thing that you think that it's gonna, that some painter.
Hold on, Cassandra. God damn, y'all, what the fuck, man?
Christ, why is this Muslim?
Let the man fucking respond. Let the man fucking respond.
This is why Allah said they fishing in mind.
Bitch, I'm a fucking Christian, you weirdo.
You're an Arab fucking half-brain Muslim.
Hold on, Rich. Hold on. Okay, so again, I got hand raising off. Hand raising off. Hold on, be quiet for a second. So you guys gotta understand, I got hand raising off. When hand raises off, I can't drop you to the goose. Your only option is to stay on stage or fucking go in the hallway, man. That's the only two options you got. So just chill. Rich, you got it. And then we got Nye, Sean B, Steppies here, fellas here. I'm gonna give it a chance.
Rich, when he's done, please.
Okay, cool. All right, welcome to the stage. Good to see you.
I know you look Jew dick too, but so getting back to what I was saying is, the reality is, you guys are going to stop us. You're not going to exterminate us. You're not going to kill us. You haven't done that in 250 fucking years here in America. We funded everything, ran everything. You guys are our fucking marionettes. We're the puppeteers. We orchestrate all the global events, and you guys are fucked. I mean, one time that some fucking gay painter dude who had syphilis, who fucked his cousin, who was actually a kike himself, killed 6 million Jews. It's not going to happen again. Good luck. You guys are so fractured. I mean, like, what are you going to get? The fucking groiper fucking faggots like Keegan to join up with the fucking Pepes who hate groipers? Like, nobody's going to join together.
You're going to have fucking people that are going to be like, oh, well, Sig's okay. And the rest of them are going to be like, no, Sig's black. He's fucking, they're subhuman.
I got bad credit, bro. I got bad credit.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're not going to fight. And then on top of that, even if he was black and they accepted him, now he's fucking a white woman. Now you're going to have people that are going to have a problem with that. Like, they're not going to accept him. And you guys are so fractured, you can never create a fucking civil war. I mean, we can orchestrate one if you want. Just let us know. But the reality is, you guys are fucked. Get used to it. Stop complaining. Sig can stop complaining after Trump and Israel fucking complete all the fucking promises that they made when they finally toppled the fucking IRGC and implement a fucking democracy there, you know, or a monarchy again. Then you can stop complaining about the fucking the Jews. And also, lastly, I just want to leave this with Keegan. If you look at my PTR, there's your wife and all the black men that she fucked.
Okay, so
Nice got the mic.
I'm gonna make that's what
hold on, man. Shut the fuck up, man. Nine has the fucking microphone, guys. Shut the fuck up.
So very quick. I'm gonna make this so quick. I just want everybody in this room. The replays aren't on, but everybody in this room to take note that here today, April the 8th, 2026, at 1:26 Eastern Time. Rich is the first in Clubhouse history to finally admit that Jews control the media, the financing, the money, the alcohol wars, etc., etc. Thank you, Rich, for saying what many people have been saying for decades, but that which your community always denies. So thank you. I'm proud of you. We're all proud of you, everybody. Despite how you may feel about Rich, give Rich his flowers, please.
Yeah, that's why we fuck with Rich, because he's honest. At least he's honest.
Yeah, look at Nine sucking more Jew dick. What a surprise.
Hey, nah, they
Tell
don't.
the fucking on. That's it.
Hey, nah, they don't understand what I'm saying on Twitter, man.
You motherfuckers.
What you saying on Twitter?
You motherfuckers are helping. Is any clear got to pay real estate?
How they live.
It's a
Are
song.
y'all for real estate taxes paying motherfuckers right here? Is anybody is here in private school right now? Is anybody here invested in the stock market? You motherfuckers can't have no motherfucking life talking to each other like this. I wish you motherfuckers death and destruction.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
success and prosperity. That's all we have.
But saying the Jews own the world and all these businesses doesn't really mean anything if you don't own a business yourself, Rich.
That boy Rich is a primitive Jew. He's based.
Well, we need to find a solution.
I'm actually a little disappointed that the oil dropped, seeing how I own a fucking oil field agency. I wish it would have stayed at 117. It's like back down to 70 stuff now right now for futures.
It's actually perfect.
They're like this PTR of Keegan's wife with all those black men just begging for.
So back to Iran. I know a lot of people think Trump took an L on this. I have to wait. I'm not in the situation room. I know what the optics are. I'm also aware of the optics that various other entities do. Like, we remember the early part of Ukraine. Oh, they're ghosts. He's up in the sky. The lone Ukrainian fighter. He shot down 20 freaking Russian planes. Never happened. I'd be careful about a lot of the hype because we don't know exactly what's going on. We get news reports and we get certain things, but we don't have access to there. And there's a couple reasons for this. Trump was taking political pressure here at home saying, hey, look, you said you were going to do this. Great. You brought him to a peace accord for a little bit, and then you're supposed to be working on a 45-day plan from here. Okay. That may entail something. But here's the other thing. Iran hasn't stopped attacking, and Trump hasn't issued a response. And Hexas is like, we'll wait till they get their proxies out there. And I don't know, because Trump has played this kind of hand before. He did it with Maduro in Venezuela. So trying to predict Trump is really difficult at best. And what is actually happening? Again, squadrons of B-52s are now in that region. They added a third carrier. It's not like Trump sent all the forces home. Well, right. In fact, he reinforced them. So what I'm looking at is the pause that just allow the Iranians to fuck it up and say, you know what? I gave them a shot. Yep. and they fucked it up. You twats on here, like what is it, the riot girl that's like, I want to introduce articles of impeachment for this military conflict. She to give all of them a lesson in it, because Iran is still launching. Iran is trying to close the strait, and they're saying, oh, we're going to let certain ships in. And the U.S. is just kind of sitting back, and it'll be interesting. Dude, chill. Oh, he doesn't need help, Rich.
I was just going to ask him clarifying question about what he said. Nah, just shut the fuck up and let him talk, man. Jesus Christ.
Man, shut your bitch ass up.
Shut the fuck up,
because when we look at this, we've seen this. Like, I mean, if you want to go ahead, yes, Obama did this first, $90 billion, and got a meritless pause in a referendum or peace agreement with Iran. Trump just did the same action Obama did. He just did it at a faster time frame and more direct. But overall, when I watch this, it makes no sense to me to logistically put B-52s, to risk them on the ground right now in that region, nor bring the third carrier group unless there isn't pressure to bear. And again, I'd be careful about believing a lot of the shit from the Iranian news media or whatever you guys are listening to, because a lot of it is kind of like, it's bullshit. And to some extent, some of the American shit is bullshit. But again, we're not in the Situation Room. We don't have the details. And if anything, this 2-week pause will give Trump a better understanding and the military a better targeting opportunity now that all their assets are in place. If they are going to go in and Iran still continues to basically keep the fuck shit going, and Iran only has once. Like, they're close to screwing up right now. All they have to do is just fuck up, and chances are they will, because they just have inferior technology. Trump may be goading them. He may be rope-a-doping them. I'm just letting you know. Don't be so quick to sit there and say, because again, I've watched a lot of you change your perspectives mid-fucking conflict here, and you've jumped all over the place. And when you got proven wrong on one thing the next, I'd say 72 hours.
Well, do you think it has to do that the top 100 brass of the IRGC's dead, and that they're dysfunctional, and that they're probably talking with somebody who's like, yeah, let's go fire, and then the other guys who are taking over those positions are like, fuck that shit, we're gonna die, and they just keep fucking launching rockets and they can't get them under control?
I think that Iran really didn't necessarily agree to the peace accords. I think Pakistan intervened, and Pakistan is actually worried about the U.S. doing exactly what it said, because they're kind of afraid they could end up next with a conflict with India, or they could end up cut off, because Turkey's a NATO alliance. Turkey fucks with Pakistan, but Turkey has also proven to be pieces of shit and will stab their quote allies in the back when it's convenient for them to play that game. So they don't really necessarily trust Turkey. And Pakistan is just kind of fostering, because they also want to be inundated with a lot of like pro-Iranian regime, millions of those come pouring in through their borders as well, because that's where they'll go.
Yeah, it seems like they're probably communicating with somebody that wants billions of dollars and wants to be the new Ayatollah, since Mutajabad or whatever his name is probably going to fucking come to the state, and they're fractured. And I mean, we've seen this shit where they launch rockets at fucking Turkey, and they launch rockets at Azerbaijan, which are supposed to be their allies, but and Turkey tried to play it off as, the rockets accidentally went in the wrong direction. But the reality is, you just have random fucking dudes that are, controlling the fucking rocket system, and they're like, I don't like the Azerbaijanis, I'm going to shoot everybody shooting rockets.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of people said, Russia's so weak, Ukraine will win. Because Russia said they would, a 3-day war, although Russia never said that. They never issued a statement. It was actually our own media that said that shit. So, and then they went with it. Go look it up. Russia never came out and said they were going to end the conflict in 3 days. Now, Putin did think he wasn't going to meet as much resistance, but part of me also thought, it's a war of attrition and economic value. He knows that the U.S. is going to get tired of spending billions of dollars, and he knows that Europe can't do it. So, he's probably playing that out. He's probably going to get the territory that he originally, where he's sitting at. But be fair, he did try to go all the way, and he got his ass handed to him. He got slapped back. So, I mean, again, you can take the hyperbole out of both areas. Trump is a showman, so it makes it very hard to understand what's going on. But I would say just kind of start watching the military movements and the DOD a little bit more closely and watching and tracking the U.S. ships. Again, you do not bring 3 carriers in a tight region for nothing. We don't do that kind of things. It's too much of a big exposure unless we were really going to do something big. It's not Navy protocols. It's not something normal. It is not something we even like doing. And that's a scary thought, and I'm willing to bet that Iran sat there and said, fuck 2s and 3 carriers. No. We're done. We're okay with it. We're good. We'll take a pause on it. We won't attack any U.S. interest. And that's it.
All right, so it's all mass. What's your name? Oh, Mastery Egyptian. Yeah, you said that. It looks like you disagree with Brad's analysis. You want to chime in and give your.
Thank you for giving me the chance. I will not try to make it personal, but actually the analysis is horrible. Simply, Trump totally failed. Nothing he said and he could do. Since day one, he said, I can stop the war between Russia and Ukraine in a phone call with Putin. Until this moment, he said, I will do this and that with North Korea. And nothing happened. So you know what? I was having great expectations about Trump before he gets to the second time in the White House. I was so optimistic. But the fact is that he failed. He said, I will fall down the Iranian regime. And till this moment, he failed. So he failed to do so many things. He's trying to beautifullize all his jobs. But there's one truth about Trump, that he's not with long wars. He just wanted to hit, and that's it. And this is what he did in Venezuela and so many other things. But till this moment, he could not stand with the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime is very strong. That's the fact. Let's confess the facts. It's not about being America or pro-America or not being pro-America. I'm talking about facts here. So Trump couldn't do what he did, and he's not with the long-term wars. He may be enforced to do this war with pressure of Israel in particular, or while Epstein will be there. And if you remember, when he was trying to load his war in Iran, Epstein files was raising there. So he was put in pressure or something like that. He's trying to get away from Epstein files by doing what Israel wants, which is falling down or fighting Iran, but at the same time, he cannot really kill the Iranian regime. That's a fact. And the war is horrible. And by the way, about the Pakistani things and not trusting Turkey anymore, I'm sorry, it is not personal, but if you follow the news, you will find that few days previous, so many good offices happened, including Turkey's efforts. And at the same time, I don't think that all the countries were really taking Trump serious about dropping nuclear weapon in Iran. Because if you see the efforts a few days earlier, you will find that it was just ordinary, not with the big size of a nuclear bomb. I don't want to take much longer to give the chance to others. So thanks much for giving me the chance and giving me the space.
Anybody want to rebut?
Yeah, nobody thinks that nobody truly knows anything about Trump or this war and shit. I actually believe that he wants to overthrow the IRGC and create a new fucking monarchy or democracy there. The reality is he wanted to do the same thing that he's doing with fucking Venezuela, which was to come in, remove fucking Maduro, and appoint his second. Said, okay, I'm willing to work with the United States. They would have said, okay, cool, we'll work with you. And that's all they're looking for. They're so fucking fractured. They probably have a half a dozen people that are begging to be the new fucking Ayatollah in fucking Iran. And they're saying, hey, we'll the United States come in and build fucking Chevron and Exxon and all these companies and
fucking take half of our fucking oil and shit as long as you let me be the new fucking leader, and I get billions of dollars for it, and I get a place in fucking Mar-a-Lago and get to go hang out with Daddy Trump, and that's all they're doing, and they're probably communicating through Pakistan with somebody like that, but then the rest of the fucking, you know, hardliners are like, fuck this shit, and they just keep shooting rockets, and nobody's able to fucking control this place. So it's like a mini civil war going on in the country, probably.
So why does the ceasefire and the agreed-upon deal not look more in favor for America?
Did you not just hear what I said?
No, I did.
There's like a mini civil war, and they're communicating with multiple people, and those multiple people are trying to broker a fucking ceasefire deal and a peace deal between Trump and then the other people who are hardliners, Muslim extremists that are like, no, fuck this, we're gonna die fighting, and then those people who are at different fucking bases are still launching rockets. That's all that's going on.
They're saying the Mosaic Defense Force that they built isn't 100% cohesive, that you still have these rogue sections that are...
The Ayatollah, so what the Mossad and CIA both stated is that the Ayatollah had said a couple months ago, back in like January, he said, you know, if I die, give them hell and just fucking die and fight to the last person. You know, but the reality is, if you take a fucking 1,000 IRGC guys who are part of the brass, you're going to have a couple of those guys that are going to be like, I don't really know if I want to die. Like, I'm not really all with all this fucking, you know, martyrdom shit. And I would rather just be the leader. And those are probably the people they're communicating with. And Trump's probably fucking, you know, in communication with them, contact with them, saying, what the fuck's going on? I thought we had a ceasefire. And they're going, well, we do have a ceasefire, and I want to work out the ceasefire, but we got these fucking idiots that we got to fucking work with. And unfortunately, they're still firing rockets. So...
I mean, yeah, that's plausible.
It's the most plausible thing that's going on.
I wouldn't say it's the most plausible thing, but it's plausible.
I think that they're going to continue this shit, and eventually Trump's probably going to knock out the power grid, and they're going to send them back to the Stone Age.
Yeah, the reports I've been reading and people I've been listening to is that they plan for this. They've got stockpiles of fucking resources stocked up, water, things like that. They can survive a pretty long time, you know. And the way that they spread out their power plants and electrical grid, it's going to be, it's very spread out amongst that country. They don't have just one, you know, central linear system. It's a vast parallel system to make it as hard as possible. And even if we're able to go in and destroy that, you've got enough resources stocked up in these mountains and shit and underground to last them for months and months and months.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying before.
Yeah.
I had told you this was a bad idea. I had told you we should have listened.
What that faggot said?
What happened to him?
I don't know. Somebody kicked him.
Okay. I think he was making a play on words there.
I told you. Okay. Yeah. Trying to have a serious conversation, bro. We're having a serious dialogue here, man. So if you want to contribute something seriously, you're more than welcome. But if you just want to come play around, bro, just find another room, fetch.
So I think just now, Financial Times, which is a UK-based media, they put out a news saying that the White House actually pushed Pakistan to broker the temporary ceasefire with Iran. So it didn't come from the Iranians, it's coming from the White House. And this actually gels with what we saw yesterday, which was when the Pakistani Prime Minister put out the tweet. I think he forgot, he just copy-pasted what he got from the White House. And afterwards he edited his message and then took out the part which says something like, copy for Pakistan Prime Minister or something like that, all that shit. So there was now that is getting confirmed by the media saying that the ceasefire proposal came from the US side.
So again, let's reiterate this. So Trump has always done it since the start of the conflict. They said, and has done outreach. That's nothing new. They're not reporting anything new or anything elaborate on that. But I'm telling you, when Iran saw and knew that the third carrier was there, as well as some other air assets, that I don't think people understand what a carrier can do. Like, one can do. Two is pretty fucking formidable. Three is That is annihilation. That's not something. That's not something you want to see in your back pond. There's no nation in the world that wants 3 carriers parked off of it. Nowhere, especially a tiny nation like Iran. And then you had B-52s, which their payload alone is enough to make realization quick. Now, Trump has always said he was willing to do that. He said it from the beginning. There's reports on there that Pakistan was trying to broker deals and that he was willing to talk to whoever's in charge that wants to do and agree to the terms that he set forth. And it's not that big surprising thing. So hats off to an author making a fucking giant leap off of nowhere. And then to sit there and say, hey, we're going to capitulate to that, that's where Iran said, hey, you know what, we're going to do this. We're not going to attack U.S. assets, whatever they're doing right now. So if Iran is not attacking the U.S. right now, then they kind of, it's not a buckling. I would say it's a pause, but I would just necessarily watch the military websites and see what's happening in terms of that region. Now, if Trump turns around and pulls out the carrier groups, then I guess you could say, yeah, he waffled. But the fact that he reinforced it with a 3rd carrier tells me that there's a lot more commitment on it, because you just don't move them around the globe like that. They're not, the U.S. does not play with those kind of things that way. It's used for a lot of balancing, and we do keep them in specific theaters. So taking 3 off the board globally and putting them around Iran, it means that there's like a very high level of commitment to that.
Yeah, but Brad, who the fuck are you? Like, you talk like you have some type of like naval experience, like you understand how the Navy functions. Like, you're some rando on fucking Clubhouse, you know?
Right.
I mean, besides licking buttholes and guzzling semen, I think Brad, he's got a little bit of experience.
Just a tad.
I don't know, Sig. You've been doing a lot of that with Rico and Diabetes and Keegan for the last week.
That's because I happen to see things from a different lens, and I agree with them. The shit I was going back and forth with Diarsony about for years, what he's been saying is true, and I have to acknowledge that.
Have they been buffer? Have they been
blindly hold to any ideology? This is why Sig has his rooms where everybody can speak, so I can hear all sides of this, and I will gravitate towards the side that makes most sense, and aligns best with the truth. So my mind can be changed at any fucking second.
They've been Keegan's wife.
That's fine. That's fine.
Bro, Keegan screaming and yelling the other night, and he was like, who the fuck cares, Brad, what my wife's done? When Brad was talking about his wife fucked black guys, it was like he almost admitted to it.
I never said that, but
who the fuck cares?
Going back to which is really interesting, Rich, you talk a lot about black penises and gay sex.
I have a black penis.
It's very, very interesting.
Rich, you got to talk. Let him
Shut up, Rich. We don't need to know too much about this, but Viking, you said that, and I'm not even disagreeing that I think Iran is scared of the U.S. without a doubt. I think that they understand that there's an actual threat there, right, with 3 carriers parked right beside them in their backyard. I agree with all this. But Trump didn't really get the things he wanted out of at least this ceasefire deal right now. I mean, we've removed sanctions. They're open the Strait of Hormuz, but we have to pay for it. I mean, these are things that Trump did not negotiate for. And it seems like he had to concede a lot of points. And for a country that, again, I do believe they're terrified, but they seem like they're not, based off of how China and Pakistan had to come to them saying, no, you guys need to do a ceasefire. And the only way the ceasefire was done was if Iran pretty much got everything they wanted, which is really interesting.
China.
So the U.S. did not lift sanctions on Iran. That one's really, there's nothing in that about lifting the sanctions. That's on the 10-point list that Iran proposed, but
Trump didn't agree to that, and the ceasefire contains nothing in that about lifting sanctions, so that one's off the table. And the ceasefire was just that basically the U.S. and Iran wouldn't bomb each other, is basically what it comes down to, and there's a pause in it for 2 weeks. Now, there's a couple things that happened on the ground yesterday with Iran. Iran was forcing its citizens or trying to encourage its citizens, which gives me credence that the many Canadian Iranians and German Iranians are fucking full of shit when they say 90% of the nation Iran is against the IRGC, because they were holding hands and putting up human shield walls in key military areas. Now, ordinarily, I'm not the type of guy that would have paused on that. I would have said still bomb them away. I believe war is war, and the only way you win a war is you kill more of them than they kill you, and so that's warfare. I don't think Trump wanted to take that hit. I think there was some political pressure saying if Iran is literally circling their fucking military sites with civilians as shields, that's going to come back. No matter how you do it, no matter how careful you are, they're going to die. So I think there was some hesitance on Trump, which I think Iran is, like you agreed with, Iran is scared. And the U.S. isn't getting shelled right now, so it's a pause, but all I'm doing is just waiting. If Trump, like I said, Sig, you could be right now. If Trump pulls out those carrier groups and brings back those assets and takes off the B-52s and moves them back, then I guess you'll have your blunder unless there's a commitment.
Hi, Viking. My name is Nina. Can I ask you a question real quick?
The plain white man. Just give me a second.
Viking, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead and finish, Brad. And so, like, the idea that Iran would, get some kind of win out of it, it's just a moratorium. And I think, honestly, if Trump does strike again, it'll probably come out now.
Why are you acting like a stereotypical black woman?
How am I being rude? Hold on, real quick. So, again, Nina, don't come on my stage acting like a fucking jackass, bro. Brad's talking, and then when he gets done, you can respond, and then nobody's going to interrupt you. So please, let's act like adults. Brad, you can finish. I think we need to be careful. Like I said, it will react to propaganda very quickly, and a lot of, let's see, Candace Owens type, Candace Owens is not in this case. She doesn't have access to anything. She's just going off of tweets, thinking somehow she owns something or gets some kind of firsthand knowledge and just compiling a story. She might be right. She's often wrong, and then you see these guys make these very broad statements trying to zero in, but then when you actually go back and look at them and go, all right, you were wrong here, you were wrong here, you were wrong here, and maybe you were partially right here, but now you're saying this. And so I'm just saying, right now, if Trump pulls back in the 2 weeks without a confirmed agreement, everything that, we're agreeing to, then I guess, I'll have to eat my words and I'll have to stand on it that Trump kind of buckled. Because it doesn't make sense to me at that point. Someone would have to clarify that. But if Trump does another bombing run and does it more massive, then we're aware of what's going on. And again, Trump's playing both politics and war at the same time.
Nina, we really don't want to listen to Pepe start screaming, "Shut your nigger bitch mouth!" Like, we're just trying to help you.
All right, Rich. Nina's got the mic. Okay. Nina can respond.
I didn't know Brad was
So Rich, mute your mic and don't be a fucking.
I'm not. She interrupted.
Don't be a fucking Tourette's retard.
Now, he called me a nigger right now.
No, nigger.
And you can call me whatever you want back.
I didn't call you, and I said,
I'm not speaking on this stage if y'all allow that shit. Your mama's a cunt, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
So here's the deal, man. Here's the deal, folks. All right. So this is how we run in the Masculinity Mansion. You can throw your jabs. Nobody gives a fuck about that. But let's be mature, throw your jabs, and get right back to fuck on topic, okay? Let's keep the conversation on. Nina, you have the microphone. Welcome to the stage.
No, I have nothing to say. Because y'all allow people niggers.
You see what I'm saying, bro? Quit making black women look bad, bro. Quit being a horrible representative of black women. You've been cutting people off, so clearly you got something to say. Now that you get the mic, so I'm saying it's fucking
because
retarded.
I'm not gonna be disrespected.
Then leave. Then you're free to leave, ma'am. Nobody's holding you on your chair.
question. You can shut the fuck up, and I can just be here.
Right. Okay. Guess what? You're the hallway now. You can't just be here. So you lose. Do not pay us. Go. Do not collect $200. What's up, Pepe? What's going on?
I told you I was right. What's up? Yeah, I saw your title. It's embarrassing. I'm wondering if this is. I just saw a post. I have to look it up, but did Iran just shut the Strait of Hormuz again?
That's what I saw. Jarl posted a link that's a live map, and it looks like they're all backed up at that little peninsula on the east side, man. So yeah, it's what we've been seeing, but so it looks like.
Why would they bomb Beirut that intensely?
That's what I'm saying. And see, this is what I'm saying, guys. Like the way Trump has been acting. Beating his chest, backing out, beating his chest some more, backing out again, beating his chest some more. Like, it's not looking good, and it's looking in his favor. So now, it's like the pendulum starts sliding more and more over that Trump is full of shit, and America isn't in the position that we're claiming to fucking be. And because right now I'm at like a 70%. I start off at 100% on America's side and Trump's side, and every single fucking move, man, I'm just sliding over more. So I got about a 30% chance. And what Viking and what Rich have been saying, yes, absolutely plausible. But the more this drags on, and the more Trump keeps backing the fuck off, he's saying something, making a threat, and then backing off of that shit, it's looking less and less plausible that he has the upper hand in this. And I think that's where a lot of people are coming from.
So to the strait closure, it's not technically closed. Like, they have opened it. However, there was conditions. Really there's people that follow this up. So part of that was that they have to be vetted by the IRGC Navy, or what's left of them, out there to kind of go through, because obviously they have concerns about allowing, any kind of ships that may deploy, like, say, special forces right through that narrow area and get in there. So they're kind of it's kind of understandable that they would have it. I believe the exact terminology, I'm trying to remember it. It's limited, but it's sort of stalled, but there is movement going through it right now. So it's just more under strict control from them, but they haven't officially closed it.
So I was reading an article earlier when I first heard about all this. I know fellas gonna be like, get the article, get the receipt, like a dumb faggot. But I read an article earlier, and it said that the official agreement doesn't actually start till Friday. So I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Yeah, I've heard it.
Somebody right now.
Yeah, it's like Thursday or Friday, tomorrow, Friday.
Yeah, so it's like, well, if it's not officially started the ceasefire, then if they're just firing rockets, then they're just getting their last licks in. But I think they're just so fractured that whoever's fucking trying to coordinate this fucking ceasefire, trying to set up a peace deal agreement, I think doesn't actually have control like the Ayatollah did.
I think one thing we can all agree on that as of right now, because just what you explained, Brad, IRGC still controls every fucking swinging dick that comes in and out of that fucking strait. America has no fucking say-so on that. So as of right now, this second we're speaking, again, I fail to see any W's on the U.S. side. This looks like it's all W's for fucking Iran at this point. Brad, you're right. We can wait and see on this one, and I agree with you, definitely open to that. But as of right now, this second, bro, it's not looking like America's taking the W's, bro.
Also, Brad, I would agree with what you said about going ahead and bombing the bridges, because all of those women were wearing burqas. So they're all a bunch of filthy fucking Shia Muslims. And then also, BB, I can't believe that you said you're totally fine with JB raping 2 women, trafficking. Okay. So, and 2 of them has a trans son.
So Iranian women are really I in fact just hired one, and but she has talent. But Iranian women, by and large, pretty fucking hot. So I'm gonna say that one. I've seen the pictures. I've seen Iranian women up close. Went on a date with one. So it's I wouldn't be so quick to say that.
You don't find hairy arms?
They weren't hairy. I can promise you that. There was no hair anywhere on them except for the top of their head.
Oh, you like fat niggers? You're a nigger too.
Okay.
Wait, Chris, you think that's gonna bother anybody? You being a black nigger yourself, Chris.
All right. So again, you fucking retarded tets.
Shut up, nigger. Shut up.
You to rest. We can hear your blackness in your voice. That's right. That's right. Okay. Yep. Bye. Goodbye. Brad, go ahead, Brad. You got it, bro. Sorry.
Yeah. So, but anyway, back to this. There's also something that was highlighted. I forget. It was a lieutenant colonel. He kind of highlighted it, saying that the ceasefire also gives the U.S. a chance because it's not like we pulled our assets away, especially our eyes in the area and our assets on the ground. And he was saying. He goes, I wonder if in part that the administration under the Pentagon is saying, hey, this is a great idea because now all of a sudden Iran's coming out of the holes that they're in and you're seeing them move things and the U.S. is just going to kind of be watching this and see. Maybe they'll agree to the terms, but if they don't, the U.S. is going to be able to see where they came from. Like, the remaining Navy ships that are now in this strait. Iran was kind of stupid to pull those right out immediately after this. If I was commanding them, I wouldn't have done that. I would have kept them shielded, maybe only released 1% to kind of control that area to ensure the conflict's over because unlimited resources. That means if I start showing my hand now, you can go through it. And we have seen Trump do this. Venezuela is a prime case in point. So I'm not in the situation room. I don't know. And there's a lot of people giving advice and giving one way or the other. I say it's too soon. I'll wait and see what happens after the 2 weeks. If we just go back to shelling each other and all of a sudden Trump commits all those assets and says, that's it, we're fucking done with this shit and just blows them up. And Trump wasn't fucking wrong.
Can I go after you, Chief?
Well, hold on, Steppy. So, then you have, if he gets a peace term out of it after 2 weeks, he says, all right, we've got 45 days. These are the conditions. I'm agreeing to this because they're meeting my conditions here. Then, all right, there you go. You got your diplomacy. Trump won by diplomacy. It just depends on how it shakes out. Now, if he just backs off, then say you can rake me over the coals.
Oh, you know I am.
You know I am. I know. I'll take it too. I'll come into the room and I'll shut up and I'll let you fucking get it all off your chest.
That's fair, Brad. That's fair. I love you, big dog. That's fair.
Go ahead, Steppy.
Yeah, Steppy. What's going on, baby? Welcome.
Baby, go let. I'm just hauling ass in that felony lane, making trying to hit Gulfport. But no, so just listening, I would just say this, like Sig, Viking, our brains kind of operate in a different perspective when it comes to like military tactics because we've been in that environment. Senior Chief has, Sig, you have, I have. So when I hear about a ceasefire, my process is Sig, direction, even though we know the hostility sectors. Why did we do that? So that way we have reapers that when that will observe. You know what I mean? So I think the ceasefire it's showing good conduct, but it's also giving it the ability to utilize movement with our reapers and analyze. Are they going to do movements? Are they going to be consolidating in different sections? What valleys are going to go in? That's kind of where I'm looking at. Do I think the duration of the ceasefire will be positive? I would say probably not. Do I think the IRGC is going to honor the ceasefire? I don't think so. Why? Because in their past, we've seen that the IRGC doesn't honor nothing pertaining to gentleman quarters. So that's my opinion. It might be a dumb way to look at it, but I also agree with Rich. A lot of people are like, what the fuck? The O1s and O2s in the IRGC right now are pretty slim pickings. I mean, a lot of top brass has been taken out that the public has been told. And so there's a lot of rapid promotions going on. Sig, you and me both know. Viking, you and me both know. Those leadership courses are not just to men, but how to operate a battalion. And when you fast track individuals into a higher up position, they're missing a lot of focus points, a lot of critical functions in a military. And so that's why I'm agreeing with Rich on this statement, on his statement when he said the person who might be in communication might not really know tactics to make appropriate decisions.
Yeah, I usually agree with Rich. He's usually right almost all the time.
Well, you're a funny guy. I agree with you there. You are very entertainable.
He's right 100% of the time, 50% of the time.
But that's just my dumbed down opinion. Thank you, Sig, for
absolutely said in the words, man. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we gotta wait. But the thing is, I've noticed consistently with Iran is their 10-point proposal. That's what they've been riding on since day fucking one. They haven't backed down from that. And it's, if you guys haven't read it, a few of the key points on there that they're demanding is Iran keeps the ability to enrich uranium. The U.S. has to pack its bags and completely get the fuck out of the region and leave everybody the fuck alone. Shit over there. Israel stops fucking bombing Lebanon. And they maintain control of the Hormuz Strait. So and they haven't been backing down, man. They've been stuck on this since day fucking one. They're saying, hey,
don't forget they want to be paid in Bitcoin.
What's that?
Don't forget they want to be paid in Bitcoin for the fee.
Well, and here's another thing too. Speaking about payments, is that they want the United States to pay for every fucking thing that we've destroyed during this fucking conflict. So. They said it's all or nothing. We either get all 10 points met, or there's no fucking compromise at all. And this is where they've been since day one, and they haven't backed down from it. So like I said, I've seen the U.S. back down several fucking times. Like I said, this is the 7th time Trump has backed down from what he's claimed he was going to do. And I've not seen the IRGC back down once, but fold once on any of these fucking points. So just something to consider.
Shit out of the U.S.
You'll see.
What's up, Lee? What's up?
I guess I don't want to deter your room too much, but you might find it interesting. Another topic for another day, or maybe later today. But about an hour ago, dude that stabbed that white girl on that train out in Baltimore, dude just got ruled incompetent to stand trial.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man! Jesus fucking Christ.
Bro,
talk about a cop. You talk about being.
If you're a white person in Baltimore, you kind of deserve it at this point.
No, I mean, if you're a white person in America by now, I think you need to take a few pointers from, BLM. It's time for y'all to start burning down some shit for once and stop being so fucking, ruling and law-abiding citizens. It's time for y'all to air your grievances out by taking a few TVs and shit. It's your time, dog. It's y'all time to shine.
Going back a little bit and
fucking early LA riots.
Yeah, but going back a little bit, Iran. This is so interesting because Iran is making all these again standing very firm in what they want from a ceasefire. You would think that they have a nuke themselves. You would think that they're negotiating with a nuke in their back pocket. In my opinion, I think they already have one. I really think that Iran is negotiating with a nuke in their back pocket, and I think the intelligence agencies knows this. I think that they know that Iran is capable of doing a lot more damage than what they're saying. Not to us, but to Israel. And I think that they know this, and this is why they're wanting to try to figure out a ceasefire, wanting to try to figure out, because they know that if we end up bombing Iran into a stone age, Iran will nuke Israel. And if Israel's nuked, we all know what Israel believes. They believe that if they're nuked, everyone should be nuked.
Well, here's the thing, too.
Well, if they did get nuked, then that would mean that they wouldn't be able to fire back. then have to detect a nuclear launch. And given the ballistics and the drones that they've thrown to their neighbors of late, one thing has been shown: their ability to strike other countries is not great, which leaves them one remaining option for getting a warhead into Israel, and that is to smuggle it in on the ground. Launch it up 200 feet in the air and obliterate it from there. Now, I would posit in that situation, I mean, there's only 15 million of them, and they only cause problems. It might actually not be such a bad thing for the world.
Here's another stance too: is that the Houthis also have an arsenal in Yemen that they've been firing as well. So you can pound the fuck out of Iran, and to the south of them, they still have an arsenal that's able to be deployed, in their defense as well too. So I wonder if because of that, Yemen's gonna fucking.
So don't forget to Somaliland. So we have a wonderful vantage point now on Yemen. It's right across that tiny little strait there. What's it called? It's the Baba Mendeb or something? As soon as we made that deal with Somaliland, we moved a whole bunch of assets over there. I'm talking Israel in this case.
Okay.
Just mention it.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard about that, but I'll definitely check that out.
You can look at the map. It's right across this tiny little strait from Yemen. Gives us perfect vantage point for the Houthis.
Did anyone see the shooting outside the Israeli embassy in Turkey?
Yes. There was a gun battle, and now Turkey is looking for all the members of the Islamic State, they said. They rounded up 200 people so far.
I mean, I'd say it's a good start.
Yeah. It's funny because I was in Istanbul not long ago, and I found it a very welcoming, I found Turkey a very welcoming country. I'm surprised that they get a little riled up.
You displace 2 million people and start attacking a country preemptively that has nothing to do with the war that you started.
Which people you're talking about? Where are these people? Which country?
Well, there's absolutely no mandate for the genocide that Israel's now perpetrating on Lebanon.
Well, there's no genocide. No, we're just pushing back Hezbollah. They have no right to be there.
Yeah, you guys just said the same thing about Palestine.
Palestine is not in Lebanon. Palestine's not in Lebanon, and Hezbollah has no right to be on our border.
The genocide is perpetrated by the same group.
I'm confused now. Are they Hezbollah or are they Palestinian? Or are they Lebanese? Say again? What? Are they Hezbollah, Palestinians, or Lebanese?
Today, Israel also...
Wait, I'm asking a question. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. Where are these 2 million people of which...
Here's a question.
No, wait. I'm trying to figure out the first thing. Hang on. Where are these 2 million people?
Why do baby killers think that we should answer your fucking question?
Where are these 2 million people? I thought you were the baby killer.
When are you going to apologize?
Okay, I'm trying to... Wait, you're just changing the subject because you don't know what you're talking about?
Say sorry, no, I think you fucking mean it. Say sorry, I think you mean it. Shut the fuck up, do not. Like you're looking for an apology, you fucking baby.
Bring the second Holocaust on. There's only 15 million of you.
Who knows? Could be you this time.
You know what? When Iran brings their ground forces west and actually clears up the problem in the region, I will be quite happy. In fact, I'll buy them a beer.
Oh, what country is west of Iran?
Hey, Phoebe, I know your faggot ass didn't jump up. I know your Phoebe is jumping faggot ass.
What's up, bro?
This is a man who's never seen a map.
Okay, guys.
What country is west of Iran?
No, seriously, no, not guys. Fuck that dude, Vicky, man. He's gonna die somebody, and then fucking act like this.
That's a whole separate issue, and him and Stinny already rectified that. So if those two are good with it,
He's still a faggot.
those two were able to squash their beef, then it's none of ours. I mean, you can still think he's a faggot, that's whatever, but if those two made up for it, I don't want it on my stage. If they were able to rectify it, then it's not our problem. It's not the stage.
But Balake, if I wanted to hear come back from you, I'd have to scrape the roof of your mouth, you sperm burping fucking fag.
Well, shut up.
So shut up.
You feel like you can get the last word, stick there, shut it down.
So Keegan's got Keegan's got the mic.
Yeah, I'll just mute everyone real quick. So, everyone, let's get some breaking news here. Fully confirmed now by multiple news agencies that the Strait of Hormuz is shut down. Iran said that they are shutting it down because of the recent attacks from Israel against Lebanon. So, seems like the ceasefire has officially ended. Yeah, so completely shut down things. So they didn't even take a day.
It's over. We're going to keep hitting them. They're going to take a massive beating. I don't think they can afford that.
Well, I'm about
this shit off so we can have bull market and stock market.
Stop. You don't even have money in the stock market, buddy. Shut up. Everybody acts like a fucking Bitcoin millionaire.
So the answer, hold on, Beaver's got a question in the chat. So Beaver says, so Lebanon was part of the ceasefire. Yeah, that was actually one of the 10 points was for Israel to stop attacking.
But Israel never accepted that point, and neither did the U.S.
No, actually, Donald Trump made it specifically clear that Lebanon is not included in the deal.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We never had word from the Iranians that they accepted that. So that's always been a part of it.
True, you are right. Yeah. You are right.
Well, we'll have to see if they want ceasefire or not. If they don't, we were able to hit them again.
Well, I think the point is that there was no ceasefire truly agreed upon, and the U.S. backed against its own word that we were going to send you back to Stone Age, that civilization would end in Iran. And then for America not to do so, this truly shows either. Remember, please let me finish, then you can go. They both agreed to ceasefire, but again, if the ceasefire of the points that were made for Iran was not agreed upon by the U.S., and so again, the Strait of Hormuz says that been shut down, and the U.S. now, the next hour, the next 2 hours, the next 6 hours, doesn't bomb them to the Stone Age, that would make the U.S. look weak. That would mean that the U.S. isn't a man of their word.
We're still negotiating. Let's see what they do. Let's see what Iran does.
Doesn't sound like it.
Sounds like that's why they stopped. It doesn't sound like they're negotiating.
Well, here's the thing: they never stopped. They've still been bombing. They've been bombing this whole time. So that's why a lot of people are skeptical of normal. That is the United States, is the Trump administration telling the truth. And what it's kind of looking like is Pakistan might be pleading with the U.S. to say, hey, look, I hear what you're saying, but let me go back to them and try to work something out. But the IRGC is saying, no, fuck you, 10 points, all or nothing. That's it.
I think they're running out of missiles and they're waiting for a resupply from China and Russia. That's what I heard, that the ships are on their way, in which case that's going to be an interesting situation. Let's see what happens. If they keep firing, obviously we're happy to. We've been beating the hell out of them. We're happy to keep doing that. We can do that all. That's like a walk in the park. They have no air defense.
When there is a mushroom cloud over the Mount of Olives, civilization has a chance to begin.
So who has an atomic bomb? No, they shot down an F-35 or F-15 and an A-10.
Right, but are you aware? Now you said they have no air defense. Are you aware of how they were? Aware of how they were able to track those planes? And you're talking the F-35. You're talking creme de la creme of stealth technology. They were still able to shoot.
Yeah, one plane out of 15,000. Out of 15,000 sorties, they got lucky with one plane.
Excuse me, F-35 was incorrect. Sitcom said it was an incident in the landing gear that had to return. It was an F-15E that was struck down by a shoulder fall.
Shoulder lock. I heard that too.
Yeah, basically like the T-Move version of the Javelin.
So get that from Demo. I want to get one of those.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though. So I hear what you're saying, Steffi, but at this point, SICOM's going to say anything they can to save face and not make it, not give the public impression that Iran. But I've seen a couple breakdowns of how Iran has actually used old school VHF radio wave technology and incorporated that shit and to be able to track these planes and be able to get locked onto them. So it's not. But here's the thing, though. It's not a direct strike. What they are is they're using VHF waves, which is actually a hindrance to the modern stealth technology, just to get a 25-kilometer reference of where the jet is, and then they use other technology to get a general area where it's at, and then they shoot something up, and then it explodes, and then that shrapnel hits these planes, and that's how it's been working. So that's something from what I've been seeing the United States hasn't really counted on. They didn't really think that they were capable of doing.
But they only got one plane, and we've been flying the low and slow planes like the A-10 Warthog. These are low-flying helicopters that do all this low-flying, slow-flying stuff. They have one. It seems like they got lucky with one, you know? And our usual rate of loss is 0.1%. That's 1 in 1,000. We've flown 15,000 sorties. So that means we're doing 15 times better than average in a normal war. Even Iraq was doing much better than
Iraq took out approximately 50 of our planes. And this isn't due to mechanical failure or shit like that. Like we're talking enemies. Enemies have taken out, and so far they're around 15. So it took 20 years of being. And this is Iraq and Afghanistan combined. What I looked up the other day, it's been about 50 planes. So far they're at 15 in a month. So if you do the math,
we're at 2.
Because we went back and forth with this with Brad, and I posted like 10 fucking links showing all the planes and stuff. So, but here's the thing, though. I know one thing the United States does have a track record of doing is when we take L's on the battlefield, we will lie to save face. And I've seen. But what I've seen is I've seen analysis of those 2 C-130s that went down, and a lot of people are skeptical that this was and the way they've explained it, it's very plausible. I'm not saying I believe it 100%, but it's very plausible the way that they explain this, and it makes sense. Is that they think that they were conducting a separate mission, and that they ended up getting attacked. The detonation of those 2 C-130s they were claiming, hey, we had to blow up our own shit so they wouldn't have our technology. The way that they described and broke down and analyzed the damage, they said it's highly unlikely that was it. It looks like they tried to land and pull a clandestine operation and ended up getting caught and got their shit fucking destroyed, and they had to bail the fuck out of there. Right. So I'm just saying.
So, I mean, we did get the person back. We did get him back extreme enemy fire. So it was a pretty amazing mission. I think it was a historic military rescue that will probably be studied for decades.
Hey, my question is, do you meet the two verbally? Wasn't part of the rescue mission?
Yeah, people are claiming that where they landed, I forgot the city, but they landed right next to the city. People were saying that it was actually an operation to grab that uranium, which is why they sent 2 C-130s to be able to load and haul that shit out of there. But on the other hand, I've seen that the reason why they had the C-130s there is because those 2 small helicopter birds to conduct that rescue mission, that's normal too. So the search and rescue squads have these tiny little, the little tiny birds or whatever. Yeah, and they put two each can fit, and then each C-130. So they put those in there. The C-130s were supposed to land. They pull those helicopters out by hand, or someone by hand, and it's like a 15-20 minute process. They get these things up and running, and the C-130s haul ass out of there, and then they do their search and rescue mission and use those little black birds to get the fuck out of Dodge. So, like I said, there's 2 sides. Both of them do seem plausible based on what I've seen, but I'm not claiming that I believe either side 100%. I'm just saying it could still be up in the air. Both sides seem very plausible.
So each Hercules can hold 2 of those helicopters, you mean?
Yes, each C-130 can hold 2. Yep.
So totally we ship 4 of them?
4 total, yep. That's why there were 2 C-130s. So like I said, that's plausible. That seems plausible to me. It doesn't seem like it's outlandish, so I can take that as well.
What's the one, the Stratus something it's called?
C-130 Stratosphere, yeah.
No. Well, there's C-130 Hercules, and they have the Stratus, whatever it's called, Stratosphere. That's like the bigger one. They could fit like
Stratocaster or some shit. Yeah, Strato something. Yeah, but that's the variant of the C-130 because you got to see.
My nose comes up off it in under like 45 seconds.
It's they got different variants of the C-130 based on whatever the mission is. So yeah, but C-130 Hercules is the platform itself, and then based on how the variant is constructed for the type of mission, that's when it gets the F-15, like the F-15 Eagle's the F-15 Eagle, but they have like the F-15 like Strike Eagle. You know, that's like a kind of like a all-in-one. It's kind of capable of doing a little bit of everything, but some F-15s are only capable of high altitude attacks. You know, the F-15E Strike Eagle can do low altitude attacks, shit like that. So yeah, you have your main platform, and then you have the variants based on how they're configured to top.
I like when the Chinese stole the F-22 Raptor information from the servers, and then they had off servers. They had the black money for it, and they built their J-20 or whatever. And then as soon as they hit Mach 3, they start peeling apart. Fuck it.
Check your back channel. I sent you something.
I'm looking at this poll up top. We got 43 votes, and it's like we're at 63% Pinocchio and 38% trusting President Trump's word on this. So that's pretty interesting.
Well, he speaks in opposites in order to drive the enemy crazy, which I think is working, because they're unpredictable. They don't know what he's going to do next. So if they don't know what he's going to do next, then they don't know how to prepare for what's coming next. So you notice they had all those people, they had their women and children form human rings around their bridges and their power plants yesterday. Did you see those pictures? It was really pathetic.
Yeah, but I heard that normal that they're claiming that they were instructed, but I'm looking at those videos that those people don't seem like they're under any type of distress or duress. And then two, that's kind of the same tactic during the Iran-Iraq conflict is those people solidified when it came to their country being attacked. They kind of dropped their internal beast, man, and came together and just said, "Yeah, fuck it," you know.
These are people that are being controlled by the regime. The majority of the country is eager for this IRGC to go away. We were working there for a decade, so. Yes, I've spoken to people who've been in this situation. They say, we're going to take your kids away, we're going to put you in jail, we're going to rape you, we're going to cut you to pieces. But that's how they force people to do this. They do this, it's called human shields. They do it all the time. They're sick people. They've also lowered the age of conscription into the army to 12. So they're literally, this is what a hard time they're in. They're literally putting 12-year-olds in uniform now and sending them out to fight. They did this before. They sent kids like this out to find mines with no mines. Find it like this.
Hold on, Tuna. Let normal finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, and they used young people to find mines as well, just with their feet. And they had little plastic keys around their neck, so if they got blown up, they get a key right into heaven. So this is how they think of their own people. This is how they treat them. They just want to kill them. They're like humans.
I find it really difficult to hear.
I thought it was one at a time in here.
Why is Tuna interrupting?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, he was asking why Tuna was interrupting.
Thank you. They practice human sacrifice. They're not even Muslim. They're like Amalek. They kill their own people.
Go ahead, now my turn. I find it really hard to hear the calls for the denigration of a people and the hypocrisy argument. When America is fighting a Jewish war, talking about manipulating people, why are the Americans fighting an Israeli action? Especially in a month where Israel voted over.
Hold on, you said it was a Jewish war. Can you please express how it's a Jewish war?
No, why are you interrupting?
No, it's a Jew kite out, baby. Let the tranny lover talk.
Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit.
You gotta let the tranny talker.
You said it was a Jewish war. Yo, Rich, nobody finds you entertaining, bro.
Yeah, they do.
Like, honestly. No, they don't actually. That's why you have 100 fucking
TVs.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to wait for you to shut the fuck up, and I'm going to carry on anyway.
I'm curious, how is this a Jewish war?
Guys, stop. Choose your go, because we have, and then BB, you can go after Tuna. Go ahead, Tuna.
Well, Keegan, I was waiting to go after Norm, but I let Tuna go first. So if it's
we'll go Tuna, Alan, and then BB. Go.
Is his name really Tuna? I never met a man named Tuna before.
No, your name is Norman. You're a Jew. Shut up. All right.
Yeah,
go ahead,
no,
Tuna.
his son, but he hates trans people.
Never met anybody.
Trans daughters, sorry.
Stop. All right. Because I can't kick anyone down to the goo as much as I would want to. We have to. Tuna, you want to go or no?
I don't think that's twice.
All right, Alan, we're gonna move. Okay, go ahead, Tuna. Tuna finish, and then we're gonna go Alan, and then we'll go.
Hey, I turn hand raising back on Keegan so we can kick people out to the group.
Great. Guys, we're having Alden, and I'm willing to pay any of you again.
So, to hang women and children.
I don't know. Maybe he's having a tuna issue.
Yeah. You're in the Matrix right now. So we're gonna go Alan, Tuna. Maybe you can get better connection soon. Maybe in the Matrix.
Maybe the tuna is spoiled.
The Kings terrorists because they have.
Tuna, I'm muting you.
They just assassinated a journalist, basically close.
Maybe
so America is fighting
the gang with the gang that spent in the tuna.
All right. Yeah, Norm, let him speak. Let's speak. Go ahead, Tuna. You got the mic.
Yeah, see, this is what they do. They don't want the truth to be heard, but American lives are being put on the line for what is an Israeli act of aggression. The ceasefire is going to be sabotaged by an Israeli act of aggression. And it's time that we start to recognize that there's only a small minority of manipulative people who expect that they can continue to use the sympathy vote and this claim of, that they are insulated from all offense. Realistically, they're the fucking problem. And when Israel finds that Iron Dome doesn't work against ground forces of all of their neighbors that they pissed off over this 50-year plan to just try and take over all of the resources and control of all of the institutions, the backlash, I think, will be the first opportunity for humanity in a generation to actually have peace.
Oh, you said that the Iron Dome's not going to work, kind of like how air defense didn't work in Iraq.
Yeah, was that amazing, actually? Yeah, I know. We've defeated ground forces numerous times. It doesn't seem to be a problem for us. And now we're much stronger than we ever were. Now we're the regional superpower. We just put Iran to its knees. It's begging for a ceasefire with no condition.
And Tuna, I'm gonna need to remind you, this is biblical. This is bigger than the United States. This is the world we're talking about, all right?
This is bigger. You've got God on your side, and that's why you perpetrate genocide.
Brother, you can call it whatever you want.
Wait, where's the genocide? Who was a victim of genocide? When did that happen? That in the news today?
Palestinians.
Okay, so the Palestinians are all gone?
Palestinians are real people.
Oh, so they've been exterminated, right? No, they don't need to all be gone for it to be a genocide.
Yeah, they need to all be gone. They need to all be persecuted. That's not words, brother.
Why is this kite baby talking?
I don't fucking trust that.
Expose the shit out of you.
Wait, wasn't it Alan? I think Alan was next.
So BB's got the mic. BB's got the mic. Anybody that comes off mic while BB's talking, you're gonna be down in the kitchen making sandwiches. Go ahead, BB. Try not to yell, little brother. All right.
Thank you. Okay. So the thing is, when everybody's screaming that no legitimate media was allowed inside of Gaza, when nobody was allowed to fuck man, I'm lost for words right now. To what the fuck is it called? Tell the real story? No, like to tell the real story. What did journalists? When no journalists were allowed in there to do anything, they weren't allowed in there. But all of a sudden, everybody's screaming that there's a genocide. That's like saying that Rich rapes little kids, but didn't go to court and he's already guilty. Well, that's not true.
right?
Yeah, but JB was convicted.
Yeah, but we're not talking about JB right now, and you keep like bringing it up. But the problem is, in real life, you wouldn't have balls to say it to his face. So
I'm 6'4" and 260. I definitely would.
You don't have the balls. There's no
please,
don't care about your height.
Respect what Singh said. If I were to get interrupted, people get dropped. So I would like to start with Rich. But my whole point is, if it hasn't been to court and you're already convicting a country of genocide, then let's call everything what it is. And let's do it. Let's play your game. Did Hamas not commit a genocide on October 7th? Is there not a genocide going on in Nigeria? Is there not a genocide going on in Syria? Did the IRGC not commit a genocide? Is there not genocides going on all over the world? And it's so funny when everybody's screaming, but the Gaza babies are starving. There's babies starving in your city right now, in hometown USA. There's people that are homeless in your town, in hometown USA. There's people that are fucking being oppressed in your town, in USA. That's a world fucking problem.
By the way, I'm starving, BB. I'm sick of eating matzah. I'm starving. Just put me in there, please.
We probably are. And the norm, starving in New York City. But my whole point is, oh man, you fucked my whole train of thought up. This whole screaming and crying about that what's going on in the whole world. What makes one place? I actually have a genuine question though for the room. What makes one place more special than the other? Why?
The number of nudity,
not the same energy.
The number of nudity bars they have makes it more special.
True, you're right. But how come that people don't have the same energy for what was going on in Iran with the civilians that have been murdered? How come people don't hold the same energy for the Nigerians that are being slaughtered, and also the Syrians that are being slaughtered, the Christians? And how about in Boko Haram? Inea, please, I would like you to answer.
Yeah, my only thing, hold on, before anybody else, my only thing that, my only thing, he's just gonna sit right there for a second. See? Yeah, my only thing, BB, about it is because I hear what you're saying, bro. But just because some fucked up shit is going on in the world does not mean you add on to it. So yes, those things are going on, but that doesn't mean, hey, since they're doing it, we should do it. Like we've been dealing with with people doing that shit.
I never said that, brother. I said, where is that same energy? Why isn't there a universal fucking protest saying the world is being genocided, the world is starving, the world is being oppressed, the world is being occupied?
You want to know why? You want to know why? Because they have the spotlight on them right now. That's how it goes, man. And I understand what you're saying, bro. I do think that you are correct, and it shouldn't be a genocide everywhere like that. But they have the spotlight on them, like right now.
Well, and three, you're absolutely right there that there's a spotlight on them. And you have to remember, it's not that like people aren't starving in our city. They're starving in our city, and again, most children are starving because of their parents. It's not because of government sanctions or war or turmoil. I believe it's not genocide. I would call it more like a Holocaust. Just based off of pure definitions. I think there's a Holocaust going on in Gaza, but still calling it anything but, in my opinion, war crimes. I believe there's been a lot of war crimes happening in Gaza, which is great.
Yeah, but
because I think the name for it. Hang on, I think the name for it is. I think what's going on in Gaza is called the transatlantic slave trade. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's what's happening.
No, but hold on though. If we really like, it seems like there's a lot of highly educated people in this room and intelligent, and I won't take that away. And I actually like coming in this room. I've never came to this room since the past week, and I'm impressed with the amount of people that are in here that are intelligent, and I thank Sink for holding a space like this and allowing people to voice their opinions. But then I think about what's going on in Gaza and around the world, and I just find it hard to believe that people at the same time would sit there and call it a genocide when the size of the 2 million people in over 2 years, 72 people were killed. Yes, that's a tragedy that 72 people were killed. But think about that. highly densely populated area like Canal Street, and you only killed 72,000. And then I hear people saying that they got carpet bombs. How fucking stupid are some people to believe that Gaza got carpet bombed, and out of 2 years, only 72,000 people were killed? In Iran, in 2 days, the number's between 45 to 105,000. And you're telling me that Gaza only deserves the spotlight in 2 days? Come on.
All right, I'm going to speak now, and I'm going to ask my Jewish friends to not interrupt.
Can you lower your voice at this point?
Hold on. Alan's got the mic, Hank. Hold on, Hank. Alan's got the mic. You can go after Alan.
Yeah, because I've been waiting. I'm going to ask my Jewish friends not to interject. I know it's a very effective tactic. The problem is when you interject, you might win the argument, but you might win that skirmish, but you lose the argument. And people hate you more when you do that. And that's just now. Having said that, let me explain it. First of all, I urge everyone to read the Tudors, the complete history of England's most notorious family. Because what you find is those in power associate themselves with other people who are useful to them. So King Henry married Anne Boleyn because she was useful to him in that she could potentially give him a son. When she stopped being useful, she kept having girls or miscarriages, and then it became politically untenable for him to keep her as a consort. He killed her. Now, here's the issue. When you look at the Palestinian and Israeli question in Gaza, who was the majority? Who was in power? Israel's in power. So we will judge Israel based on their actions because the Palestinians were the minority. So, yeah, we will say, yeah, Israel, that was fucked up. It doesn't matter if it happened in 2 years or 2 months or 2 days. They killed 70,000 people.
But that's not true, Alan.
I'm asking you not to interrupt me. For you to say it was only 75,000. Guess what? We come from the United States, and you can guarantee that if we were responsible for those 125 kids being killed in Iran, there will be heads that roll. Over 125 kids.
Alan, why are you crying?
So, and that's the difference. Now, I'm not naive to think that shit doesn't happen in war. But in any event, to continue, now we have a situation in Iran. Is Israel useful to us? Whether you agree or not that we need to be there, Israel has now made itself useful to the king. So here we are. Now, whether you are not...
What king are you talking about?
That we're fighting their war or our war. The fact is, those in power in our country have deemed that Israel can be useful. And to answer your question directly, Bibi, why don't we go after Boko Haram? Why don't we... all these other causes that you speak about, yes, they are worthy causes. But are the people in that country, can they be useful to the United States? We do not do anything. No country does anything.
Well, can the people in Gaza be useful to the United States?
Well, did the Palestinians, well, this is a rhetorical question. Don't answer. Did the Palestinians in the last 50 or 60 years make themselves useful to the United States? Or were they a pain in the ass to the United States? Well, I would say committing terrorist acts, and I've said this directly to Palestinians, their program of terror and their program of terrorism was the wrong move. I mean, Gandhi went to India. 37 years later, India was free from English rule, and it's what, 50, 60 years, and they still don't have their freedom. So, and I'm not saying Israel is not, I'm not saying Israel is innocent in this, but in all of this, the United States is the king. Are those other countries making themselves useful? Yes or no? That's why I can both condemn Israel's actions in Gaza, and I can also commend their actions in this war. And there is absolutely no hypocrisy in that. And the last thing I'll land with this, BB, is the fact that, look, there are many problems in the world, and we all have to prioritize my time. I have time for work, I have time for sex, and then sometimes I have time to be concerned about people halfway across the world. And I have to pick and choose. I can't be upset about everything all the time, 24 hours a day.
Yeah. You didn't get no buns, Alan.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to
I just want to say to BB, BB, I just want to say about my personality. It's like the NSYNC song "Bye Bye Bye." Everybody hates that song. Hold on, BB. Everybody hates that song, but when it comes on, you all sing it. You all love it.
Shut up.
That's me.
Nobody
I'm like "Bye Bye Bye" by NSYNC.
No, you're not. You're a fucking loser.
One more thing, BB, I promise. I've always said that I'm a trans species, a transgender bunny. Now I'm since everybody thinks I'm Jewish, even though
Tuna loves it, Danny.
I am now transgentile. I'm waiting for my foreskin reattachment surgery, and I'm going to become a transgentile. Thank you.
I can lend you a yarmulke, Alan.
Now let me respond. So,
bye, BB.
I think I'm up next. I think I'm up next.
No, but he was responding to me, so I just wanted to
I have something more to tell you.
I want to hear what he has. I want to hear.
Yo, Alan, I heard enough. You're a crybaby. So let's check.
Hey,
So let's do this.
Can you lower your voice a little bit?
Yeah, so real quick, guys, we got to get so, to be fair, let's let BB give a response because Alan was directly responding to his question. And then, Hank, you're going to go next after BB. All right, let's go.
Thank you. Sorry. And then, so just to respond back that Israel's under control, is controlling Gaza, that's a false statement. Back in 2005, there was an election. They voted in Hamas. Israel even dug up their own graves. Okay, they left Gaza. They were under the power and being oppressed by Hamas. Everybody fails to talk about that. That's who's controlling them. The PA and the PIJ in the West Bank are controlling those people. So, but everybody wants to blame Israel, the big bad wolf. And then you said that Israel is useful to the United States and Iran. So that's why people are like, maybe we should give them some leeway. But tell me how Gaza is useful to the United States. I'm still fucking puzzled by that one, Alan.
No, it isn't. That's the point. If the Palestinians were more useful to the United States than Israel, who do you think the United States would be backing? It would be backing the Palestinians. That's my point.
Not really.
Yeah, and my other point, and I did make here, is when you look at the numbers, there's 8 million people in Israel, and there's 2 million people in Gaza. So clearly, there's more Jewish people than Palestinians. But you look at Iran and Israel, well, they've got 90 million.
There's 2 million inside Israel, Alan. There's 2 million Muslims inside Israel.
Well, yeah.
Who's the other 2 million? There's 4 million. That's just Gaza.
Yeah.
That's just Gaza and Israel. How about the West Bank?
Okay.
So the numbers, no, it's wrong. And you still hella Jewish, brother.
You've corrected the numbers, but the minority dynamic is still there. There are
that's not true.
Well,
that's not true. There's 50.
Somebody shoot BB.
There's 50. Can you guys lower range? There's 52 people.
Guys. Alan, just wait. I mean, I don't actually mind you guys having it back and forth, but like with you guys both unmuted, but like you don't just yell over each other.
It's
you know, let each other talk.
Doing that is because Rich keeps
Alan keeps asking BB to like be quiet. Let him.
You fucking drop Rich, honestly. Have a fucking nice day. This guy's a fucking nuisance, bro. It's a fucking lowlife. Alan, I agree with a lot of the things you were saying, my friend. But I have to give like a little bit of pushback whenever it comes to the numbers, when it comes to who's important. Every human should be important. It's not about that.
Yeah, but some are more important than others.
No, but there's also there's also 50 Muslim countries surrounding Israel, and why aren't they protecting each other like brothers, brother?
Well, that's another. I know, but
words. I say it really slow.
Yeah, but BB, look. I appreciate the clarification on the numbers, but it still doesn't change that dynamic. Yes, there may be 2 million Muslims in Israel, but we still look at Israel as a land of Jewish people, and it's that when you look at it, you step back, you look at it from the outside. Yes, there's all these mitigating factors and facts like you talk about that say, well, they voted them in, et cetera, et cetera. But when you step back, you see, okay, here's a country, there's more of them than the other people. Then people have expectations. Well, for example, if you're the United States, you shouldn't be swinging your dick around indiscriminately. And people hold those in power and those who are perceived to have more power, they hold them to a different standard. And
can I add something, Alan?
Yeah. So again, and let me just reiterate, BB, we don't, when it comes to Iran and Israel, the view is different. We look at Iran as having more people. No, they may not have a nuclear bomb, but they've got all those missiles, and we perceive Iran as having more power than Israel. Now, we know Israel can defend itself. So we are going to look at Israel and Iran differently. That's my only, and my point is that's why I can be, we don't have to, I can, like I said, question or condemn Israel's actions in relation to Gaza, but then commend them when it comes to this action.
Absolutely, but then maybe but a lot of people in this room or on the stage probably don't know that there's not one synagogue inside Gaza or the West Bank, but in Israel there's 400 mosques. Out of the 400, 300 of them are paid for by the Israeli government to be caretaked after, so maintenance and all that. Out of the 400, 100 imams' salaries are paid for by Israel. And then you have people screaming apartheid.
All right, so we're gonna let Hank go. Hey, Hank's been waiting patient. Hank, you got the mic.
Thank you so much. Basically, I'm not gonna get into the debate that you guys are talking about. But I just want to make sure, like when you guys talk to each other, please don't scream. Please don't scream. Okay, be patient. Let people finish. Because when I listen to it, it's so hard for me to changing the volume up and down like that. Please don't scream. Okay, I'm not gonna tell who, but who's gonna.
Really, you're not engaging, but you want to give directions.
DB, don't do that, man. The man's talking. He's got the mic now. Go ahead, Hank. You get.
Yeah, you see that? This is the problem, man. Be patient, please. Okay, that's it. And please go on with this.
Okay, I was in the key, right? You can go. You can go ahead. I appreciate it. You can go after Rich.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, just because you support and pay for synagogues and pay, mosque and pay fucking imams and shit like that, doesn't mean Israel can fucking genocide and kill a bunch of innocent women and children and slaughter them and shoot them in the face and gun down journalists in Gaza and mow them down nonstop. I mean, to almost 100,000 dead Palestinians.
Palestinians. I mean, you would have thought maybe like 10,000 at this point, but like 100,000 is fucking ridiculous. Like 80% of them are civilians. They're just mowing down poor Palestinians, or just shut your fucking kike mouth. So just shooting poor innocent Palestinians who are just trying to live their lives, and they get fucking bombs dropped on their fucking houses and kill all the women and children. And then they say, oh, they're using them as human shields. The reality is they're just fucking murking people. They don't give a fuck. You know, Israel is a fucking kike.
Stop interrupting people, man.
Go to the gulag. Thank you. As soon as a faggot. But Israel's just a genocidal fucking maniac fucking state who only cares about Jews. They spit on fucking Christians, they spit on Muslims, and then they bomb Christians and bomb fucking, bomb Muslims and fucking Christians nonstop. I mean, it's just fucking disgusting. Ludwig is right. Israel is a fucking demonstrable, fucking horrific fucking place, and hopefully they get fucking nuked by the Iranians someday.
Dude, that's so. First of all, you called me a kike, Marge. You're just gonna let this guy say anti-Semitic?
Yes. Here's the thing. Yeah, let me explain to High real quick. So
I'll call him a nigger.
Hold on. Yeah, he can. Yeah, like I said, this is a First Amendment zone, so we don't police speech here. So what I allow people to do, High, is throw the jabs, and you're more than welcome to say whatever the fuck you want to say back as far as throwing a jab. But what I ask people to do is just stick to the topic. Throw your jabs, and then get right back on the topic.
Okay, perfect. That sounds great, because usually what happens is
hold on, stop it. Hold on, High. Hold on. Stop. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. High has the mic right now. He's speaking. Go ahead, High.
Thank you, bro. Yeah. So usually in these pro-Palestinian rooms or whatever rooms, when I see what I think and what I know is true, I usually get kicked out. But so I'm actually an Israeli citizen. I'm in the States, but I could go back, and I'm planning on going back and joining the IDF. These claims of 80,000 innocent people dying. First of all, these people aren't innocent, and even the babies, they're not innocent. I think that they all need to be wiped out. I think the women need to be wiped out, and I think that's what we're here to do. We're here to just do it, man, and the Americans are just going to have to listen to us, unfortunately.
Oh, he's a groiper. LARPing is a Jew.
All the way. I agree with
I'm actually a Jew. LARPing is a groiper, so.
Yeah, so that's funny.
So we're like the reverse, bro. We're like yin and yang. You're a groiper. I'm actually a real Jew.
Why do you think they should be wiped out? What is your reasoning?
These people are some anti-Semites. They stole land from us. Their whole religion. It's like, yeah, fine, we could argue all day here that it preaches peace and love and how Muslims are actually great people, but fuck that, man. It's stupid. We should
listen to the way he says Muslim, like he is a Muslim. Yeah, you Palestinian.
Man, you niggas got me, man. I'm not even Palestinian, man. I'm Iranian. Fuck. Yeah, there you go. Niggas got me, man.
No, you're not Iranian. You're Arab.
So when the trolls... I'm not Iranian, man. You don't need to, man. Come on.
All right, so, Tony, go ahead, Tony. You got the mic.
Okay, so Bibi, I have to address the straw man that you put into your argument when you said that the world doesn't interject when it comes to ethnic cleansing in other places. We did in the Rwandan genocide. We did when it came to the Balkans War. We did when it came to the Holocaust. So to turn around and say that the Jews are just being picked on for ethnic cleansing and killing their neighbors and steal their land.
The Jews are being picked on.
Somebody needs to goo BB, please.
Hold on, BB. Let them finish it. Nobody can understand when everybody's talking over each other. We're trying to understand the people's points and ways.
So I realize it's inconvenient to have that methodology pointed out because it does undermine your argument, but that was your point. It was whataboutism, and it was justifying Jewish ethnic cleansing of its neighbors by pointing to other ethnic cleansing and saying no one's doing anything about it. I haven't fucking finished.
BB, I'm going to ask you one more time, brother, please. Let the man finish his point.
To absolutely everyone. Being reasonable and arguing with you in good faith. But if you're you're just going to try to gaslight the argument and claim that your lost point never happened, then that is your answer as to why people get fed up with this Zionist rhetoric and why they are getting impatient with this behavior in the world. There are only 15 million of you, and it'll be a lot easier to get rid of the troublemakers.
Perfect. Are you done?
You got the mic, baby.
So that's just a whole bunch of uneducated fucking jibber-jabber bullshit that you just spewed out of your mouth. And I don't know what you would waste a couple of breaths on talking bullshit like that. Not once did I say the world's picking on the Jews. I wanted to point out the selective outrage, like you just displayed right now. The selective outrage that the world has. I never said, buddy, we're not victims. That's the difference between you fucks. We're victors. We will always win. We will always prevail. We will always overcome.
Don't get good. Yeah, don't interrupt me.
That's the difference. We're not fucking victims, and you want to keep crying a victim mentality. That's the problem. Let me guess, you're gonna want reparations next for some bullshit your fucking great ancestors did. Shut the fuck up. I never once said you're picking on the poor Jews. What I said was, there's this going on, there's starvation, there's that going on. It's going on around the whole fucking world. And I asked the question, what makes them so special? So before you get off mic and make an ass of yourself and seem even more stupid than your fucking PTR fucking name, Tuna, think about what I said in the question I asked and maybe become and give like an educated answer, you fucking cuck.
Well, firstly, thank you for going straight for ad hominem, because it's proof that you don't have a real argument. Where you've gone for right at the bottom of the ad hominem argument, that's proved my point. Secondly, you've missed everything that I've said in your outrage. And when it comes to the idea of you guys not being victims, I'm sorry, every single time that there is a reprisal for your antisocial behavior in the real world, the first word that I hear is anti-Semitism. Well, I'm sorry, being a person from a country that gave you that fucking country in the Bath Courts, maybe you could be a little bit more fucking grateful.
Oh, you want a whistle? Yeah. Like are you looking for a present? Like, come on.
That's what our country will take your country present real quick.
Message me, you fucking loser, honestly.
It's totally justified to hate Israel.
That's fucked up. And then also, the real reason, if you guys heard of the real reason why fucking chaos, is because fucking losers like this British bastard right here. Britain has not caused fucking nothing but chaos around the whole fucking world. And then British shut the fuck up. And then these British bastards sit here on this ass and complain all day long and how they hate the Jews and how they hate this and how they hate that. Shane, can you guys go him? You guys already removed me twice from the stage. And you have never removed anybody else for fucking interfering when I'm speaking. And if you really want to point the finger at who's causing the most problems around the whole world, it's Britain. But nobody wants to talk about them. The British Mandate, the British Empire. If you look at every country that had conflict, who was the one that started it? It was fucking Britain.
Yeah, he's right, man. And that's just real quick. Oh, and Pepe and Blake asked to go next too, so I'm gonna let Pepe have my privilege. But he's absolutely right. This is something we brought up before. Is that Britain made promises both to the Ottoman Empire and the fucking Zionists, bro, and then the fucking back the fuck out of there and cause a lot of this shit. So a lot of this has to do with fucking Britain, and BB's 100% correct on that. But Pepe, you got my privilege, and then Blake's gonna.
I was just gonna say this really quickly. Like you can account. It's okay. So Pew Research just came out with a poll. It came out yesterday. So now 60% of American adults now have an unfavorable view of Israel and the United States. It's 84% of Democrats under the age of 50, and 57% of Republicans under the age of 50, and you can include me in that. I don't. There are so many eye-opening things that didn't even have to do with Gaza for me that just made me. don't know what to do except for just say, like, hey, you know what? Anytime a politician says he supports Israel, I'm going to not vote for that politician. I'm going to say, and I think that needs to happen. I mean, this is, we've had, since Donald Trump has been president, all we've been focusing on is fucking Israel. I am sick and fucking tired of these people. Okay? It's not like we get in a war because of them, and now, people are saying, oh, there's people denying it on this app. And I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, yeah. They didn't get us in. Now it's like, it's all, flat out there. And, of course, we were called anti-Semitic for even pointing this out. At least we're told that was. And so, in other words, you can lie to our face, and if we call it out, it's anti-Semitic. Amazing. All of the money, the American lives, the turmoil, all of this bullshit. Trump clearly wanted to, end this war, but what does Israel do today? They go out and bomb the fucking shit out of Beirut in a way that couldn't be ignored. I mean, they were obviously, trying to provoke a response from Iran. That's not an ally. Whether the person's trying to drag you war with them or they're trying to goad you into a war, they're not your ally. And, I don't know. I'm just sick of it. I'm just sick of Israel. It's a very toxic relationship. And so I'll just leave it there.
Blake. Yeah, Blake. Hold on, one sec, brother. One sec, brother. Blake asked a long time ago. He's been patient. Blake, you got the mic, and then you can go next.
Yeah, thanks, Vic. Like when it comes to all that discussion about, saying, Israel should be wiped off the earth and all that shit, I think that distracts from the point that people like me have been trying to make. It has been getting, we either got to face like that kind of shit, like actual anti-Semitic rhetoric, or like fucking like people who are 40 when it was hot. But he had made the point, like, look, we got starving people over here, right? And that's been my whole point from the beginning of even considering Trump back in 2016. It's like, okay, here's an opportunity possibly for us to kind of focus on America, make America great again. And that's been one of my arguments for a long time. The amount of fucking money we spend on wars that haven't gained us any actual ground. Because I don't care what you want to say right now, in the present, we all know that hindsight has had a pattern of coming back and biting us in the ass. And I'm sorry, we done had it happen too many fucking times where the war wasn't actually what it was about. Or these measures and checkpoints and goals that we made weren't actually wins. They were just fudged to make it look better in hindsight. So the point is, like, look, I understand that the world is fucked up. The old world over there on that side of the hemisphere is fucked up. And we do have some parts to play in it, along with the UK. But it's like, dude, all the starving fucking people here, dude. Our courts are fucked up. We got fucking murderers being able to just run around and stab whoever they want to fucking stab. We got fucking governors fucking, pillaging money, like with hemorrhaging money from taxpayers and shit. We're sub-Obama levels of deportation for this whole initiative to get these fucking illegals out of here. We're not doing shit for America. America's not great again. And we're proving the fucking left is right, man. Like, we need to feed Americans and stop fucking feeding bullets to fucking sand niggas. That's all I'm saying.
Well, with Marcet, you're up.
Yes, thank you. Well, so many points are mentioned, and I don't want it to take a long time, but there are so many points. I'll try to be brief in points and in my comments. I don't want an interruption, please, because I didn't interrupt anyone. I will not say who said what and all the things. I just wrote some notes, and I'm talking about ideas only, no personal issues. Genocide. The term genocide. It is really one of the most disgusting negotiating or talking about the definition of genocide. Well, if what is going on in Palestine is not a genocide in your point of view, then what the fuck it is? Call it whatever you want. Call it hairy pussy. Call it XXL. It doesn't matter what the term is. But the point is that so many innocent people, innocent kids, are still being killed by savage army and savage terrorist state, which is called Israel. Call it whatever you want. I'm talking about the victims here. And as for the victims, someone said, even kids in Palestinian side are not innocent, which is one of the most astonished things I ever heard. But according to his beliefs, if he says that even the Palestinian innocent people, including the kids, deserve to be killed and deserve to be terminated just because they hate or anti-Semitism or all those things, well, from the same term, according to hate, from the same perspective, if you really wish for them death just because of hate, then please accept the same idea that they feel against you, which is desire of eliminating you, finishing you, killing you, like it or not. They always say that we did this, what happened is that, five nations tried to kill us, blah, 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 and all those things. And what happened on 7th of October? What happened after October? They assassinated so many leaders, even if they are terrorism, I don't care, but assassination is there. They started war in different states, and yet they call themselves the victims. Kill innocent thousands of people, and yet they call themselves the victims. And as people said, we are the winners here. Fine. But according to what? Based on what? What is the result? Hate, desire of revenge, and still so many innocent people, even from the Israeli side, are being killed. What is special about the Gaza? What is special about Gaza is simply that the Israeli are nothing without the United States. And yet, they are showing their strength against weak, unarmed people who don't have any even infrastructure. Thanks for giving me the chance.
See, the problem right there is that poor guy. I actually feel bad for you, Leslie. The guy that was saying that even the Palestinian babies deserve to die, he said that he was trolling. He said that he was being an idiot and he was lying. But you took that as real. It's like so fucking, oh my God. I feel bad.
That some people think was the same way, Bibi.
Bro, you're probably right. There are some people, but nobody said that in this room that had good intentions. That's the problem with trolls. Trolls do things and they fuck up rooms. That's why I hate trolls. I don't like them. I think they're fucking losers. They got no personality, so they try and hijack one that they think might suit them, and then they go out and they go way too far in saying dumb things. And unfortunately, you heard that, and I don't blame you because I heard it too. But then I heard further what the guy said. He ended up saying that he's Iranian, LARPing to pretend that he was Israeli. So he's just a fucking piece of shit, and it's unfortunate that he did that.
Please, I don't mean to interrupt, but let me remind you, I said nothing is personal. I'm just talking about ideas.
I'm not personally attacking you, bro, at all.
I don't attack you either, Bibi.
No, I know. It has nothing to do with you. I'm talking about it's unfortunate that we have people like that would come up on a stage when I've already, like I said, there's a lot of intelligent people in the whole room right now. And an idiot that would come up, and the problem is that somebody that's room hopping would come in and listen to that and actually say, you won't believe what I heard in Sig's room. He had a guy on stage say this. And that's the problem.
BB, it's not the trolls that racked up the death count, it was the Israelis.
Yeah, I know. It's also the British that started everything. But I don't know what you're hard on for Israelis are. Like, honestly, if you what I think you should do, be a real fucking man, put on your big boy socks and book a flight to Israel and do what the fuck you gotta do, buddy. Because really, you're not gonna get any answers from Clubhouse app, and nobody in the Knesset or the U.S. government is listening to Clubhouse and listening to you.
No one cares.
Weakness.
When your country is
Nobody's
wiped
listening to
off
Tuna on Clubhouse and saying, hey, listen to what Tuna said. He had a great idea. Nobody gives a fuck about you and your little fucking weak wife. And you call yourself tuna, you fucking scumbag. The problem is, you just proved how weak you are. Put on your big boy pants, pull up your fucking socks, and go to Israel and try and be the man that you aspire to be. You fucking pussy.
Oh, fuck off. Just go curb your enthusiasm.
Do something about it. Stop complaining.
You've got less of a point than you've got a
person
foreskin.
that's sucking on a fucking flute and you ain't doing shit but
this is why I've got 12 holes in my shower because we have 10 fingers. Honestly, there's only 12 million of you and you're easily solved as a problem.
Yeah, there's 16 million of us anyways. You don't even know how to count properly. But it's okay. Anyways.
Fucking evil. I mean, look, I'll be honest, I don't agree with
you. You would justify baby killing your people and women and children.
Blake's talk. Guys, Blake, you guys just cut Blake off. Blake's been very respectful and patient. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
No, there we go.
Go ahead, bro. You have actually more intelligence than this fucking cunt. I'd rather hear what you have to say.
He didn't say it the real thing.
You just don't like being proved wrong. You stupid gaslighting.
You didn't prove anybody wrong. You didn't prove anybody wrong.
Yeah, you did. You tried to claim some exceptionalism because you're Jewish. Oh, it's so hard. We're not being treated fairly. Oh, we're not being treated fairly.
I never said that.
Yeah, you fucking did.
Has anybody heard me?
And now you're not a man enough to stand by the fact that we got called out on your bullshit.
Yeah, no, his point was, he didn't make the point that that they weren't being treated fairly. The point that he made is why are we making a big deal out of it when we see other atrocities going on in other places? That was the crux of his point.
Yeah, that's the problem. Tuna only listens to what he wants to hear. But I know real men that are in this room. I know a couple that are all the time.
Fucking head
I know. So here we go. Somebody shut this little.
I'm a fucking baby.
So the reality is, if the men that are in this room felt that strong about certain things, listen, keep going. Felt that strong about something, they would actually do something.
You go and join the idea that
the problem is you have cowards like this guy that sit here on an app all day and complain and do nothing.
You just don't like being called out by someone better than you. We gave you that fucking country and look what you've done with it.
The moderator said you're missing the fucking point. It was over your head and under my nose. Like a dick in your mouth, you fucking weirdo. If you really feel that strong about it, do something. The problem is you're a coward. You're like a little chihuahua and all you do is bark. You fucking little dog.
You're a coward. Do you know what? Every single time that one of your ambulances burn, every single time that ever did it, because there's too many of you and you can't be trusted. None of you can be trusted.
I know. Thanks, buddy. You said a whole lot of nothing. Why don't you do something about it? Actually, jump on.
I also pointed out that you were wrong. Oh, the Jews aren't being treated fairly.
That was wrong.
You played that line, and that's why you get so animated about this. Because as soon as it's pointed out that your people play this game where they have to constantly play victim, always play the victim while you're committing atrocities on your neighbours. And when your neighbours turn round in your country, at that point, the world will have a chance for civility because your people cannot be trusted. They never could, and that's the main problem. That's why you've been kicked out of 19 different countries, because no one fucking wants to behavior.
It's actually 109. It's 109, you fucking idiot. It doesn't know how to count. But I have a question for you.
Well, then that should be a clue as to why people don't like fuckers like you. No one likes you. No one likes you. Go and sit on a baseball, you faggot.
You already told me.
I have a question. Why the fuck are you still
support Israel every day?
I have a question. Have you finished beating your wife yet?
Why do you support Israel every day? I don't beat my wife, you fucking coward. At least I have one. But why do you support Israel every day?
What? So you stop now? Yeah, no. Anger management like you, I know that you're in an abusive relationship, you're going to go home and punch her now just because it's like some fucking British guy told me that our country got given to us and that we're committing atrocities. Yeah, you're going to slap her around because you're a weak person.
You're a fucking moron, bro. I have 10 kids and a beautiful wife. I'm not like you. No, and I'm not wrong. Prove me wrong.
You are wrong.
You haven't.
I did.
You haven't
But
proved
then
me
you
wrong
gaslight your way out of it and deny reality.
Even Sid told you to shut the fuck up. You're an idiot. Everybody told you to shut the fuck up. You're an idiot. And you just keep
You have
going
to
on
come back
You
and
remind me
suck
of those
Sid's dick because you were sat there making fucking racist comments about calling him a dog. But then when you got war, when you got revealed, at that point, you pretended to have some morals.
Why do you support them? Why?
So you pretended to have some morals after you'd made your racist comments. So you're not the person that argues in good faith.
You're a left-wing British fucking...
This is why you got kicked out of the Talking Apes.
Why do you support Israel? You don't even know how many...
This is why you got kicked out of the Talking Apes.
I know. I got kicked out of what? I have my own houses, you fucking moron. I don't join people's houses. So, second of all...
Yeah, right. Yeah, but they used to be Palestinian houses before you killed everyone that lived in them.
Oh, that was real funny. Did I miss that joke? Anyways, why do you support...
No, you perpetrated it, you Zionist fucking baby killer.
Oh, my God. Exactly. Here we go. That's all you got. Just have a talk track, but you have no substance. Anyways, I'm leaving. This guy's fucking boring at this point.
Bye. Go stick your head in the oven.
I'll stick around so you keep, like, fucking...
Back on the train. Throw the Jew down the well, so my country can be free.
No, but I thought that you would, like... that you're actually against like actual like straight Jew hatred. I thought that's what you said the other day.
No, yeah.
This guy mentioned he mentioned train, he mentioned throw the Jew down the well, and nobody said a fucking thing.
So here's the thing.
Being treated fairly.
Yeah, hold on to it. Let me address BB real quick. So no, yeah. When someone like the guy like Tim, that motherfucker's actually like a Jew, like a fucking Jew hater. Like you know, when you guys are throwing jabs back.
No, bro. I'm not throwing jabs at him. I'm saying he said you got thrown into 19 countries. The number's 109.
That's right.
All I'm doing is correcting him because he's an idiot. But I didn't say all people should be fucking burned alive. And then I didn't say any of that shit. I didn't mention any atrocity. I didn't talk about the potato famine. I didn't talk about millions of fucking British people dying. He did.
So yeah, like I said, you guys are throwing jabs back and forth, and I've had that. People, told me, call me niggers. You should be hung by trees, on trees, and shit like that. We're throwing jabs back and forth. Like now, if someone like a Tim is actually like credibly saying, getting people to go into a fucking synagogue and you can't shit like, I'm gonna shut that shit down all day, baby. I'm not going for that shit. But the jabs going back, like people are gonna throw racial jabs back and forth when it's people that they're just coming from a straight place of Jew hate. Sounds like he's just trying to dig at you, BB, and that's what I'm picking up from this. So, because I've known.
Oh my bad, I didn't cut you off.
No, you gotta play. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that was the point I was gonna drive in. Like that's there's a difference between call to action and just talking shit. Because like to be honest, I don't really give a fuck about the hard R. You can say nigger all damn day. I've heard it a dime a dozen. The frustration that I don't think and I'm not trying to group you BB alone, but like the actionable steps that are taken. I've heard you say numerous times, you got freedom of speech, but freedom of speech comes with consequences, and we're all in agreement with that. Like walk up to a guy on the street, say some shit, you might get stolen on. Like that's what it is, but that's still not saying that the action of getting stolen on is equal or even righteous. Because in the court of law, me saying a disparaging comment to a regular and he gets me, he's going to jail for assault. But the difference between me calling a fucking Jew something in the streets, hey, depending on what court system you're in, you might get some charges for the words you said. And I think that's a bit of the frustration because some of the action, not trying to make it super about that, but since we're on that point, like the fact that you were gloating, I know you made up with the chick, but you were gloating about damn near took call to action, like giving somebody's address
is putting them in a position where motherfuckers that's crazier than any one of us on this stage can pop up over at this lady's house and do something. And then you were gloating about it. And that's the kind of like, it's just kind of like iffy, man. Like, damn, bro. Like, how do you, like, we all on this app speaking our opinions, and sometimes it's going to get heated, and sometimes somebody's going to call me a nigger, and I'm going to strike right back with the hardest thing I can hit them with. If you're a fucking, or you're a spit. You know what I'm saying? If you call it, it is what it is. Like, words, man. Like, I think that the Jewish representation needs to pull their panties up when it comes to words, man. Fuck these words, bro. We talking about actionable calls to action and actual action, like physical shit, bro. Like, and
oh yeah, Blake, they're a bunch of fucking crybabies, and they need to get over that shit. They're the only people that tripped about that shit. They told black people to get over it for years, and now we, you know what I'm saying? This shit don't really bother us like that. But now it's all this anti-Semitism shit and all of that. You're not even a real Semite, man. Just that, hey, if somebody disrespects you, that's cool.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know about all that. Like, the thing that I'm saying, like,
what you don't know about? Wait, what you don't know about, Blake?
I don't want to do all the, like, who's the, you know,
you don't want to tell the truth. You don't want to tell the truth.
It ain't that. The main point I was the main point I was trying to get to, bro. Like, I ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? We can do that, you know, some other time. But, like, my main thing is the day. Like, we get to this point, bro, like, where I'm not blaming it on Jewish people, but, like, are falling for that shit that we start using words like they. Like, we grouping them all in saying it's a they thing, when it's just like, no, they do got some representation that needs to be addressed.
Can I jump in, Blake?
But, like, go ahead, man. Go ahead, man. I'll there.
Hey, Sig, I got a question for you, my guy. Can we rotate the room a little bit? Because I got a question for Miguel. Miguel, did your goofy ass brush that single tooth you have in your mouth? You know? Yeah.
Who the fuck is Miguel?
This nigga that's Prince's picture.
Yeah, fucking Miguel, he has that buck single tooth. I just want to make sure he hit that Colgate on that shit.
You know, stepping. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I have to agree with some of the sentiment that was said. You know, again, it's not all Jews. Just like when we criticize blacks, it's not all blacks, right? So there are Jews who actually are calling out and are against what the state of Israel is doing. I think most of the criticism is going to the state of Israel and the government that runs it and conducts some of these operations that we see as, you know, not beneficial to human life and human dignity, right? So again, you got a lot of Jews that are actually against the government of Israel and the things that have been reported that they've been doing and stuff. So, you know, just keep in mind, folks, it's not all Jews. And again, like I said, anybody, you know, credible threats of violence where you're just straight coming from a place of hate because you hate all Jews and it's not coming from a place of, hey, you're calling out certain actions sanctioned by their government. Yeah, you know, I do have a problem, and vice versa, because I've ran into some Jews on this app who just hate Arabs. They hate Palestinians, and they're coming from a place of just hating them as a people, as a fucking whole. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to tolerate that as well. What's that to me?
Yeah. So they have hate that they just want to fucking, like, exercise on someone.
Right.
I'm playing around with this fucking moron because he gets so wound up. Now, when it comes to the people who have bloodlust, and because they've, you know, we've seen the IDF go and perpetrate war crimes against their neighbors, all of a sudden you have, like, these sort of, like, fair weather Zionists who all of a sudden think that they're a world superpower, and they're sat there celebrating ethnic cleansing and, you know, murder and the hanging of women and children. Yeah, I'm going to take those cunts for a ride around the park.
Who hung women? Who hung women?
Again with the fucking undermining. Really?
Well, you said
I was having a conversation with Sid. No one invited you to the genocide.
Your stories, though. No one invited you to the
sense on it, you fucking moron.
You got fucking diabetes.
I'm tired of hearing y'all both argue, bro. Grow up. Y'all probably both older than me, and y'all sound like little bitches. Like, come on, man. Have a productive conversation. Stop fucking crying and whining, bro. And be adults, man. Like, you can throw the insults, but like, put some intellect in there somewhere, bro. Like, it's just, like little bitches, bro. Like,
you were also talking about reparations and then now you're saying that black people don't cry victim. You guys pulled a big.
What do you mean? Wait. Yeah. We're gonna talk about reparations, bro. But that doesn't mean I'm crying about reparations. I'm not crying about that shit.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah, what you mean? What am I talking about?
What do you mean? Why do you
bitch ass people? Your bitch ass people. Hold on. Yeah. When I'm done, I'm gonna bring you back up. Your bitch ass people get reparations every fucking year, bro. Our people deserve that shit too. Shut the fuck up. And I'm crying like a little bitch.
Taking this when you keep dropping me later. I'd open a room. Fucking
bro, you interrupting people. What the fuck? Like, how do you expect to keep? Nobody else can interrupt in a room, but BB gets mad when he gets dropped because he's interrupting every fucking body. I'm tired of the bitching, bro. And I know this ain't my room. I respect seeing. I just want order in the room, and I want people to stop bitching. I ain't said shit about reparations in like 4 days. Fuck is he talking about, bro? Stop whining like a little bitch.
You should have done that earlier, man.
You're not being a good goyim.
He was like bitching like at 3 years old for like almost like an hour.
Somebody said it in the chat. Bro, he bitch like a fucking 3-year-old. My daughter don't even whine, bro. My daughter don't even whine that much, bro. Never has, even when she was a baby. What the fuck? Like, just have an intellectual conversation and stop whining. Okay.
Being that out, come on, man.
Yeah, that's the problem, man. These conversations, people attach their emotions to them, and that's the part that I hate. It's like,
that's why you gotta have basic respect to each other, man.
But the thing about it is, if we gonna do that, just keep it equal, bro. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you want to interrupt everybody, and then be like, "Oh, you interrupted me." Oh, like what the fuck, bro? Didn't like the people,
I can see why some people get heated, on one side about what's currently going on. Like, if you got any kind of heart and shit, like, yeah, you like, damn, that was real fucked up what they did on, October 7th. But then, like, the response was like fucking, like punching a dead body like 1,000 times, bro. Like, stop fucking kicking it. He's dead. And then in these rooms, I heard for the last few years, like, I've heard some of the foulest shit said about Palestinians. And, bro, I don't get 2 fucks about, like, Hamas and fucking any of these terrorist groups, man. Like, fuck them, go to hell. But, like, it's nasty, man. Like, the shit that they try to gaslight, like we didn't see or not seeing, like fucking Gaza just flat. And that's all the argument that, you hear from, like, people complaining about it. But then that gaslighting on the other side saying, like, it just turns to you being anti-Semitic or blood libel because you point out that, like, dude, I don't know if it's the correct word to use genocide, but what the fuck, dude? Like, you're like, there's nobody left to kill over here, bro.
Bro, unless you people are the savior, everything is fucking anti-Semitic, bro. Like, even black people don't do all of that shit. Oh, that was like, and the black people that do, we look at the black, look at what the fuck?
We do be bitching a lot, bro. We do be bitching a lot. That's the reason why. That's one of the main reasons why we can't align ourselves on this issue right here.
But look, though, I understand that are gripes, right? But they have it's like one thing that
getting on my nerves about you and Sid, man. It's all my dogs, man. But we can't act like the problem that black people have has not been solved, bro. We can't act like it. We can't turn a blind eye like this shit ain't been solved. It hasn't been solved. Yes, we are citizens now. Whoop-de-fucking do.
I mean, that's a big deal, though. Free, but that's a big.
Nah, that ain't no big deal to me. If I was a slave back then, I would have took death over this shit, bro. I would have took death over slavery, bro. That's not a big deal to me. Because some motherfuckers let me free out of chains, bro.
We don't say that shit, bro. I've been good at me before, bro, and all that tough shit. I'm trying to tell you, man, all that tough shit that I thought I had, bro.
Is he in the Matrix? Is that me?
That's me. Step in and like I could.
Oh, it sounds like you're clear now. Sounds like Mike cleared up, bro. Go ahead, give it another shot.
Blake, just admit you love white women and keep it moving.
But 3C, here's the thing. Our problems that we bitch and complain about right now in the black community, 90% of it self-induced, bro. We have broken up our families. We have given our women control of our community, who have just been completely fucking reckless, aborting babies, not prioritizing building a nuclear family and a nuclear community. We run and control our cities, and we've ran them and controlled them for the past 60 years, man. You know what I'm saying? So as far as the school systems and things like that, it's been all black leadership. It's been all black democratic leadership. And we're seeing now that more and more of our women that are getting control of these cities, we're finding a bunch of fraud, waste, abuse. They're not putting first. A lot of our problems, man, are self-induced.
It's always a why. It's always a why to that. It's always a why to that. And I love waking up the why. The why is because of this party that our people has an alliance with, right? They put these people in power that's not even us. They're not even black Americans, man. They put all of these fake ass black Americans out here that cosplay as us, and they put their people before us, and then we get shitted on every time.
Well, listen,
hold on, hear me out. Do I say that that's black people's fault for not gatekeeping our blackness a little more? Yes. And that's why I'm here in these rooms, and I tell my people to, like, yo, we can't side with that, bro. If you look up who's affected the worst by immigration, guess who it is? Us. So why are we fighting for it? It makes no sense.
And that's what I said.
All the shit that party has us fighting for is detrimental to all people, bro. And I get it. It's our fault. But that's where I come in, and you educate, and we educate people. Like that brother King that was in here, that I brought in here. I brought him in here because I just want him to hear some of the shit that be on the other side, because we be sitting there educating our people and shit, right? And they don't be understanding it. And they be like, bro, y'all be having like a blindfold over your eyes, and you don't realize who your real enemy is. You don't realize who this party is that literally created the KKK, that literally created basically all the fuckery that is going on in our communities. If you talk about Planned Parenthood, right? It was created by a KKK member. Like, come on, bro. I forgot the lady's name, but I say it all the time, bro. But I'm busy right now, but I'm telling you, bro, we just don't be seeing what the fuck is going on. And that shit irritates the fuck out of me. And hopefully one day my people get educated to wake up.
Right, but the best way to educate them, 3C, and this is kind of where you and I had a problem beginning, the shock jock talk works, right? And again, black people, we're not in a position right now to have the nice, kind, intellectual dialogue. Our people are just too far gone to understand it. So this is where kind of the cruel language, the shock jock talk, you have to rope them in. And the way you rope them in is by being very, so at least you can get them in the room to have the conversation, and you start breaking it down. It's the same thing we saw with, and Pepe's a great example of this. You saw what happened with Pepe. He said some very, very, very atrocious things in his white America space and roped a lot of black people in. And then what happened after about a year and a half? He's cool with all the black people. He's all black people that used to fucking hate Pepe, but they're like, you know what? You know, I kind of get what Pepe, you know, the way he said it, I didn't really like it. But after spending the time and having the conversations, once everything kind of chilled out and the smoke settled, you actually ended up building more bridges that way. Pepe built a lot of fucking bridges with the black community on this app, and that's what we see works, man. So, you know, unfortunately, bro, it's a hard conversation to have. It's going to be a rough conversation to have. But until we start having it, we start getting black people's attention, bro, it's not going to, you know, we're past the point. And I hear what you're saying about why, right? And hear me out. I'll be done after this. When your house is burning down, right, which is essentially what's happened to the black community. Our black community is fucking torched right now. When your house is burning down and the fire department shows up, you're not sitting there discussing why and how it happened. You're just worried about putting the fucking flames out. Once that fire has been mitigated and the flames have been out, then you start to, you know, dig into it and investigate why. But right now we're burning, bro. We just got to put these fucking flames out.
I dig it. I feel like both can happen though, but I ain't gonna look. I know this is a space where we talk about everything, and I'm not gonna make it a black space. So y'all,
oh, we can, bro. We can, bro. I mean, this is how having these conversations and people listening to these conversations. This is how people get. This is how people get on board and they learn.
The community's full, where leaders mistake leadership as being about luxury, not lifting your fellow man. And that fucking hit me. That's real. If you look at all of the societies that fall under their own opulence, it's because the people who are in charge enrich themselves to the detriment of everybody else.
Nah, that's facts. And
every single leader that has come through and actually changed things. Even JFK. These people were looking to actually improve everybody's life. Unfortunately, we've got too many leaders that look to enrich themselves, and I fear that under Donald Trump, the association with Israel might be, and we'll have to wait to see whether this suspicion amounts to anything. But you know, as a property developer, wiping out the entire West Bank, making way for beachfront condos, we'll just have to see whether his family ends up with those contracts or not. Anyway, that's my take. I just thought that it was important that we need to hold our leaders not to account for what they did, but how they're doing it and who they're doing it for.
Nah, for sure.
Man, I'm just here and the fella need to listen to all this fucking shit, dude. I like conversations here, Sig. Makes the day go by pretty quick, in my opinion.
Yo, Steppy, pass the phone to that bartender in front of you. Let me tell him.
Bro, they come in and cut my ass off. Shit, they be looking at a whole bunch of cow ass.
But yeah, Steppy, that's why I don't like the police speech too much. I want people to have a space just to get off what they're really thinking and honestly thinking, bro, so we can get down to the of it, you know, without a bunch of distractions. Oh, you did, my feelings are hurt, all that shit, you know.
So many grown-ass adults live on fucking emotions, like, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought the barracks are bad, bro. I thought fucking the barracks are bad with fucking emotions. Fuck no, Clubhouse, dude. You make it.
When did that shit change? Steppy, when do you think that shit changed? Because everybody wasn't this emotional. When I was growing up in school and junior high, and even like, you know, like in fucking college, like people, we used to talk crazy to each other, but I wouldn't even say it talking crazy because it really didn't bother people. Like nowadays, you say one thing and somebody is melting down, bro. When do y'all think that?
I think the mamas kept their fucking kids on their titties too fucking long. Because
I agree.
That's as simple as that, dude. Like, I'm a mixed man, dude. I grew up in a dirty fucking South, dude. I've been called everything from half and half caramel to fucking, you name it, dude. That shit don't fucking bother me, dude. Fucking here, the grown-ass men think that, because they have an opinion about something, like, I got opinions, and I'm not going to share it with y'all, but it doesn't mean that you have to accept it. And if you say what I'm saying is wrong, I'm not going to sit here and get mad with you because you're questioning what I'm saying. I'm just going to be like, hey, take it as a grain of fucking salt. You know what I mean, Three? But there's a lot of people here that can't stand on business or on point. So I used to work with a lot of like new entry guys, new NCOs. I used to tell them, bro, I was like, dude, the moment you put emotion into something, in a discussion or a debate or dialogue, you already lost, because put the facts out, put the statement, and if someone calls you on it, and you get upset because you can't back up what you claim, that's on you, bro. That's on you.
Hey, but that's a question for the room too. Like Tuna, any of y'all, when do y'all think that changed when everybody started getting like overly sensitive about it?
I think it came with the internet. I honestly think like social media fundamentally changed how people were seen, and so we had the internet. But they think that arguing is analyzing, and yes, we've had the internet forever, but in our lifetimes, but social media debates fundamentally changed how people responded. They became very emotional, and instead of trying to like listen, they tried to win a debate, and that's what that's when things changed. And I agree with that. I think we have leadership that is fundamentally like the fact that we have literally like White House memes out of social media platforms. It doesn't create like a great guide. Stewardship has.
Hold on, Tuna. E, were you done? All right, she was done. Go ahead, Tuna.
So, getting in touch with that feminine side and the rise of single mother households as a virtue, I think that brought forth all of the elements that were required for the Duluth model in the 1980s. And then when social media started to frame, for Generation Z, that the easy way to get attention was to claim victimhood, we celebrated and rewarded people with attention for trying to just become the most pathetic version of themselves. The story didn't grab headlines if someone turned around and said, this is how I've overcome something. It was just dwelling and wallowing in the pity of the situation.
Hey, that's a word, Tuna. You gotta repeat that. We celebrate because that was some shit right there, Tuna. Say that one more time.
I would agree with you there.
Hold on. Let him say that one more time. What did you say, Tuna? We celebrate what?
We created a culture where we celebrated and rewarded with attention people who could become the most pathetic version of themselves, and to put their pity party on display for everybody to wallow in. Now, if you try to do that with the golden generation, these guys lived through 2 world wars. They weren't about trying to have everybody else hear their problems and to be validated in their trauma. These guys had real fucking trauma that they had to get over because they had families that they had to deal with. They had to rebuild a world.
My great-grandfather literally lost his hearing in World War II, serving, and like he never complained. You didn't hear any of his trauma coming out. It was almost like pulling teeth to get him to even talk about his experience on the Western Front, and the belligerence of people to go onto the internet and claim victimhood or trauma, and especially like we're seeing it very highest point of office, like in the Oval Office, guy who has been a serial victim. He thinks that, the news is attacking him, and he is literally the most powerful man in the world, and he has used it as like a weird.
He's used it as a vehicle because there is an audience for that vehicle. Let's roll back to Ricky Lake and who was the mayor of Cincinnati? The Real Freak Show. Someone help me out. Talk show that had a dude and the weird.
I know what you're talking about, but I never watched it.
Jerry Springer? Yeah. I've got to give props to Jerry Springer because you know how he got his first divorce? He gave a stripper a check that bounced, and the stripper came round to his house and told his wife that the check bounced. And so that is a baller move. That is when you've drunk way too much Hennessy. Anyway, that dude aside, there is a ghoulish audience that wants to pry and wants to spread gossip and rumor and and just really fester in the negative people's lives.
Facts. I hate this shade room. I hate TMZ. I hate fucking Say Cheat. I hate all of that shit. I miss when even like Tuna, even like I look at highlights now of sports. Like we literally be highlighting broken plays. Oh, he crossed him and missed the shot. Like, bro, it's a fucking broken.
To be honest, Clubhouse has become that. I think when they opened it up, not to invitations only, we ended up with a lot of negative space, unfortunately, on this application. And all of us are sometimes guilty of listening in.
No Child Left Behind, trash. Like, we didn't get no trophies for coming in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place. I seen a night, bro. I do a non-profit at the Women Palmer YMCA in Toledo, and literally in the basketball league that we got for the kids, they got 9th place trophies. I'm like, nigga, why? Why do we need a 9th place trophy? Like, you fucking trash. Like, what the fuck is that? We don't, like, bro, that shit is insane to me.
It is a participation
How many people on the basketball team?
Usually it's just the first 3, the top 3.
12 kids on the basketball team, and we giving out fucking 9th place trophies. Like,
that's weird.
You know that there's someone else missing out. We're missing out 10, 11, and 12 trophies. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they got
I would ask the room that question. What is worse? The people that generate and populate that media, or the audience that has an appetite for it, because we are that audience. People ask.
It's
a good question.
I think it's kind of like, I think it's divided, right? It could be both, but I feel like I'm fundamentally like a worst human ever getting on this application. I came onto the station for an invite and went to a lot of philosophy rooms. I led reading rooms. I led Chinese idiom rooms. And it was really great then. Would go into music rooms, and now it's all political bullshit. And I hate that I go into these spaces.
Literally, the leave quietly button, and then you can create your own room and twiddle your thumbs.
You killing the argument, Brad. Don't do that.
It's a valid point, though.
What do you mean? Don't mute me. Like,
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. Don't you start bitching, bro.
Well,
I can only speak for myself. I'm cantankerous on this app. I deliberately wind people up.
I would say your question to the room is, I think that question should be used as, well, is it the man's fault or is it the woman's fault for going along with it? You know, it's both. You know, the audience enjoys it just as much as the person.
I'm a totally toxic person on this app. I'll deliberately find the thing that winds someone up as a form of verbal self-defense. Mostly because I don't really care about what people think. And if it comes to starting arguments deliberately to try and work out, right, how do I quickly get someone to blow their stack, that's the toxic part of my character. And somewhere like Clubhouse is a perfect hunting ground for starting those arguments. So apologies to the room earlier. I don't really care about someone's faith one way or the other. I don't like the fact that we're seeing poor people getting the shit bombed out of them. But when it comes to the hypocrisy of people saying anti-Semitism is an excuse for genocide, I call that stuff out, and I try and make those sorts of people lose their temper and lose their mind in an argument.
I came on here. I came on here because I think I live like in a very different bubble, and people really don't like to discuss politics. They like to discuss the weather, going on hikes, etc. And I found people here that actually like to be engaged, but I also thought that the election would go very differently, and I was fundamentally surprised by the outcome, and that's happened to me twice. So I feel like I'm listening to try to learn a bit, but I hate when people become too bombastic and start yelling into the microphone. That kind of irritates me.
What we have in Clubhouse in that respect is what Freud referred to as the shadow. People come on here and they cosplay as the person that they'd like to be in real life. So you get a lot of the really aggressive people that try to be alphas in real life. They're probably quite a caring person that's responsible for lots of things, and they come here for a form of catharsis in order to just shit on people that they're never going to meet. And that has been something that we have really afforded ourselves since the invention of the internet. We've never really regulated or called out how we behave online, because we hide our antisocial behavior through the thin veil of privacy.
Modest. I think it's the main thing. I think is this a feminization of society, man. You know, men since the beginning of time have been meeting in the middle of town square and throwing ideas back and forth. And you know, sometimes we have to punch each other in the fucking face to get a point across, but we always went back to the bar, had a fucking beer, and you know, kept it fucking moving. So I think getting women involved in this shit where they have no place, man, and especially a lot of our children being raised by women and hyper fucking emotional now, man. You know, just let men do what they do. And you see, even in this space over the past few years, typically the men can come in and we can duke it out and talk our shit and throw jabs at each other and usually fine. It's mainly the women that come on stage and they're the main ones that are, how are you going to call me that? Are you going to let him call me? And I'm not saying the men don't do it, but you see it a lot more with the women is that when they come into this space, instantly get derailed from the fucking topic and just get stuck on the fact that somebody said something mean to me, and it just fucking goes to shit.
We're talking about the blacks.
I don't think it's gender specific. I think, like,
Victoria's
Go ahead, you know something's not. Rich, shut the fuck up, man. Let you finish.
I'm busy taking a Prophet Muhammad right now. Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I don't think it's. I think
Stop, man. Tuna, stop. God damn. This is what I'm saying. This is, hold on real quick. I'm gonna say this real quick. This is what I'm saying. It's like I go to bat for the men and try to blame this shit on the women, and then come off mic and then start acting like fucking bitches. Terrible. Like, come on, man. Go ahead. You got it.
I don't think it's gender specific. I think it's people get triggered by different topics, and I've definitely been triggered a couple of times in different stages, depending on what the topic was. But I think it's literally just the way that these formats, especially with large stages, are set up. People want to win the conversation, and if that's your goal, you're probably already like set on a path to failure. And I don't think it has to do with women or how people were raised. I think it's the way that we're communicating in these spaces. And I think you said, or somebody, I think it was Tuna that said something about the veil of privacy or something. But I think we've all been pretty exposed on this app. The fact that somebody knows that, yeah, my name.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. It's a lot of bitch ass nigga shit that be going on. I don't really understand it. Why do you want to be a bitch ass nigga? Why not be a real nigga? Instead, you pick and choose to be a bitch ass nigga. But, yeah. Cap, the motherfucking Cap, my brother.
Wait, who are you talking to, Dark?
Talking to you, bitch ass nigga. But Cap, what's
I'm
up,
taking a
bro?
shit right now. Yo.
How you feeling, bro?
Another day, another dollar. Listening to the I just want to say that Victoria is part of the invisible power.
Rich, you could ask your wife to take a shit, but that might take 9 months.
Tuna, your son is trans. You don't have a room to talk. Be quiet.
You went and found a lady boy because you wanted to marry someone.
Imagine hating trans and then your son turns out to be trans. Imagine being hating Muslims but then moving to Dubai.
I mean, you keep on saying these things for the land. You went out to the Far East to try and find someone that looks like a child to marry to match the small size of your penis.
Remember, your son wants to cut his penis off.
Hey, white people are funny.
Wife got to America and
Imagine hating the thing that you created. Rich is actually black.
Sit.
What's up?
Hey, can we have a moment where, like a little, like fucking roast session between and Rich? Can we get like 10 minutes? 10 minutes to see who's the best.
I'm taking a tuna right now. Okay.
Rich,
come on, please. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Y'all got it. Wait, what are we doing? Like Rich Stippy's trying to get us to fight like the two slaves into Django, but I'm busy taking a shit.
Okay. Having seen your wife's pussy, it put me off of corned beef forever.
We all know that you like dudes, so I know you didn't pussy.
I tell you what, talking to you, that means that I need to...
Like the list in your fucking voice just tells everybody that you're gay.
Do you know what? If we didn't know that you were a Jew...
You know what? If we didn't look at it like this, oh my God.
We know that you're salty you didn't get anything like Tuxedo Island, but that's because you pretend to be a Goya.
I love how you like try to pretend like you're this big-time investigator, like you could just find everything out. You're like, Rich, is this your address in like Nebraska? And I'm like, no, man, I literally told you I'm in West Texas. Like, holy fuck. You did all that research and came up with nothing.
What?
Okay, Tuna. I'll tell you hints to figure out who I am. My family owns Anderson Firearms. One of my other family members owned Mustang motorcycle seats. Then one of my other family members owns one of the largest funeral homes in Northern Kentucky. Narrow that down.
So with all of that privilege, how did you end up such a loser?
What do you mean? My house, my car, my company. Yeah, I'm not such a loser. I have to keep fleeing countries because I keep overstaying my visa and run to the place where I hate the people the most, which makes no fucking sense. You hate Muslims, but you live in Dubai. Make that fucking make sense. That would be like saying that he hates blacks and then he moves to the south side of Chicago or like Mississippi.
And like you act like you're not in Detroit.
We know why
I'm outside of Detroit. My city's population, the black population is like 2.3%, bro.
What's going on, Sting?
What's up, Louis?
So, Rich, we know that this app gives you a release. It makes you feel relevant, and it's a day out for you, but it's a day off for all of the.
Bro, I literally told you I'm getting released. I'm taking a big shit right now.
Sorry to hear that. Tell me, how much?
Listen, I have the same sensational feeling of something in my ass that's going to enter your son's ass as a trans female.
I mean, you keep on going for that, but it never gets rich. Unlike the fact that you had to go fucking paro in the cheapest country in the world because you weren't enough of a man.
Oh, your son's going to get hit. Don't worry.
I mean,
your son's going to end up with Lane Keegan's fucking wife in Miss PTR.
Yeah, I mean, you can keep on trying to attack children, but to be fair, my kid could probably beat you up.
Just remember, your son's going to resent you so much because you hate trans people. I hope he converts to Islam and he gets plowed by some Muslim dude every day as a trans female.
That is
a black Muslim too. I can't wait till your daughter or your son transitions to a girl, then marries some black Muslim guy in Dubai.
It does sound like
every day.
Children getting married.
Imagine going to sleep every day thinking about his trans daughter getting plowed.
I mean, you try and get a rise out of people because without that, you've got nothing but your own personal failings. I do pity you, but not in the way that you think.
Hey, Rich.
That's what I care. I care about what all you.
The irony is that he calls himself rich, but the inheritance and the will is going to prove otherwise.
Rich, how are you glad?
See, if you mention the fact that he spent too much time on it every day after it should.
Well, he didn't get his prep in time, and so he's trying to wash out the come from grind.
Steve, why you call him black? Why is Rich black?
He will troll as any possible identity to hide from the fact that he's a failed Jew that had to go to the third world and import a wife in a shipping container.
That nigga white came in the ship.
Consent in the white country.
He had to pay a tariff for his bitch.
Swap at the gas station war stations. I hear you.
Said you had to pay a tariff for your bitch.
I'm so glad that I don't do what any of you guys are doing.
Yeah, my wife was a secretary of the FBI, National Bureau of Investigation. Her sister's also an immigration officer, so it went pretty easy.
Brad, you be cussing everybody out right now, crying and whining. That's why you can't do
on this pit fight. We'll take votes now.
Man, Rich was cool until to found out this motherfucker driving forward, man. I'm talking.
Oh, dude, I love my Ford.
Hey, no.
I got an Expedition Max Limited 202A package with a 5-star rating, 650 horsepower
730 pound-feet of torque.
I mean, Ford still gets the pink Prius that 3 drives, so I mean...
You said it's a 2003?
The 23. Yeah, it's not the new one. It doesn't have the split. Well, no, it's got a transmission.
1923.
It's got the coolers. It's got the coolers. It's got the 5-star tuning, 650, 730 pound-feet of torque kit. It's like $4,000. It's got the turbo air intake, cold air intake. It's just got new turbos. It's got extended model warranty, 2-year unlimited model warranty.
What color?
$200 deductible. It's
They gonna go out again. Too rich.
Yeah, it's got a warranty, 2-year unlimited.
I know. What's 0 to 60? It's a 0 to
60 is like 4 1/4. So factory's like 6 6.5. Well, they're factoring at 400 horse, 480 pound-feet of torque.
I was
Was it a kit that has
cracking up because you had to come out to my house and pick up my Chevy truck today. My neighbors are all laughing. They're like, why is Ford coming to your house and picking up your Chevy? I said, because it was used. I didn't buy my son a brand new truck. But yeah, Ford has to just bow their heads down and come pick up my Chevy.
So it's got a cold air intake. It's got a high flow catalytic converter. It's got a high flow intercooler, a larger intercooler, and then it has a high flow downpipe, larger downpipe. It has the tuner and runs E50 fuel. So it's half E85 and half 93 octane. A 650 horse and 730 pound-feet of torque with stock exhaust. So it sounds fucking solid.
You out here having fun, huh?
Yeah. Let's get the 4-wheel auto system.
Toothpick from the floor.
It launches like a fucking monster. It's an 8-passenger too. It's got the black leather, like actual wall.
They just let you go, don't they?
Yep. I get dark tinted windows and everything.
Before by mommy.
Oh, it's 4-wheel auto. It's an FX4 package, but it's 4-wheel auto. Put in support mode, then you hold down the traction control off button for like 8 seconds. Completely disables it.
Turn on drive on accident. You feeling stupid if you don't know what you're doing.
I don't think that dumb people ever feel stupid. Do you, Rich?
Nah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking to me? I thought you were talking to somebody else.
Joe said you fat pimping. What does fat pimping mean? Like a new, like, cool little term.
I think she means PHAT. But she's old and she speaks with a lisp, like Toda does.
She heard that shit and wanted to come up immediately.
Oh yeah, Joe B's got that species. Say your S's.
You never heard of the song Fat Pimpin'? All right, you old fart.
So 3. I'm looking it up now. 3. What up, though?
Rich is just jealous because my wife can park a car.
What up, though?
Your wife is jealous that I don't suck dick.
Hold on. Yo, shut up.
I see they still firing missiles. What did I miss? I ain't hear you.
The ceasefire is not actually supposed to be till like Thursday or Friday. I read Friday, Sig read Thursday or Friday. The actual
That's really hilarious.
So if the ceasefire isn't active, then it doesn't matter if they're shooting fire. So who fucking cares?
They trying to get their last shit off, I bet.
They're trying to get the last box off. Did y'all hear?
Exactly. Get that last Lincoln.
Yeah, did y'all hear Hextep stumble around on that fucking press conference morning?
Who?
Hextep.
Oh, okay.
Hextep.
Yeah, he's fucking stumbling like fucking Doc leaving the bar, man.
He probably left the bar.
Did you say Doc?
Yeah.
Did anyone see the car just putting it back onto the title?
No, Joby, Goose.
You said Hextep is incompetent?
Yes, Hextep is incompetent. He's shitty. He be fucking over the black people in the military, and he's trash.
So Trump has now threatened 50% tariffs on countries supplying Iran with weapons. That'll be an interesting playbook.
It's a good.
If the world
He can't do that for
I'm confused. How did Hegseth fuck over black people in the military?
He's stopping them from being promoted, firing them for no reason.
He's firing just black people for no reason.
His propaganda is so really.
Wait, he fired a bunch of trannies too, Brad.
And dude, I voted my position. Then got me sergeant.
Yeah, he fired faggots, trannies, liberals.
No, you ain't. Anyway, who is saying that he's like firing black people? Like, do you have the numbers or whatever?
I can pull up the stats for you. One second.
Yeah, please. I would love to see those stats.
Yeah, you can start those stats up there.
Yeah, show the numbers of the niggers that got promoted that didn't need to be promoted.
See, you
they got fired for running their mouth online.
Fucked up. Why you ain't even got to take it there?
No, that's exactly what happened. These bunch of uncouth fucking animal niggers.
Hold on.
Got promoted, and then they talk shit online.
Hold on.
They talk shit and got fired.
Peace. That's what they kind of do in this room. You gotta ignore Rich though. He a little special. He's on like an IEP, so just don't mind him. Focus on the white dude, Brad, above you. You know what I'm saying?
IEP.
Yeah, definitely was on the IEP for sure.
I just curious if you had the stats.
Excuse me, Trey. I would love to see the stats because I'm currently still in Rapid Reserve, and so
Steppy's black.
I was able to transfer over from active to reserve, and was able to maintain my current status. And so I'm just
in his voice. You are not black. Stop it.
He's fucking black.
Stop it.
You're so dumb, Trisky.
Stop it.
Sig, what color is Steppy?
Stop it. Sig says everybody's black.
Sig, what color is Steppy?
Everybody originates from the motherland, so Steppy can be black.
Steppy's half black.
Sig, you gotta stop it.
I need black, Sig. Can I be
You are black. You came from a black line.
You can get black.
I just want to see the guy's stats. I totally do. I mean, I claim like that. I want to see the stats.
The link is in the chat. I mean, it wasn't that hard. There's a lot of shit out there. You can just Google it. It's not hard.
Just because you got is that from npc.com or .org?
That was the one that I picked. That wasn't a paywall.
It's npc.org.
Richard mastered the alphabet.
No, it's npc.org.
Wasn't that 2 years ago? Come on, guy.
BBC.gov.
It says 3/27/2026.
Dumbass.
Hey, Rich, you don't do stand-up, man. You ain't never did stand-up.
So to the gentleman that pulled this, I'm just gonna read you something real quick off of this because it's kind of weird in how they write it because I could see why you would kind of go down that pathway.
This isn't the only article. Granted,
I'm aware of what they did. I bet you this is copied around a lot. But it's according to a U.S. official not authorized to speak publicly, Hegseth made highly unusual move by interfering with the regular promotion process, as first reported to the Times. A second U.S. official not authorized to speak publicly confirmed that Hegseth has been weeding out senior officers who are deemed ideological incompatible with military branches. NPR has also learned that a black colonel and one female colonel from another branch of the military were taken off the promotion list. According to the U.S. official,
ideological?
Not authorized to speak publicly. This would bring the total to at least 6 promotions blocked by Hegseth. So
it's exactly what I said. They're ideologues, and they're getting fired because of that.
Hegseth conducted a major restructure of the Pentagon, including widespread firings of 4-star admirals and generals. Hegseth has fired Joint Chiefs Chairman General C.Q. Brown, the second African American to hold the job, questioning in his book, The War on Warriors. Brown got the job by merit or by his race. Hegseth also fired Admiral Lisa Franchetti, the first woman to hold the Navy's top uniform job. In both cases, no explanation was given for the removal. In a statement, NPR Pentagon spokesman John Parnells called the fire reporting fake news, adding that Undersecretary Hegseth military promotions are given to those who have earned them. Mediocrity, which reigns in the Department of the Defense, is apolitical and unbiased in terms of these reliefs. So it looks like they looked into the allegations too, because a Democrat from Rhode Island that did a committee, and there was nothing found.
Wait, Sir Brad, the guy who asked this question.
Rich. No, I'm
trying to ask the guy for clarification.
No, nigga, let them have
Bro, shut the fuck up, Drees. I'm trying to ask the clarification about it. Jeez.
Bro,
yeah,
let them have a back and forth.
Conversation. Thank you.
Let them have a back and forth. Damn, you be talking so fucking much.
All I was gonna say is that was just a fucking slice of the pizza, nigga. That wasn't even like the whole thing. I've been locked in and hearing about this shit taking place for a while now. And as a black man in America, when I see that shit, instantly turn off. Period. And you can sit back and you can say that, you know, people don't have the merit, this, that, and the third. First off, they told you it was highly unusual for this weak-ass person to be sitting back doing shit. For what? The other problem, too, that I have, regardless if you black, white, green, whatever, I think there is an issue when people are getting fired just because they won't kiss the ring. I understand the military is supposed to take orders and all that other shit, but at the same time, there is a thing about kissing the ring where just because you say no doesn't mean you need to be fired. I.e., if a military nigga told them niggas not to go to Iran and to leave Iran alone, and now you fire them just because they disagree with you, I think that's an issue. That is a national security issue.
What's your point? Hold on. Don't interfere. I want to respond to your comment. So you're good.
That Hegseth is foul, and if you really fuck with this country, him moving like that, regardless if it was a black person, whoever, whatever, you should sit back and be like, this is some bullshit. And that is my point. And that is one article. There's way more shit out there that I can go pull. But that was just the one article that I quickly dropped in the chat. And that
sounds to me like you're venting more.
Brad, any rebuttal, bro?
Yeah, I'm gonna go after Brad.
I want to rebuttal that. Hold on, Sabi. Hold on, man. Chill. You guys chill. So I'm going to tell you something. In the military, I don't know if you served and whatnot, and it really doesn't matter because I'm just going to explain this anyway. In the military, I can tell you in my career, I'm pretty sure every veteran who served on here watched motherfuckers get promoted for who they know, connections, networking, and all that. It happens everywhere in politics. People get promoted that way. However, I do agree with Hegseth's movement because some of the people you invited, you have to go and look at their prior record and their service record. And yes, there is a thing as kissing the ring. I get it. You don't want to do this. However, there is also something stating that you must follow orders and you cannot deviate from those orders, nor are you allowed to generally have your
You were in the military, so that's all you know.
Okay. So, like, this idea that you can have your voice, you can do your opinion. You can't do that. You can only accept your orders. You can have your opinion, you can do it in your own private thoughts. But if you're in uniform and representing that as part of the Pentagon, as part of the DOD, no, you have to actually.
Why are you making it seem like a DOD member or enforcement period and a civilian?
GQ, I'm trying to give you a chance, bro. I just want them to have a back and forth.
I'm started military. That's the whole reason why we're here.
No, I get it, bro. I get it. Bro, I believe you. I believe you. Just let them get their back and forth off so I can hear both of their arguments. Because I don't have a dog in this fight, bro. I don't know nothing about the military. So I just
get the military.
The last thing I was going to say.
Civilian business, they're getting us in trouble.
So, yeah, the military is the one making the decisions. No, actually,
you served, right? Thank you for your service.
Yeah, I did. Right, you're damn right. But you know who actually makes those decisions? You know what? I love this part. You're gonna blame the military, but guess what, Twit? I was off fighting while you voted people in office.
That was your.
So you have a choice. No. I don't get a choice. Yeah, I don't get it in the overwhelming math because if you think I wake up every morning when I was sitting there and I kissed my little girls goodbye and I kissed my wife goodbye and saying, hey, honey, I'll be back in fucking 6 months. It was fucking great knowing you. I got to go over here and chase these fucking motherfuckers because we got to go kill them. You know what? I don't get say, hey, you know what?
I'm gonna call in sick. I'm gonna walk away because orders are orders, even despite the rank I had. Now, on top of it, because you voted for your favorite guy, I have to go fight that one.
When you join the military,
okay, dude, like you
let bro talk, or you know, just come on, bro, let bro finish, and then you can respond.
I mean, shit, like, you guys, like, act like it's the military's fault, the men and women who serve with you. First off, our vote doesn't have any significant block. It's not weighed separately from you. We get lumped in with the states. We get lumped in with wherever we're from. So we don't actually get a totality of a voice. And then you guys bitch about the military, turn around and vote for some dipshit that, like, I'll say, there's a Bush in there. Let's go to war. We get bombed. Or a Obama. Let's send more troops over there. Let's fucking play yin-yang games out in the sea so we can lose people. Let's go have fucking Clinton, and let's go fucking invade here and do failed ops over and over again while we're getting chased through the fucking waters because he wants to recall. Let's go do Mogadishu, Somalia. Let's go do that shit. Like, when you guys vote for these guys and it's your decisions, us take the weight of your decision and have to enforce that globally. So the next time you come up here and bitch about the military men and women, think about it going, fuck, I voted for this asshat to conduct this military operation over there, sending these men and women there, and I backed him, and now I'm bitching to this guy about what I decided in mass overwhelmingly. Like, that's what you fail to miss on that.
What's your point?
Clearly, you can't understand that. You can't fathom the responsibility that you have with your vote.
Can I jump in? GQ, can I help you? GQ, okay, I'm going to help you out a little bit. So, like, do you know what a board meeting is? Okay, so, real quick, a board meeting for everybody to understanding. Okay, excuse me?
Just stay on track, bro. Yeah, stay on track. GQ, come on, bro.
Please allow this strong, proud black man to speak. Go ahead, Sippy.
It's just not stop, Rich.
Why is this not impossible?
What does color have to do with being a man?
Okay, so a board meeting is when you elevate to the next position. Okay, you'll sit with your chain of command, and they evaluate you and you directly determine if you should be able to elevate you to the next position or rank. All right. Now, by the way, the military is very, very neutral when it comes to basically your rank, and you have to meet a strict guideline, okay? And they don't care about your religion, they don't care about your culture, where you came from, what state you're from, your choice. They do that. Big thing, and I stand with that. GQ, I'll give you a reason why. It's because if someone is questioning what gender they're true and decisive, if that individual does not recognize his or her own natural born gender. So that's where I stand.
Back to the board members,
So,
hey, Tracy, Stephanie, mind if I mention one thing? Stephanie.
Yes, go ahead.
I just bald white guy. He's 6'5", 230. If you guys want to guess on it, if you guys want to talk shit about him being black, you can probably go meet him and you can have that conversation if you want.
That's awful right there.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Rich, for your input.
And he looks like cattle, so he's probably fucking strong as fuck.
So when you deal with board meetings, even colonels, all the way up to the G1 through G4, all right? Those are your generals, 1 through 4, my guys, all right? And they even have a point where they have an interview with peers, the higher up command, and they determine if this individual meets the requirements, not just the physical requirements, not just the learning, the educational requirement, but also the codability to that position as well. So that's what I want you to understand. So if why Pete Hegseth decided to terminate that colonel, there's a lot of variables that the civilian side won't know. But you also got to trust system. It's not like Pete Hegseth is coming in and turning and changing the wheel. the wheel still goes around and around. All right. The difference is they determine how much inklets are on the wheel. There, and so that's what I want you to realize. It's not a black or white. It's not a female or male situation. There are a lot of females. There are a lot of males, and there are a lot of minorities in our armed forces that hold high critical rankings. We have tier 1 through 3 operators that are of all different cultures and creed.
Okay, where are we going with this?
I'm trying to explain to you that the statement brought up that a lot of black individuals are being denied promotional is incorrect. They have to meet a standpoint. Whether you're white, black, whether you're Christian, Jewish, there's Muslim officers, there's Christian officers. So you have to meet the uniform code of all credentials and clarity to prolong and project yourself forward in a higher projected range. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys.
So if I choose to become a part of this board member process, then I'm choosing to, right?
If you want to, no, you don't choose. If you
so that life is me, I don't choose that life.
It's a privilege.
Fuck, man. Anywho, back to politics. Is Mike still here?
He did some highly unusual shit. So you can sit back and say it's a norm and all that other shit. But I'm sorry, bro. They breaking norms, man. That shit not normal. And I think I hear what you're saying, but I think you probably might need to do some more research and everything else. I'm not sitting back saying that they are blocking. I feel like maybe because you don't identify some of these targeted groups, you probably don't understand. But it's the opposite of DEI. I think at that point now you're just promoting your buddies or whatever, which is cool, and it's no longer even about merit, which is what it was supposed to be about.
Wait, Steffi's black. How does he not know these people?
Steffi is not fucking black. That nigga is.
He's half black, half white.
That nigga is a white black.
Half black, half white, but he's a redneck. Yeah, we have those in Texas too. They're like all decked out cowboy gear. But MF, let me ask you a question. If these people who are all black who got fired and shit or kicked out, if they turn out to be like these woke leftists that believe in like transgender fucking surgery, soldiers and shit, would you still stand for them or no? If they're ideologues?
How many trans people are getting surgeries?
No. I'm not saying they're trans. I'm saying if these people are the woke left ideologues that they're trying to get rid of, and the people that are like promoting fucking 2-star generals and shit that are self, or just these leftist fucking woke piece of shits. If those people, are you okay with getting rid of them?
I don't even know when you say leftist.
Okay, so a guy who's in the Army or the Air Force or Space Force or whatever, he's a woke leftist ideologue who espouses like gay rights and tranny fucking surgeries in this military and like fucking all this kind of shit, like burn down the government, and they're like these woke leftist ideologues. Are you then okay with getting rid of those people?
That's not even what woke means.
Well, we're not talking about the 1990s. We're not talking about the 1990s version of woke, I love fucking, Malcolm X and shit. We're talking about the leftists, fucking the mental deranged fucking psycho white Karens, but they're just black guys. Or are you okay with getting rid of those guys?
I'm not okay with that. Just like I'm not okay with a yes man.
That's crazy.
Automatically just says yes. And I'll give you an example. Brad Viking was talking about how he do.
Viking earlier in the article.
Let me say what I'm about to say.
No, it's just responding. It's called a conversation.
I got you.
He was asking me questions while I was talking.
If you let people finish.
He was asking questions and I was responding. And now when he asks questions, I'll let him respond.
So MF, I just looked it up. I had to make sure the numbers. So Obama is credited with 10 to 12. I'm going to go on the low end, 10 officers. Hegseth has 12 confirmed. So there may be more, but right now there's 12 that are aligned with Hegseth. So he's 2 more than Obama. Now, to be fair, I also pulled up Biden.
Biden exceeds both of them together, like massively. It's not even close. It's like 60 to 70. So, and these are officers in command positions. So a lot of that had to do with like the COVID and a lot of, I will say, a realignment under the Pentagon there. We have seen times where officers are just moved out of the way. I mean, for example, Patton was just quietly moved out of the way for political expedience. A great war general, scary guy, Mr. Blood and Guts. Like, he's old blood and guts for a reason. Ball Housley, another one, moved aside. So a lot of times there is a realignment under it. It depends on the mission and the scope of what that administration is looking towards to do. And there has been talk, Trump did say he was going to do a realignment under the Pentagon and put it into a more of a frame of mind. Heck says championed that, cheered that on, and was looking to do that. And some of those people, for those of us that serve, we're kind of like, yes, because when they get into ideology, instead of like training us, providing, putting officers in charge of like, say, making sure our equipment is getting there on time, not allowing us to have that expertise and that training that we so desire, the equipment, etc., then we kind of cheer on these reforms. Because, again, you want to shake up the tree a little bit. I hate to tell you guys this. In DOD, you do not want to keep guys there. I'll give you a prime case in point. MacArthur gets credit with the Pacific all the time. I think he was a bit of a failure, but other people disagree. But then he went to Korea, and Korea was abysmal. He was shitty there. So you shake up the tree, you remove people, you put them out to pasture, and you terminate officers. You're just not like, hey, you can go out in the civilian, work for Raytheon, something along those lines. But your time in the DOD is done, and it happens. And sometimes they're brought back. It just depends on administration.
So what I was gonna say is, at the end of the day, even if they was really doing that shit just based on how they can control the narrative, there's always going to be a way to spin it to make it be what it's not going to be. I get that. The other point that I was going to call out, so Viking, if you literally, let's say you were that guy that got promoted, you worked hard, you've been in the military your whole life, 20-some years, and now you are the main person responsible for our diplomatic relations in Iran. You've been in Iran, you got people over there, like, you really take that shit serious, and you're doing a good fucking job. And now we got a new person in charge that pulls up on you and tells you, hey, what should we do about Iran? And based off of your real world merit, your real world experiences, and everything else you say, because you know what's going on, you advise to take this certain path. And because you advise to take that certain path, and it's not in agreement with the new person in charge, they sit back and say, oh, your ass gotta go, and we gotta put somebody in here that does agree with me. Is that cool?
That's how businesses work.
No, I'm asking Viking. Is that cool with you?
Yes, to a certain extent, yes, because if they chose to go a different direction, because it happened to me in the civilian side with companies and corporations. So, I mean, yeah, it has happened. And in the military, like, unfortunately, you can be really good in your role, your position. You can be you were put together in a lab with GI parts and then fucking sent out there and be the best in the world. But if there's a change in scope or direction, the man at the top has the prevailing voice because all accountability rests with him.
Even though that's the wrong play. Even though you know based off your 20, 30-some years that we shouldn't do that. And you know
my time in the military, my friend.
I'm just
I agree with you. There were operations we did. I sat there saying this is going to be a fucking clusterfuck, and it was. Haiti was one of them. Like, I mean, it was a clusterfuck from epic proportion. So, and at that time, nobody was saying shit like, oh, blah blah blah. But the officers at the top who came up with this plan that seemed to have been with crayons and post-it notes, fucking basically said, oh, here, let's piecemeal this together. And I don't have a choice in that matter. Even though it's wrong, I voiced my concerns when they asked me. I said, hey, here's the limits of my capabilities. Here's my unit's capabilities. This is it. Katrina, another one. Same thing. Like, hey, here's the scope. Here's what we can do. Here's what we can't do. And some of the plans that were coming down from were, you know what? Fuck that. We can just do this anyway. And it was like, well, we really can't, but okay, we'll endanger ourselves for that.
Well,
okay, yeah.
I think we should
defund the military.
Yeah. Okay, and then you can be Indonesia.
Should we allocate that money towards the education system and infrastructure?
Why? You'll be conquered.
No, we already spent more on fucking her people than any other country on earth. What are you talking about?
It wouldn't make sense to do that because you would lose every asset. China would literally walk in, take Hawaii, Japan, the Pacific Island would fall because China would do that.
We don't need soldiers. We don't need Marines anymore. That's what we had drones and satellites. Okay.
Yeah, drones and satellites.
Veterans, reallocate that money.
Hey, GQ.
You wouldn't have that money. That's the whole point. You would lose that money. The very idea that your existence is on internet, you have cell phones. Hold on, dude. If you lost the military to protect you in this nation, and you didn't have the waterways, and you just basically said defund and get rid of all defensive capabilities of the U.S. You just said get rid of all the military. Okay. And then basically give that money in. You won't have that money for long because guess what? Other nations will encroach and take territory, and there's nothing we can do. They'll jack up prices. How do you protect the seas? How do you protect trade routes? How do you protect your interior? So you forget China's trying to spy balloon over our nation.
All of these other nations that have all of the things that we have. What about Switzerland? What about most of the European nations who don't have a military anywhere near the size of ours? They got cell phones, right?
Because we allow it.
So if we're not investing all of our money disproportionately into our military and someone else is, doesn't mean that we won't have those things. Like this is a total fallacy. Because clearly
it's actually not a fallacy. The idea of completely defunding all military and then just get rid of it and then saying everything will be perfectly fine in the world and that we won't have aggressors come on our soil or interfere with our communications, interfere with our interior, and basically think that somehow every regional asset that we have, all interests would be disappeared and we would lose control of the seas and be at the mercy of whoever was shipping, because people forget we have 2 fucking oceans between us, and we're going to need that shit. You're going to want those resources. Fucking oil. You guys consume oil. Literally everything you have is made out of oil. So, I mean, again, you're going to want to balance that out. And if you don't, you're just going to pay more for shit. You're going to be like, kind of like Iran or Russia, and you're going to be screaming about it.
I mean, we're paying
I don't think anyone says that they would like to defund the military means that they think that there should be zero funding that is allocated towards the military. I do think it's a very American ideal, though, because standing armies were considered destructive of liberties. But, whether or not you think there's some kind of malicious, I certainly think it's unfair to take GQ at having advocated for the complete removal of the military. Absolutely not. I think, the United States of America has certainly built itself into
the equipment, not the weapon systems.
What do you say? What do you say? Okay, thanks. Am I in the Matrix or?
No. He's just been blabbering when people talk for
it is a matter of fact that the United States is in a position now where it has made many, many promises. It is in deep debt, and the only possible way for the people who are responsible for those promises to pay those deep, deep debts is to devalue currency. Well, if you're going to devalue, essentially it's like, if you made a deal and you're going to devalue the currency, people are going to be angry about that. So it helps to have the biggest military in the world and be like, what are you going to do about it? Because that helps, you avoid justice. That helps you avoid fairness. These are things that
other means than by using the military by force to manipulate money. There's other means, bro. Not just fucking. Look what kind of debt I have. What kind of debt, bro? There's other ways. All right.
I'm not
advocating. But I don't know. If you got the fucking military, got us
most problems we face in our country. You know, the reason that we don't have free healthcare, right? The meme is, there's some truth to that meme. The reason that we are $40 trillion in debt, that the money supply is increasing, the money printer is on, that Social Security and Medicare is bankrupt, that we can't afford shelter, and that the only way the economy is still even existing on life support is because they brought 30 million illegal aliens into the country. I mean, those are all terrible things. Those are all signs of disease. This is terrible. And one of the first things we should do to address it is to say, yeah, we're not going to authorize another $1.5 trillion for the military because we don't need to be over there in the Middle East with 139 different fucking bases dropping state-of-the-art bombs on Iran. Strait of Hormuz was open before we bombed them. It's pretty fucking tight now. So, yeah, I'm with you. The military-age males and all of the monies being spent before ever being sent abroad should be sent ensuring that every single illegal alien in the country, every single person who employed them is detained, prosecuted, convicted, and sentenced. And we can do that. We should do that. We won't do that because the people who are responsible do not want to be held accountable.
You should cut welfare and restricted benefits before you cut military. That is where the grossest amount of overuse. Or how about both?
Well,
at least military we get useful things that keep us.
No, we don't. Okay, hold on. This could be a good conversation because ultimately, as Luke Groman is famous for saying, or should be famous for saying, you cut Social Security, you cut entitlements, which is Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. You cut entitlements, cut the military, or you don't have any meaningful way to make a dent in the debt. And we should have that conversation about it. I'm confident.
The way we get rid of debt is by, like I said, educating America to the best of its ability.
We spend the most on education right now. Our post-secondary schools, our colleges are top in the world.
High quality of education.
Dude, you have a library down the road from you.
Is 30 grand a student enough?
We spend more per student than any other nation combined. Our secondary schools, our colleges are above most of the nations in the world. So I'm kind of confused as to what you're saying. And most of those countries send their people here to get educated. Yeah. Student visas.
That's all propaganda.
That's all propaganda. Dude, are you fucking kidding me?
Have you been to other countries, sir?
They're not better than us in college, dude. I hate to tell you this.
My brother in Christ, the issue is not education. It is not for a want of intelligence that the people with control.
Yeah, because one guy is in the military, that's all he knows. And I suppose to work for the education system. So that's all.
Okay. So hold on. Somebody was trying to have a really productive discussion about where the Congress could try to actually cut spending, which is something that you essentially have to do if you're not going to just print money. And I think we all agree printing money is a bad thing for the most important people in a country, in a society, in a civilization. But I feel like there's a third thing. What is that third thing? There's entitlements, military, and there's, I think, interest on the debt, right? Those are the three major line items on the budget, right? I don't know. There's a third thing. I forget what this third thing is. But that's a productive discussion to have. I think it's a non sequitur to point to education and say, well, we need to educate the American public. Sequitur. Can I say sequitur? Is that okay with you?
Sequitur.
I'll say sequitur. I think it's a non sequitur to bring up education.
Tomato, potato.
You're not going to be
wrong and one word is right. Tomato and tomato are both right.
Okay, well, let's not get hung up on the pronunciation here, gentlemen.
I was just saying to the Mexican guy.
Yeah. So on one hand, we have military spending, and on the other hand, we have entitlements. Now, in favor of entitlements, I want to point out that, for better better or for worse, we only form governments because of the benefits they confer on us. I mean, it sounded like the argument you were going to make is that the military is very, it's a net positive because it goes out and takes things and gives them to us, but it doesn't give them to us. It goes out and it takes things, but it's a self-eating ice cream cone, right? A self-licking ice cream cone, right? It's only rewarding itself. It's not rewarding the American public. The American public is facing 28% inflation over the last 6 years. And that's absurd. Facing record housing costs with rising interest rates. These things are not transient. These things are, this is economic collapse. And we're just going to put in another administration that's going to just going to sign off on another increase. Right now, the Federal Reserve is printing money. As a matter of fact, they are buying treasuries in the secondary market. I don't know how the treasury auction went today. Maybe someone else who pays attention to these things could fill me in. I'm driving, I can't check. But I'd imagine it didn't go very well. And I'd imagine that the Federal Reserve had to step in and buy a bunch of debt. And when it does that, the money comes from nowhere. It just makes a line entry on an account that dealer had with the Federal Reserve. And it literally admits, we're just making the money. So that's not a problem that we're going to solve by major changes. And they're already telling what they're going to do. They're trying to devalue the debt by printing money. I think I don't think we should cut Social Security. Social Security is something that we have already promised. The people who paid into Social Security were trying to collect it. They've already collected it. I mean, I think that you want to talk about welfare that needs to get cut. We need to talk about the cost of illegal aliens economically. We can deploy the military age males, the money that's currently going to drop state-of-the-art munitions on a foreign sovereign nation that has resulted in economic disruptions that are going to increase or exacerbate all of the state problems. We can actually take those same people with the same equipment and we can deploy them to identify, detain, prosecute, convict, and sentence the employers, the harborers, the aiders, and abettors to the ongoing illegal alien invasion. The only thing we lack is the political will to demand this of the politicians that we put into office. As a matter of fact, Maria Salazar's amnesty bill, Dignidad, is likely going to be passed. It may not be passed in this iteration by this Congress, but it is a fact that I have guaranteed you prior to Trump's election that he has even said it. He said, I love immigrants. We need immigrants. If you go to my Twitter page, I captured a segment where Trump was speaking several months ago, and he said, we have to do something for the illegal aliens who just want to work. The cost of the alien on the society is not concerned with whether or not that wants to work or doesn't want to work. The fact that they're here and they're drawing benefits, they're automatically, by their presence, suppressing wages, they're increasing shelter costs. So Trump's not going to get rid of them. They're going to be given amnesty. They're going to be given quote-unquote dignity. And that's going to be something you'll find the left and the right agree just enough to get passed. And so we have to face the problem that we are continually voting for political representatives. We are delegating our political authority to individuals who do not represent our best interests. They represent the interests of a tiny clique of individuals who exploit and enjoy the profits, the private profits, from illegal alien. We're enriching the military-industrial complex, who continues to demand more and more ways to deploy these weapons so they can get bigger and bigger contracts. So we need to take accountability, guys. We need to stop falling for this. We need to stop believing that someone's going to come and save us. It's not going to be on the right. It's not going to be on the left. Your only hope is to state very clearly what you will have from a politician. There is no amount of law breaking that is acceptable. There's no amount of illegal alien that is acceptable. And if a politician cannot say plainly and clearly that every single illegal alien and to stress this point before I have to go. It is the people who are employing them that are betraying you and causing the most harm. The people who are employing them. And if you don't elect politicians, you don't elect sheriffs, you don't elect judges, you don't elect prosecutors who are willing to prosecute them, who speak plainly to their commitment to prosecuting those traitors, the problem will not be addressed. Amnesty bills like Dignidad will be passed. And just like our forefathers in 1986 with the Immigration Control and Reform Act, they will legalize the 30 million illegal aliens and leave you to wage slavery with devalued money, increased cost of shelter, and a digital control grid to boot. So please heed my warning. Understand who the traitors are. Understand what the most important political efforts are. And please ask the questions of those people with whom you would delegate your political authority. Ask them, will you prosecute illegal aliens? Do you believe that the people who employ illegal aliens are committing a crime and need to be prosecuted? Will you take the public's money, the public's trust, and instead of prosecuting jaywalking, instead of prosecuting whatever kind of nonsense your local prosecutor is currently pursuing, will you go ahead and address the most serious issue in our community? And if they say no, or they deflect, or they change the subject, don't vote for them. Don't vote tickets anymore. Know who you're voting for. Know who's acting on your behalf. And we will make a difference. Vote retribution, guys.
Yep, and that's why you're probably never going to get a voice and no one's going to follow you because you don't even read the shit you're actually trying to preach.
We need all the illegals we can possibly get in this country so they can vote red. Literally. That's the crazy part. Y'all don't think these illegals want to vote red? Y'all don't think illegals is Republican? I think that's the crazy piece.
Again,
illegals vote Republican. Illegals vote red when they come over.
Okay, so who's going to bear the cost of that just to get a fucking vote? That's retarded.
Who cares? We won the elections. Figure that shit out later.
Are you serious or are you trolling?
What do you mean?
We need strong. Yeah, we need to align work with benefits. With the amount of computer and desk jobs we have now, there's no real reason for anybody to just be sitting at home collecting a check. You can do work remotely. There's plenty of jobs out there, tasks that need to get done. Specifically in the government, I mean, they just went through a whole lot of layoffs and everything with DOGE and had to rehire people. Why don't they look to these people who are sitting at home collecting benefits? I think that would be.
They fired people and then had to rehire them back, which is so crazy.
I love it when people sit there and say, we just need to round up all the illegals and all the people that hired them, because they really don't follow the economic picture. But then they're willing to spend, $1 to $2 trillion. So let's see how that works. You got to go over about 20 years. You got to round these people up because it's not something that'll happen. So you got about 20 years, let's say 20, 25 years to round up all of those immigrants, because we don't know the number. Most people go off of a stat that was like in the 90s. Then, on average, I'd say today's rate, what is it? I'd say it's probably somewhere between 25 and 50,000, probably 100,000, given some of the legal fucking issues that have been put into place from prior administrations, and the backlog and the housing. So you're looking at what, 100, 150 per person. So let me see, 20 years, you're looking at probably like $1 to possibly $3 trillion to just go ahead and do that. Not to mention, hold on, because it gets a little bit more nefarious than that. Then you got to look at, okay, so now a good percentage of these actually contribute to the GDP overall. They do work. So let's go after these farms and quote, all of those things. Lock those people up, punish them. So now we're going to spend at least a few million per case on that. If you throw in 20%, probably looking at 600 billion, 600 billion. So let me see. So for around $3.6 trillion, we should go ahead and do this. This is a brilliant program. This is fucking amazing. It's I always say this, like when you hear people start to like throw out ideas and then they kind of like, when you start doing the deep dive, people just don't read things. But yeah, like you're worried about the debt, but you want to spend $3 to $4 trillion to expel people out of the country and call it a good day over 20, 25 years? Okay.
But to save the white race, it is worth it.
England saved the white race, didn't it?
No, but we have to save the white race again. And the Mexicans like Pepe and Rico.
I just came up because I heard the word the debt. I don't think people care about the debt anymore. And quiet is kept, at least in my opinion. Well, actually, no, not just in my opinion. People just really leaned into the debt.
Guys.
People just really leaned into the debt because Barack Obama was the president. No one cares about the debt like that anymore. And I think the people that care about the debt, a lot of them are lying. You would look at Rand Paul's voting record. He's not as pure as he tries to sell himself as. So if we are in a post-debt political spectrum, then the question becomes, what values are you willing to invest in, or where are you willing to put your money in? And I would just offer Viking, the political left of center, they're willing to incur debt to forgive student loans that are backed by the government.
I'm aware of it. I don't agree with that, but yeah. I also look at like people's dumb fucking proposals of like, we need to worry about the debt, a 20-minute pontification about like the Fed printing money, which they don't do. That's the Treasury, but teaching people how our government works seems to be redundant these days. Yeah. So, and when you sit there and say, all right, you want to round up all the illegals, you want to go after all the fucking people that hired them throughout the nation. Okay, fine and good. And we need to expend that. Well, that costs money. That costs a significant chunk of money to do that. Through 50 states and territories, that's a massive undertaking. That's not a short-term fix. You're not going to do it overnight. And you're going to have a lot of issues with it. In fact, you'll probably have an uprising of sorts and people come slit your throat for fucking trying to do that shit. So now you got to add more protections on it. So again, we're at $3.6 trillion that people want to spend to affect an outcome because they're upset about the debt, which doesn't make sense to me to take on that large of a debt to just expel people over a long-term period, which is not the actual solution that's going to end up fixing itself. It's just not.
Right. No, but I'm only kind of pointing out the debt. Again, it really depends on who you ask. Me, I'm a little, like, I understand what you're putting down, and a lot of people that pontificate on this shit, as we say in the South, don't know shit about fuck. But the government did shut down or come to a screeching halt. One of the issues on the table over this shutdown was whether or not 500,000 illegal immigrants would be losing healthcare benefits. You have people, FedGov employees, people in uniform, people at TSA, ATC, air traffic control, ATC, people that keep the country going, not knowing whether or not they're going to get their next paycheck because of, really some high-strung congressmen and women with stupid fucking haircuts and this invisible population within our country. you don't know if you're going to get a paycheck because those guys want to look good for their donors. So that kind of recenters or refocuses some things, right, with respect to the immigration question in the country. But I'm just one person, right? And I'm one person that sees the nuance here. I'm not the typical or average voter. The typical or average voter needs like standard mean IQ, warm water way of explaining this, either on Fox News or MSNBC. They're not going to go read an article like you suggested earlier. People don't like read or inform themselves. So they can't have that high level trade-off economic conversation that needs to happen in a wider public forum than just this room.
I agree with you. I mean, I think you and I spent, an entire day on Clubhouse where we were talking about this very shit for 12 hours for an entire day, and nobody else was allowed on stage. And we looked down, there was like all these people like listening in the room to us, and I'm sitting there going, I'm still to this day, I hear all these people pontificate this shit, and then you're like, oh, but we can do this. And it's like, no, because you're just basically shifting one cost to another area and then calling it a good outcome. And really, if your concern is about the debt, well, first, I'm not going to take in more debt to settle debt, which that doesn't, I don't know, maybe they teach economics differently these days. I don't fucking know.
And I'm going to pause you there, right? You don't know because you're stepping out of economics into the political science, quote unquote, realm of things, right? So that's where, even though you can't calculate it on paper like you can do damn near everything in economics, you don't really know like what variable to attribute to that, with the main thing being like, I don't think we can do this. Well, realpolitik tells you like you can do anything. Anything is possible if your people are in charge, right? So people are going to believe you could do that. The question is it a gentle touch or a heavy lift? How messy does it look? Are you anywhere near midterms, right? So I'm not saying that you're confused on any of this, but the gear shift mentally happens when you step out of economics into politics, and that complicates the economic straightforwardness of it, if that makes sense, because economics, everything can be done and calculated on a napkin if you want to. We can run the numbers and figure out the desirable outcome. But, once we get into politics, we have all of these, like, considerations that aren't numbers that have to be taken in.
Yeah, I mean, just on the political side, you can take a look at it. We all went through No Kings protests, right? You saw that across the country. Now imagine 25 years, like somehow or another, this was able to, like you started this off, and somehow or another, you're able to take 20, 25 years. That means you have to go through multiple administrations. A lot of them, actually, and multiple Congresses. And then you got to hope in the future that everybody sticks with this and is willing to take this up for 20 to 25 years. Most of you have a 20-second flip around rate. Like, literally, you're not going to have it. You're just not. You're going to have instability, unrest, and it's not a solution that will actually work in America. You don't have a king. You don't have a monarchy. You don't have the same government for 20, 25 years. Well, some of those assets stay in Congress and Senate for a while. But you're not going to get that universal approach. Somebody's going to rise up and go, hey, here, you're going to have resistance. Just on deporting alone, immigrants is a huge hot topic. Fuck. And for those on the right who think they could win this and it's possible, I'm going to give you something else you've never considered. You lost on abortion. You absolutely 100% lost on abortion. For those Christian conservatives that don't want abortion, you fucking lost. Your days are done. You'll never be able to overturn it, because now abortion is now permanent in the land. And it's about to flip even more states eventually. So now there are more rights. The Dobbs had actual restrictions and exclusions on it that actually made abortion kind of like really tight. Now they have open abortions, and more states are embedding them in their state constitution and are holding those. And Trump gave them that win. You lost. And if you think immigrants like kicking everybody out, spending trillions of dollars and going into there, you're going to win. You will bury yourself in that. Republicans will lose.
The abortions was the dumbest topic. I mean, really. And for all of you Christians that were offended by that, you can go fuck yourselves. And I hope your daughters have abortions.
Yo, Sig, are you there? Sig. Yeah, to oversimplify everything you submitted, Viking, going from the economic to political is like, okay, if this could be done, but you would have to change your entire political system, right? That's where you're going to. However, what we see happen, given our like bicameral executive judiciary, bicameral representative, executive, judiciary setup, you see attempts at changing it. And this ties into what you said at like not this most recent transmission, but the previous transmission, which is you could do that, but you're going to have like this no kings shit that lasted for a month. That's going to last as long as you do it. But again, like I have no delusions about you. I know that you have a very sober understanding of this, and please that you're just restating it. I'm just really adding layers of not even really I'm just oversimplifying it really, and it does not even deserve that, but I don't know, I just like saying like that one woman in the Jordan Peterson interview. So what you're saying is
nah, you're good, Pontius. I've known you for way too long, brother, to ever be mad at you.
Brad, I think we should start like a room. Sig should start a room. He should move himself down to the audience, have Pontius change his PTR to like just a white dude or something, or just a blank PTR, and then put Steppy and AWOC, all his moderators, and then have the title "What is wrong with black people?" and then let them all come up on stage, start crashing the fuck out. And then y'all get to find out if they're all black.
Believe it or not, we've done rooms like that. Not we, the people here, but there's a dude on this app. His name is Cray OC. Maybe you've heard of him, maybe you haven't heard of him. Okay, yeah. So Cray used to have an entire account of a dude named Dr. Randall, which was a made-up person, and he would have very triggering titles, masquerading as a white guy. And this was before Clubhouse lost 7 million active users.
But you don't have to like troll as a white guy. You just have to be up on stage and talking about black topics and talking about what's wrong with the black community and stuff, and then let them all come up on stage and just start crashing out, because that'd be fucking amazing.
Bray and Pontus did that. I don't want to give any information.
It wasn't me. It was
Pontus, Steppy, and AWOC.
It was a group of gentlemen who were very, very much they called out the black community at large.
He would be on stage calling them a bunch of fucking cracker honkies.
Well, you had the one group that Cray was
you be on stage. Fuck you, white honky ass cracker.
Alright, so you did have one group.
Is like 7 times star.
Alright, shut the fuck up.
That's why he got black dick on his mind all the time.
Yeah, I know.
But there was.
He sounds white. That's
fucked the shit out of
Oh my god.
There was peas. We fucked the shit out of it.
Because he's sitting up there talking about how
goddamn
black people crashing out.
Fucking
Gets his dick on. Well, you a lame ass motherfucker.
Fuck your bitch too, Pepe.
He's in here way too sensitive, bro.
No, well, you had the Nick cells that were on here, and some of them were like pretty sharp, but they would troll the fuck out of like black people. Really, anybody.
See, we ain't got war with motherfuckers, and you worried about trolling black people.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm talking Nick cells. They were black guys that would literally. I forget how it worked, but they had a club where they had like exclusion lists where only like they could be in. They would share spaces with each other.
Yeah, motherfucker. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but you're like 5 seconds away from him calling you a chimp and shut the fuck up, nigger.
That don't mean nothing. Yo, whatever white women that you people look like
chimps
right
than
now.
us, so that's cool.
Okay, it's about to start. Okay, go ahead, Pepe.
I think at this point in time, me using the N-word doesn't even. Everybody's like, oh,
Chimps is better though.
You look like a chimp more than me, so what the fuck? Chimps don't even have big lips. Y'all got small little chimp lips. Y'all look like chimps. But it's cool though. I fuck with y'all. Chimp looking ass.
I know a trench coat and some black boots hate to see you come in fucking school shoes.
They think we be so triggered, bro. Like we don't.
Like we have.
I literally talked about Pontus and fucking A-Walk and Steppy starting the rim.
Yeah, but the craziest part about it,
so many issues up.
No, but the craziest part about it though, bro, is that we are living. It's two black guys right here that's living better than a lot of you white boys.
You got so many issues out here. You worry about troll black people.
We don't care.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the MFer, the motherfucker.
Yeah, the MFer living better than you though, bro.
Oh yeah, I bet he
You
is.
fumbled your white privilege. No wonder why you sick. If I had your white privilege, nigga,
motherfucker, we can tell that you grew up in the suburbs just the way you talk. Shut the
yeah, I mean, dude, I'm the white boy that you're being up your feet.
Niggas like me is taking your job.
I used to wear skinny jeans.
You're a mediocre white man. You're sick.
Springfield, Illinois.
In a very affluent fucking area.
You're a mediocre white.
You grew up in LaGrange Park? You probably grew up in LaGrange Park. Yeah, I already told them.
You guys are the type of blacks that I would end up bitch smacking and taking your fucking wallet. Amazing. You couldn't do shit about it. And you get made fun of by all the other blacks because you were too pussy to do anything about it.
A blue BMW is smoked on a pink vape with skinny jeans.
I know you wouldn't do nothing to me though, Pepe. You know better. You talk good on that though. I give you that.
I'm just curious where you guys got all your crystal balls. Whether you got it from, what was her name, Madam Theo or whatever. And I'm really enjoying the intellectual cynicism in which people know what's going to happen in the future, what's going to happen between politically, what's going to happen with immigration. It's really wonderful to hear such assured.
Armenian genocide, breast reductions, and Treeski's jacket's not custom because it doesn't fit properly.
Attachment surgery.
Your sleeves are too short on your jacket.
My shit not custom.
So, yeah. I mean, everybody.
You bought that at the fucking
future. I'm just curious, how much did we spend to rescue that Wizzo officer? How much did the U.S. military spend?
Nobody cares.
Let's just say a bunch of
Probably someone found your suit on Temo.
bunch of big shit.
Yeah, and why
woke up hungry. That's all we just.
What are you talking to?
Your LED suit is on Temo.
You know,
$5,000 is $5,000 more than having a pocket. Dude,
you're so
did you get fired from your job?
Do you know what? It was kind of worth all of this debacle that happened in Iran was kind of worth it just to see all of the fucking Zionists melting down on fucking X. It was pretty funny.
But you got fired from your job. Remember that?
I did.
Pepe, I got a question. Can you imagine what they're gonna do when they fucking have Donald Trump's signature on all the currency?
Yeah,
I can't wait to watch the TikToks of all the liberal bitches screaming about money is fascistic and it's Nazi money and don't spend it. Use digital currency. Use your debit
card. If it was Nazi money, it'd be cool.
But that's what they're gonna say.
I definitely will.
Y'all know this man just jobless.
I think it'd be funny to have
nobody's listening to you, Mumbles.
I mean, I would do it just to troll. Like, imagine how cool it would be to have fucking swastikas on the money, and just to make everybody freak out. I don't know why. Because people are insulted by the silliest things.
The They talk about how sensitive black people are, but we got these Jews on here that cry about.
Jews are the most sensitive people in the fucking world.
issues going on here, guys.
Hey, also,
You guys are
I think white people are the most sensitive people in the world.
how to control black people in Clubhouse.
We know that sensitive.
It's the white folk. I'm sorry.
God's shut.
I mean, dude, now Jews, a bunch of these Jews ended up leading the Democrat Party because all of the wokies ended up turning on them. And now they started doing the cancel culture bullshit on the right. You know, so you guys need to cancel him. You guys, in fact, you can't just do that. You have to disavow Tucker Carlson. You must disavow him. It's really important.
You fucking bitch ass niggas, but want to talk about black people.
I just think it's crazy. Rich is jobless. He got fired.
I started recruiting agency.
From his job.
Yeah, he got fired.
That's who runs.
I started recruiting agency, and also,
Listen, imagine you were driving a truck and you crashed. Like, that's crazy.
I ran over a piece of metal.
And you lost your job.
Crane.
That's crazy.
It was a crane, not a truck. I was driving a crane. And I pulled off into a gravel area, and there was a piece of metal protruding out of the gravel, which I had seen.
W2 truck driver? Oh, I see why you talk.
Mediocre crane driver.
I mean, $249,000 in 2024 as a crane operator at $45 bucks 110 hours a week on tow preps and fracks. Running 135 tons.
How do you support your kids?
What do you mean? I tried a recruiting agency.
You mean your field recruiting agency?
I started a recruiting agency. I charge 15% of the annual salary of each person that I onboard.
How many clients do you have? You have one client? That's crazy.
I do the background checks and the drug testing, the onboarding, and then I coordinate with the person to meet at the job location. After they get there, I don't have to do anything. 30 days later, I get 15% of their annual salary, which is at $100,000 and $15,000. Then after that, as long as they make it 60 days, I don't have to do anything. But if they quit or get fired before 60 days, I refurnish for free of charge.
Listen, you have one client. I don't know why you're telling me that for explanation. It's your one client.
I have one.
Wow, you got 3 clients. Cool.
The one client that I had was from a friend of mine.
Not that I want to defend Rich.
He owns a wire company.
Not that I want to defend Rich, but what does the amount of money that he makes have anything to do with the quality
Galaxy
or
Galaxy's
the truth of his arguments?
Alan, he don't like how much money you
on
make.
the app and say, well, you're not making money, as if that makes any difference to an argument.
Alan, he the only one that brought up money though.
No, I didn't.
He's the only one.
No.
He's the only one that brought up money.
And
Trisky, all I said was you could buy Galaxy's LED suit for $500 on Tango. I already showed him you could.
And
Galaxy wears an LED suit and he dances around on stage at rave parties.
Here, if you shut up.
Today's
You're the one who brought up.
He says like $20,000.
There's plenty of people who make over $250,000 who are still broke.
I'm not the one that bought up money.
My house was paid for from my bar.
I've heard this argument a million times on Clubhouse.
My second card's leased.
Man, I'm making more money than you. I'm making more money. You're just as broke as.
See, Alan, what you missed was, Alan, I said that he fucked up his white privilege and he got 2 black guys that he's insulting that's living better than him. I didn't bring up no fucking money. We living better than this fuck time. It be like that though. That's why you get on apps and bleed on the app.
Trisky, your suit doesn't fit. Obviously not off a rack.
That's too hard as fuck. Calm down.
The suit doesn't fit. Look at his wrist. It doesn't fit.
It's a tuck.
It's not custom.
It's a tuck.
It's something off the fucking shelf. Yeah, it's not. It's just fucking something off the shelf. Yeah, it goes too far up on your wrists.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Where's your suit? Where's your tux?
I'm working. I know, but it's not why you need a suit. I haven't worn suits in 20 years, bro.
You need it for that job interview after crashing your truck.
Yeah.
I know. Recruiting agency for the whole people.
Fucking crashing into fucking
more than one person. You know, imagine, the guy was smoking on the plane. That's why he cried. You onboarded one?
I do 3 or 4 onboardings a week. Using that dipshit, 15 grand pop.
There you go.
Okay.
This guy is on Clubhouse 6 times a week.
Once my wife, once my
2 or 3 times a week. Nigga, shut up. A waste of white.
I said 3 to 5 a week.
You're a waste of white privilege. A waste of white fucking privilege.
Yeah, there's no such thing as one.
Do the math on that, niggers.
I mean, to be fair, they were giving all of the team they were actually penalizing when it came to getting into elite universities. Esteemed.
He didn't go to college.
Opening position.
Rich.
He didn't go to college. He was general welfare. I need to find me one of these Aunt Jemima bitches that knows how to live off the system.
Why not? Ask Rich. I apparently know she knows everything. Hey, what do you want to know? I got you. Should ask Rich.
You know a lot of stuff. Hold on.
Why not? Why wouldn't you want to finesse the system like the Jewish people in New Jersey, bro? Yeah, I got you. You don't need to answer mine. That's like
I want to copy.
You know, Rich is apparently Jewish. I'm Jewish. Pepe, why don't you just get you a Jewish woman?
Well, because then you'd have to live around Jews, and then the other problem is like Eskimos have like 20 words for snow. Like Jews have 20 words for money. Like that's just like that's what their life revolves around.
Wait, Rich, you're only half Jewish. Rich is a half Jew. Your currency, money. He's a fake Jew, fake half Jew. That's tough.
Most of my grandmothers are Jews, and both my grandfathers are Jews.
Fat too. He actually weighs 300 pounds. I'm not joking. He dead ass weighs 300 pounds. Oh my God, he's fucking miserable.
I'm 6'4", 260.
You're 360.
I'm 6'4", 260, yo, G.
6'4", 220.
6'4", 260.
I whoop you on 6'4",
260.
I can't believe this shit, bro, Rich. I get it now, Rich. I get why you get on stage and bleed. I get why you get on stage and bleed.
I'm 6'4", 170. That's me, 6'4".
That was gross, but excuse you.
No, don't excuse me.
You're excused.
I'm 6'4", 260. Thank you.
And gross.
230. Hold on, 230 is like a perfect weight for me. But I didn't use it.
6'4", 160. Got it.
No, 260.
160. Got it.
Yeah, 6'4", 260. 230 is about a perfect weight. When I was working in strip clubs, I was about 230. I was jacked.
You were a
fucking
No, I was a bouncer. And then I became a DJ.
He was a fucking.
I worked at Molly Brown's too. Club Topic and Biggins. Worked at Molly Brown's. Worked at Molly Brown's too. Which is fully 18 and up, non-alcohol. That's on the second floor above Molly Brown's on Seabreeze Boulevard.
So I mean, those are hood rat jobs,
and then I worked.
Yeah,
it was a really nice strip club.
Bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, that's hood rat jobs.
I was a bouncer at Molly Brown's too. Then I was a DJ at Club Topic on International Speedway Boulevard.
That's crazy.
And then I worked at Biggins, which is in South Daytona, as a DJ. Not gonna lie. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jada coming up for her first of 3. Remember to tip your servers and your dancers.
That's just basically doing stilettos, Rich.
It's not like a real DJ. It's like a disc jockey, bro. All you gotta do is go, alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jada coming up for her second of 3. Jada was like one of our top girls.
Do you know what's more fun than getting?
Hold on, she was a lesbian. She was half black, half Puerto Rican, and she didn't fuck with any dudes, but she would make like $2,000 a night during bike week. Never did anything with dudes.
Do you know what's more fun than getting a lap dance?
Hold on.
Oh my God! Before you get moved to the audience, holy shit!
Hey, shut the fuck up, you fucking dirty Mexican. She would hold 2 stripper poles and put her ankles up over her fucking wrist, and then sit and rock that pussy back and forth.
Holy shit! And the dirty Jew.
Bro!
Everybody wanted to fucking crack.
You know what's funny? You know what's funnier than getting a lap dance or paying for a hooker is getting an escort and then not giving her the money at the end and making her, okay, now you're going to the audience. Amazing.
Man,
holy shit.
Fucking crybaby to the damn audience. Fuck.
Holy shit.
Just losing everywhere in life. Just so underprivileged.
I like watching escorts cry when they don't get their money after I degraded them and fucked them.
No, you're cheap, Pepe. No.
No, I just don't. I don't think whores deserve money.
Why are you
It's a
giving
principled
them dick?
stance.
Why are you giving them dick?
Well, it's consensual.
Man,
Listen.
why you paying for pussy though, Pepe?
No, I'm not paying for it. That's the beautiful part of it.
It's free over here.
Technically, it's not even prostitution. I never gave the bitches the money.
You do make sure you tip.
That's crazy.
I'll tell her. Oh, you want to cry about it? Okay, go ahead, call the cops, bitch.
Pepe, you out here
That's
paying
crazy.
for pussy.
You still started
saying San Andreas.
Yes, a lap dance is so much better when the stripper is crying. Yeah, she could listen to that song.
I remember my first time playing San Andreas too.
Classic. Damn, Rich, I didn't know you was that much of a loser, brother. Where you be talking like you like Savannah or something, brother? You fucking loser.
I made $249 last year, working in the oil field as a crane operator, and I did 3 to 5 onboardings a week.
No.
$15 grand.
But you got
Do the math on that. And guess who owns the company? So you can't be like, oh, what? I bet you get like 5%. Guess how much it cost me to onboard somebody? $250.
But you got fired.
$250. So do the math on that. Out of $15,000, you got to remove tax. Hold on, you got to remove tax, and then you got to remove $250. You know how I do my onboardings? I send them over a packet. They fill it out. It goes directly to the company, and within a week or two, the company contacts me and says, "Hey, he's good to go." That's it. That's all I do.
Wow.
They'll call up and say, hey, Tracy, I seen that you filled out the application online on Indeed. Are you interested in the job? Yes, I am, sir. Okay, cool. Let me run down through your whole job description and titles and duties and stuff like that, what you're going to be doing. And then I walk you through it. And if you say, okay, cool, I say, okay, I'm going to send you over an email on a packet and just fill out the packet. Once you fill the packet out, it goes over to the company. They charge me $250 to do the processing. And I coordinate with you like a week or two later to go do a drug test. As soon as you pass the drug test and we get the results back, I say show up Monday at 8 a.m. And once that happens and you show up there,
I'm the person that needs to take the drug test
$250 and I got $15 grand after 30 days. As long as you don't fuck up and get fired.
Let him get it all off so he don't.
Yeah, and then as long as you don't quit or get fired after 60 days, I don't have to refurnish you. So there you go. It's not bad. You got to pay taxes and $250 processing fee for the onboarding.
Hey, man, you just scanned the road before you ran over that piece of metal and should have scanned the road.
Yeah, it should have been when I was on the phone talking to my coworker.
You were distracted, so that
I was in Barstow, Texas on I-20, and I was out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and I was driving along, and I pulled off to go take a piss in a gravel pull-off area. And when I did, I ran over a piece of metal with a 135-ton Liebherr crane, and then the Halliburton lady pulled up in her truck, got out, ran over, and said, hey, I think you ran that piece of metal over. My coworker just ran over too. And I said, wait, what? I'm going to walk back and see 3 of the tires on the crane were cut. And then I ended up working 24 hours straight. When I got back to the office, they put me on fucking paid time off, and it lasted for about a week and a half. And I bitched and griped that I wasn't going to
fired your ass.
And then I told them either shit or get off the pot, because I either want to file unemployment or just fucking put me back to work, because I'm not going to let you slow roll me and wait for you to fucking quit like you did the last guy, because they made him wait like a month and a half. And I'm like, we're investigating.
Unemployment messing up my tax dollars.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Unemployment's paid by me, you fucking retard.
It's paid by
it in. For every 1 year that you work, you pay in 6 months worth of paid time off for unemployment. You fucking retard.
Supplement.
God, you're dumb. So stupid. If you work for 2 years, you get up to a year.
Give me your license. We're
so dumb.
Literally, Charlie Kirk would be so disappointed.
I didn't know he was that much of a loser, bro.
$249,000 in 2024, and I get fucking $15,000 for every person on board, 3 to 5 people a week, and I have 3 people working for me, which is my wife, my dad, my brother. I paid them 20% of the $15,000.
Loser.
Drewski, your suit doesn't even fit. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, question: do we really
think some tailored suit?
Do we really think Accept is racist?
Rashad, can you just answer one question? What is your left eye looking at?
My Lord stated.
Bro, it's looking at the ceiling.
Do we really think that?
I was gonna say, bro.
If your left eye is looking at the ceiling, yes.
Some people think Accept is a racist. Yeah, Rashad.
What'd you say?
You don't have.
It's really an honest opinion. It's really not like I'm just honest.
Yo, by the way, guys, if y'all want, I have a picture of Rich, just so y'all know. If y'all want to see what that nigga looked like,
Yeah, go ahead and share a picture of me.
Yo, Rashad's getting back on topic of the room. Let's stay on there. All right. Yeah, so Rashad, me personally, I don't think Pete Accept is racist. I think he's coming from a position of the DEI shit, is that we want people to be promoted based on merit, not simply because of their skin color or what's between their legs or what fucking LGBTQ affiliation they're with.
Nah, let's face it.
Yeah, but I think I'm pretty sure
they've been listening to Clubhouse for the past 3 years, and they know low key that blacks are some of the most racist folks and hate white people and mixed people, and that's why as soon as they got in there, she said, "What?"
No, you heard yourself.
Oh, so that's why now that they're in there, they're pulling the rug. They say, "Okay, bye DEI. Okay, buy everything that was dedicated to one particular group, and now the game has been leveled. Yeah. And so whatever you get, you gotta earn. You're not gonna come in here with some special privilege because you're part of a special group."
Yeah,
but now it goes to what it's supposed to be, right, Sig? Washington Mason.
Hey, now we're gonna go through the Jew.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well, I do. I mean, because I ain't gonna lie, like, so it does seem like some of the people that he fired though were some of the most qualified. Like, if they, and that's what I'm saying. Like, for us to say that these people were DEI selected, well, we can't entirely say that because the Army's selection process is really based on those who are qualified. Because so I can tell you that. Right. So in this issue, right, they kind of had this thing when they were selected, the selection for E7, right? And people believed that all the white people were getting selected over any other candidates. So what the Army did was, okay, we'll just remove the picture. So all you see is the name when it comes to the person. Now, I can tell you that the people who select these central command that select these, I know one of them is my sergeant major at the academy where I'm at. He's a black sergeant major, and he sits on the board for these selections, right? So I would think that, well, they do their due diligence to make sure they're selecting the best person. And still, generally in the officer ranks, most officers are white. So I don't really see why it's becoming an issue now. Like, even I think the sergeant major is it the sergeant major in the Army? I'm not even sure. I don't know what that motherfucker is. But I'm pretty sure he's Mexican. But I think he's the most qualified for the position. I don't understand how
Rashad, you served, right? I forget, you served Army, right? Or was it Marines?
I was in the Marines. I'm in the Army now.
Oh, okay. So you know damn good and well you got the pencil pushers in the back that get the same accommodations because they went to the range or they went one time out on a rib and they may have like went for a cherry picked op that had low fucking drag. And then all of a sudden they get pinned down and they get their commendations and up through the ranks again. So like the idea, like the military split into two. You got the pencil pushers who are really good at politics. You need those guys. I'm not discounting them. They went through. And then you've got the knuckle draggers. And that's like me, Sig, Shipwreck, the U and others. We're just knuckle draggers. We're the ones that keep it going. The rest of them, they're pencil pushers, dude, and they still rise up to the ranks, and you're looking at them going, "What the fuck?"
But you can't make so you would be able to make that discernment if we start with the person, but you wouldn't be able to make that discernment just looking at their record beefing or their board file. Because an example would be like, we know someone who probably got a cab or got a Purple Heart, and it was like, yo, you ain't really do shit for that. But it's like, you don't know. We would only know that if we talk to someone who served in the combat zone with that person, right? And you're like, oh, so-and-so got shot in the leg while he was walking to the DFAC. You know what I'm saying? He got shot in the ass. You know what I'm saying? So we wouldn't know that, though. And years from now, there's no one to tell that story. All we do is we just look at so-and-so's his STP profile, and we see, oh, shit, he got a combat action ribbon. And that story becomes whatever the fuck he wants it to, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, you're not wrong, but if I see an officer and they have these decorated accolades, the only thing the litmus test I have for whether they're qualified are these accolades. Because I can't go track down the soldiers who were in that unit. New soldiers come to a unit every 2 to 3 months, right? So I can't I can't find the soldiers and interview every soldier that served with them. Hey, yo, was he actually doing shit? Did he actually lead these soldiers? Did he actually do, like, I don't know that. The only thing I have is SCP.
But Rashad, that's you know damn well when you're going up for promotion boards and you're competing, a fit rep, especially in the Marine Corps, fit rep is your main resume, and then you can see who was eligible for promotion at that time. Same thing with the meritorious promotion board. You can see who they're competing against, and you can look at their fit reps, you can look at their records, you can look and see how many MCIs they've completed, shit like that, and you can stack against and say, well, wait a minute, why did this person get recommended for promotion over this person when this person, you can look at everything on the record and see they're running laps around this person. So there's other criteria you can use to judge.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I think so. This is what I'll say. So I would say that I looked at these people. Some of them, and I'm just kind of going over them right now. Like, one of them is Linda L. Fager. She's a 4-star Admiral Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard. He fired her, right? The thing is, she has over 35 years of service, served multiple cutter ships, extensive experience in maritime safety, search and rescue, blah, 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 blah. Before becoming the commandant, before this job, she was the vice commandant of the Coast Guard, command of the Pacific area and district level commands. So what this shows, right, even in that, if she wasn't relieved of her job, that means she probably did a good job. Like how can I make the discernment that she isn't fit for the position when literally because of her position as a vice commandant, there was no one higher than her to even say she wasn't fit for the job.
Search online and look at other things like her social media thing, and then try to gauge from there. And again, you're looking at her commendation list, but you're not looking at like everything that goes into it. And you know damn well at that level, it's still political. The officers are political. Like they're not like, you know, us knuckle draggers. They're very political. So, you know, they got to keep up their standard. And yeah, he can get rid of her. I mean, like I said, Obama got rid of 10. Hexas got rid of 12. Okay, there's a 2-person difference.
What Hexa got rid of wasn't normal. What Hexa did wasn't normal.
Okay, and what Biden did got rid of 60 plus. So I mean, you know, like we can go, and he got rid of people for guess what? Their political affiliation. That one's kind of weird.
Hey Brad, I just want to say I'm not a knuckle dragger. I'm all finesse. So you know.
You're still a knuckle dragger. Your balls drag behind you just like mine do.
Hello, moderators. This is Alistair.
Going from Marines to Army. I mean, how's your transition going? Has it been hard becoming a male? I'd like to hear more on that.
I mean, so one of the things is you have a lot of people in the Army who are from the Marine Corps because the Marine Corps downsized. And this information is Googleable because I was in it 2010. So from 2010 to 2014, the Marine Corps went from 212,000 to 180,000. Now at that time, I was a 19-year-old. I didn't know, but my drill instructors would always be like, "Hey, y'all boys gonna have to work a little harder. We downsizing." Because at that point, the invasion campaign was over. You got to remember, the Marines are for offensive. They can't hold a country.
right? Only the Army can do that. So the Marines aren't typically used for occupation. They're used for like offensive. So what happens is the Marine Corps packed up their tank division. They packed up a lot of their infantry and combat arms, or artillery. And that's why I'm artillery now. And you actually get a lot of people from the Marine Corps that come over into the Army because the Marine Corps is so much harder to stay in. And I would ask you this, right? We all know somebody who did time in the Marine Corps, but rarely do we know anybody who actually retired in the Marine Corps. But I'm pretty sure some people in here need two hands to count on how many people they know that retired in the Army. So a lot of times what you realize is, I can get paid. First off, in the Marine Corps, you get paid as the same people in the Army, and it's easier to do 20 years. So why don't you just take that route?
Because you're going to find a lot of black women in your route that are going to lay landmines in your way and say, get up that hill, soldier, and take that position so I can get myself stopping. And so what I'm trying to say is that when Hextech terminates a female, because in a normal communication, like a conference call, she starts screaming and says, you don't respect me, soldier! That type of person, who abuses the group with her noise trolling that do exist in the military, and even wear wigs, let alone men that dress as women. It's not the clown army, it's the army of the Republic, and it's God's army. And God's army is exacting. And
can you imagine being under Patty, John?
The point is, everyone here can make their own determination of who communicates like a gentleman or like a lady. If you a piece of trash from the gutter and you rose up in the ranks because you were intelligent, or you were brave, or you worked hard, or you were just part of the jobs program, it really don't matter, baby. Because when push comes to shove, you gotta get up that hill, that mountain with that rucksack and that 50 caliber machine gun, baby. It doesn't matter about no BLM, no LGBTQDEI, or any other acronym, or Democrat, or Republican, or Libertarian, or American.
When's the last time you've watched a funny
skit from SNL? Put on a rucksack to do that 20-mile march to get to your objective, but we've already failed because we lack intelligence. Unfortunately, all conversations ultimately.
He's cracking himself up.
All conversations. It's good. No. Listen, you guys all have. At this point, everyone here has had an infinite amount of conversations on this app, and there's only two topics as Americans. Essentially, when we boil it all down, it comes down to women. And what's the other thing, ladies and gentlemen?
Jews. Blacks. It's women, Jews, blacks. Yeah. It's not in that order, though. Religion. White. Usually blacks are like second. Race, religion, and politics. Chillism. Ugh.
It's the obedience we really need to watch out for.
Wait, hold on. Dominic had something to say about the LGBT. Go ahead, Dominic. Or Dominica.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Sassy fag.
Nah, I was asking what that accent was that he was doing. It was crazy.
It's a black accent, man. It's a black woman accent. Yeah, Aleister Crowley's black. He identifies as a black woman.
I'm just saying, when I was running up that hill and that female major was on her golf cart screaming, "Run, soldier, fast, the soldier, soldier!" I said to myself, wait a minute, I'm gonna go die for her in Afghanistan on a mountain or in an island. I'm gonna go die for her.
Like an officer in
her best life in Southern Arizona. And what would you do? On some house off a base, and she restricted my leave to go to San Diego to get married and go start a family on leave for 4th of July because I got a B on a test. Oh my God!
Okay, now this is time.
Ladies, please. Anyways, the war has already been lost to America. We've been thoroughly invaded. We've been thoroughly indebted. We've been thoroughly gutted. This pig has been gutted, eaten, and there's nothing left but bones. Every city's broke. Every city's woke.
motherfuckers gonna come on mic.
Every city's broke, every city's woke. That's bars right there.
White people really ruin that word. It's so sad to see.
Yo, are you an actor? Like that was actually that good.
It's John Kitover, Dominic. Jesus Christ, figure it out, bro.
Yeah, put some spec on it, Dominic.
Holy shit, Congressman John Kitover.
Put some spec on it.
Congressional candidate. Sorry, that didn't work out.
Oh, so he was reading.
That's all off the top of the dome.
He ran for Congress in Chicago.
Where?
You don't know John Kitover? The guy that records all the rooms?
And the voters
being recorded right now. Othello's being recorded.
And the voters ran from him.
I hope he donated money, Othello.
More than APAC.
If you donated just one penny in Illinois, then it all becomes public record, even if it's just one penny. And you have to report your true information. If not, it's actually a violation of the law.
I'm gonna donate so you can get some new Fruit of the Looms and stop wearing them shitty underwear.
We're going to show. Why are you watching his underwear, bro?
I mean, that's
Listen, the fact that
you always talk about that, him and his underwear and his yoga pose. So
I can't
weird.
get that image out my head. You know, when I
it don't matter, baby. The point is, Hegseth is in charge of the Pentagon, not some fucking white wizard named Othello. Hello? Come on, Othello.
Nigga, shut up. Galaxy, nigga, so annoying. Shut up. I'm not enjoying the show, Galaxy.
Hello?
Like, this Ali Esther nigga is so fucking aggy. Like, somebody really needs to slap him. Like, who birthed you?
No, but real talk, okay? Who are the two biggest trolls, right, on Clubhouse? It's two Jews.
Galaxy is a Jew?
Yeah, ain't Jewish.
Yeah, I think John's not even Jewish. His dad's Jewish. That doesn't make him Jewish.
My mom ain't Jewish. My
his mom's not a Jew.
is a Jew.
That's why they say he's not a Jew. Yeah, you're only Jewish if your mom's Jewish. His dad's Jewish.
And my dad's a converted Christian, and he loves Trump.
Yeah, he's a messy Jew.
See, real Americans love Trump because Trump is strength. And strength is the joy of the law. And when he said the other day that the apocalypse is now and that he's going to rain down God's hellfire on their heads, see, that was right before the big breakthrough in negotiations and peace. But as everyone here has said, it's all bullshit because war never stops. It's just day to day, hour to hour, minute to minute, and then your wife calls the police department and accuses you of battery, and you got to go to lockup for the night and get a lawyer, and then she lawyers up, and you got a divorce decree. Anyways, my point is, the law is a motherfucker.
Dominic, did he just talk to you?
When you violate the law, that's when you get fucked up worse. And so all those people in Gaza that died, 60,000, maybe 100,000 people in Gaza that died.
You can't respond like 30 seconds.
What I'm trying to say is, ladies and gentlemen, I was at the dentist after October 7th, and I said to my Jewish dentist, I said, God, those poor people in Gaza, they're so fucked, they're going to have J-dams dropped on their heads. He says, what's a J-dam? I said, that's a bunker buster, man. A bunker buster.
Did your Jewish dentist call you an anti-dentite?
Everybody was just all upset about all the, almost 2,000 people that died during the attack at the Supernova Festival. I don't know if you've ever been to a concert and like hundreds of people ran up and started shooting at you when you were at the concert, but that's gotta suck, right? It's gotta suck.
Sig, are you proud of Stinny?
What?
She ran an anti-Jewish Trump.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she was crashing out on the Jews.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, exercising her freedom of speech.
BB doxed her, bro.
Oh, you're talking about that? Oh, that. Nah, it was.
Yeah, it was Luke Jake.
she was asleep. So, unfortunately, she caught strays.
You know what I just don't understand is how does the FBI, how is like the persona of the organization just cover up? Like, keep it clean. Don't let the ability of America, fall into the toilet. Because they're scrubbers. They're with the sheriffs, they're with the PD for all of this bullshit. Like, I was particularly talking about the Vegas terrorist attack at Mandalay Bay. Now, if you actually think that the official story is the real story, you're delusional. And 9/11 too. That to me is the one thing.
Turning the frogs gay.
2 planes can't bring down 3 skyscrapers. And WTC-11, I saw videos of the exterior. It looked pretty beat up. But for it to literally do a controlled demolition in 8 seconds, that's a controlled demolition. No, it did just fall from some furniture fire and debris generate. No, that wasn't a control.
That was wet.
So if you know that, well, obviously, what does the CIA do every year with $60 billion? What are
John Tuna said the FBI is coming to arrest you. Is that true?
No. I know the head of the FBI in Chicago. I interviewed with him.
And he worked at the CIA?
Sick.
What's up, Steve?
Bro, dude, sorry for leaving, but I was just in a fucking room, and there's an Uncle Ruckus impersonator. Bro, I was fucking all over the fucking room. This dude had me dying.
Nyakos! Shut up, Nyakos!
Bro,
he's got Uncle Ruckus with the crazy eyes.
Yeah, dude, he went into one of those crib rooms where it's nothing but cribs. And y'all don't know. And I'm just like,
no, Steppy, you gotta say it right. It's not niggers. It's Nyakos. It's the crazy nigga. It's crazy nigga. Nyakos. Uncle Ruckus. Over there.
Bunch of monkey ass Nyakos.
Even though white man's there.
Don't drop them new niggas over there. Oh my God! Have you ever seen the white lady who's the producer of that show? She said she was talking to one of the voice actors, and he's like, "You could say it." And she said by the time they got done filming it, she said the N-word like 500 times. Like everybody was just totally cool with it. That's crazy. An old white lady, dude. She's like 56 years old. That sounds bad.
I got one for you, Steve, dude. I had a platoon sergeant that he would always act like Uncle Ruckus. Always, dude. And my fucking XO came in, and he's like, I support this. I'm like, what the fuck?
Was your XO white?
I know.
Brilliant character, by the way. Whoever thought of that character that's brilliant. Yeah, it was an old white lady.
So, you come up with interesting topics in the masculinity mention, but I don't know, have you talked about Cesar Chavez and the sex allegations against him at his mind control mountain union retreat?
Nah, you should run a room like that, John.
Yeah, we did that last week, John. We already covered that.
You already talked about Cesar?
Yeah, last week you missed it, bro. Sorry.
Damn it.
Fuck, don't even talk about that.
Well, the article, what was interesting in it was the mind control, because Scientology does the same type of mind control, where it's actually like a clubhouse room, where they let other people roast you and verbally abuse you, and you scream out profanities and all that. So this app actually is an advancement in mind control technology or group communication. I am complete. Hello?
Rich, you hear that? You are a professional now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, another good character from Boondocks. I think his name was Steve Meyer, the old dude with the blind old dude.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. But yeah, no, I was almost in fucking tears in that room, dude. Like dude, this guy was just like roasting these motherfuckers. I'm like, goddamn, get it, Uncle Ruckus.
So what are the African Americans going to do that are now terminated or demoted or they're putting in their retirement papers? Are they going to form some kind of like, you know, post-terminated employee union to sue the Pentagon? Are they going to look for redress from their congressperson or senator or file a complaint with the Civil Rights Division of the United States?
Do you ever go into those black rooms and just scream out the N-word with your voice?
They're just ETS out, but they're just ETS out and find them a contractor's job, dude, or do what they want to do. Like, just saying.
They'll probably be compensated in some way. But Steppy, seriously, you should go into those black rooms and just get on stage and start calling everybody the N-word. And then wait for them to call you a racist white honky cracker.
I condone that. I condone that being
Great advice. Yeah, waste your life screaming in these rooms.
Like, yo, I'm happy, bro. I'm like half and half milk, man. I'm like fucking chocolate milk, just a little thinned out.
I honestly didn't believe when you said you were half black. I was like, no fucking way.
You like butterscotch, Steppy?
He sounds like a 5'6" short, chubby, bald white guy. Doesn't he?
With
like a 5'6" chubby, short, black, white, or short, chubby, white, bald guy. You know, driving a semi truck, and then you're like, oh, Steppy's 6'5" and 230 and half black, and you're like, no, that doesn't match.
No, he lives with his parents. I got a question. So do you think Trump told the Iranians, if we detect you doing anything at any of your nuclear sites that we deem to be trying to, you know, extract, create, or work in any way on some type of nuclear weapon, we will immediately attack you? And if you know, do you think he told them?
Would you believe that Samoa's 6'7" and 280? I didn't believe that either when I first heard it. Yeah, he is.
I say we should, like, you know, like drop a care package off to the IRGC, glow in the dark butt plugs.
Dude, I found a butt plug on my front lawn the other day. I couldn't believe it.
Where'd you drop it?
In the bucket.
Yeah, when did it fall on track?
John, is your asshole that loose? You're dropping your butt.
John does have an LGBT flag in his room.
You know, I do put earplugs in sometimes when I use Clubhouse, and actually when I take them out, my ear canals are bigger. So it's like,
I thought you put them in
your eardrums, you know?
Yeah, I thought you put your ass. Yeah, I thought you put your headphones in your ass.
You know, my schmeck is so small, I can actually, you know, F a girl in her ear. If I could.
Is it the size of a Tic Tac so you can freshen down the
canal? Many people don't consider the ear canal as a sensuous orifice. I just think it's beautiful. Sorry, Steppy, to interrupt your incredible conversation.
That's all right. Dude, did you hear the IRGC got some new ballistic Bigfoot dildo launching missile?
Dildo in and out.
Well, fuck it, they got a tactical Bigfoot launcher, you know, kicking out one Yeti at a time.
I just want to say, I don't mind the Kia Stinger. Actually looks pretty cool.
Dude, Rich, you didn't fucking come over to the Dodge side, dude. Fucking.
No.
You're gonna love it. I'm just saying.
The only Dodge I would buy is a Hellcat or a Trackhawk.
Bro, I got 3,500 mega cab dually, dude.
Or a Durango Hellcat. It's only
5.9 Compass. You can't go wrong, dude.
I'd drag those motherfuckers off the line.
Bro, dude, fucking the tow radius for that shit, fucking on point.
Yeah, I'm not telling anything. I just like busting it off the line.
No,
I eat up all the days.
Dude, I like good tow capability because, you know, I'm a chubby chaser, so, you know, just saying.
Oh, the one I like, Steppy,
right now, bro.
Steppy, the one I like is the Escalade V, 680 horsepower, V8 supercharged.
You're talking about the newer one, Rich? It's like a fucking Range Rover. Yeah, it's like
badass, bro. Well, no, the one that looks like the one that looks like the Range Rover is the Escalade E.
It's the electric one.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. That was actually like 700 horse or some shit, or 1,000 horse.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid.
Hey, Wallace, dude. Hey, dude, I got that red diesel. You know, I got that farm diesel, so I really don't bother me with that $8.50.
If I was gonna buy like a 2,500 or 35, well, I'd buy a 2,500 because I don't need a dually. But if I was gonna get one, I'd get the high output 6.7. They're 500 horse, 1,200 pounds feet of torque.
Yeah. Sig, I'll send you a picture of my baby. Fucking just got her last summer. Fucking there we go.
Put it in
I'll send it to you, Rich.
Oh, okay.
Dude, for some reason my BTR, like every time I go and change my BTR, it won't fucking let me do it. It just keeps saying error. I'm just like, fuck it. I'll send it to you.
So we're at about 550 out here in Sacramento, California.
I paid $292 today.
Look at you.
Yeah, right. West Texas. So.
Shit, we're about what? $5.55 per gallon.
Yeah, $4 in South Florida.
Hey, Sig, Rich, I just sent it to you. Check your back channel.
Yeah,
It was like something.
It's nice stuff.
Oh fuck yeah!
A month ago. I was at 3 something. Now I'm up to 5 something. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I like the Texas hauler bed. Like you got.
Oh yeah, dude. Fucking. I mean, I'm not complaining, dude. Freaking. And so,
what company made that bed?
Was it Big Tex?
Yeah, the Big Tex. Yeah. That's the one I was talking about, the Texas hauler ones. Yeah.
Dude, like, and also my gooseneck on the back that you guys see, that's also a Big Tex.
Yeah, I'd say like 90% of the dualies out here in West Texas have those Big Tex ones. They're fucking badass.
All right, guys, I gotta take off and head to the store, man. Someone close it down.
Just leave it open. DJ Sweet.
Alright, be good, Sid.
Definitely a mod. That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna close it down, bro. All right, man. You guys take it easy. All right, peace.
You too, bye.
All right, safe.
Out.
When this guy was fucking you when you were 9, was he saying hello, or what was going on?
California. Oh my God, bro. See what type of people you're letting in your country. Immediate deportation. That's what you guys should do. California, living in the United States, using all the privileges, best country on earth, shouting, Allahu Akbar, Shirtu Chunato Allahu Akbar, fuckface.
Miriam, where's your hijab at, Miriam? Why aren't you wearing hijab, Miriam?
Hi, Taji. How are you? أهلا وسهلا حبيبي.
Where's your hijab? Where is your hijab at? Where is your hijab? Where is your hijab? Hijab. Where is your hijab, Miriam?
فإنه إليه الراجع.
Miriam, haram. This is haram.
حرام as in record.
Miriam, haram. Miriam, haram.
فإنه إليه الراجعون.
Miriam, haram.
تبارك الله الأحسن الخالقين.
Is she speaking Persian for you? Farsi?
Yeah.
تبارك الله الأحسن الخالقين.
She's Muslim, yeah?
Yeah, she's saying like, may God bless the woman who raised me.
Laura, ask her in Farsi.
Harry, she's saying like, may God bless the woman who raised me, who just, I'm shouting on top of my lungs, Allahu Akbar, United States soil, on California. She's proudly saying it. So go on, Mariam.
Just ask her why is she not wearing a hijab if she's so proud of being Muslim?
No, but dude, like directly connected to IRGC or Islamic Republic. That's what we have right now.
I know, but IRGC wants her running out of jobs, so why is she not going with what IRGC said?
Taqiyya, Harry, it's taqiyya. What you don't want for yourself, you want it for your compatriots. Well, compatriots, no, for your people. What you don't want for your fucking self, you want it for your fellow countrymen. Okay, go on, Mariana. You were saying, dumb bitch.
I know she knows English. She can't be living in America and no English at all. Or Canada.
Look at the fucking
lost space.
Look at the fucking face.
She's eating a lot of Kubi-Day, that's for sure.
Blue eyes, guys. She's got blue eyes. One blue the other.
She said, like, where are you, Trump? My house door is open to you.
Trump, you know who
Where are you?
I'm Trump. I'm at home right now. Where are you? I'm at home right now.
Yeah, Harry's right.
Where are you, Trump? Where are you, Trump? Where are you, Trump?
Probably busy fucking your mom, Nadia.
You, Trump?
You've asked where's Trump? He would be probably busy fucking your mother in front of your cuckold dad. You Muslim piece of shit. I promise you, there would be no tolerance after we get Iran back. For people like you, there would be no tolerance legally.
We'll bring
not in a savage way. Not in a savage way. Legally, you're gonna be punished legally.
Here's another idiot retard, Alpha. We spoke with him the other day. I think he could take the title for the biggest retard on Clubhouse this week. I don't know. That's a big award to have, but maybe you're like in third place right now. We'll see.
I just came in the room, man.
I don't give a shit when you come into the room. I remember people. I don't forget me.
BB is my brother. I love BB. All right.
He's not your brother, bro.
You are just not a decent human being, man.
Thanks for being so kind. You were so kind. Oh, is that what you guys do?
You're unhinged, brother. Anyways, how's everybody going?
I'm unhinged? No, I think you Muslims are unhinged.
I said I'm not a Muslim, but cool.
Yeah, you are. Don't fucking lie. I'm should be proud of it.
No, I'm actually not a Muslim, but.
Then what are you?
I don't believe in anything, bro.
You're out
what is your family?
What?
What family were you born into? A Christian family, a Muslim family?
A Christian one.
Okay.
But I don't believe in Christianity. I don't believe in.
What do you believe in then?
I don't, bro. What the fuck, man? I don't believe
probably
in
Muhammad, but he's too ashamed to say it out loud.
No, I wouldn't. Listen, man. I would not.
Are you? But also, you're against America.
The way you speak is a fucking Arab guy who were raised in Western society. You piece of shit.
You're an American hater, Alpha.
Harry, just because I have a different opinion than you guys.
Get it out, Alpha. Get it out.
I don't think it's a different opinion. I think you just hate America.
You guys live in a bubble and you think everybody thinks like you, and if we don't.
No, it's not that we live in a bubble, actually. It's funny because we actually don't live in a bubble. Our side actually is not the side that lives in a bubble. The lefties are the ones that live in a bubble.
Okay, see, that's the thing, bro. You have to learn how to get along with other Americans that don't think like you.
We do get along. I have plenty of friends that are Democrats, actually. And they're the ones who don't get along with me, actually. That's the funny part, because I like Donald Trump.
No, listen, I have a lot of family members that I disagree with. That would you call, actually, that, you know.
Alpha, just say mashallah.
My own brother and I got in a fight with each other because he hates Donald Trump.
Okay.
So it's not like, you know, that's what I'm saying. He's my brother. I made up with him, even though it wasn't my fault. You know, I made up for being a Donald Trump supporter. Isn't that fucking crazy?
No, that's what I'm telling you. That politics never made you guys break up because your family at the end of the day, right?
Well, of course. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the left will brainwash the youth like that to make him believe that Donald Trump is this big bad guy, pedophile, whatever, Epstein files, all this shit about him, anything they can make up about him.
I don't think the left. I think the left appreciates the fact that he closed down the border. You know, like this. You know, it's not an open border. A lot of Democrats.
No, they don't appreciate that at all.
They actually voted for Donald Trump. They switched over in 2024 because of what he said. Because we did have an immigration problem.
Who switched over?
I believe a lot of people that voted for the Democrats actually switched over once because they didn't like how the Democratic Party was running the country the last 4 years under Biden. I believe, and that's why Donald Trump won. A lot of Democrats did vote for Donald Trump. They switched over.
Well, they're Democrats. They're not far lefty, communist socialists that are pretty much running the party now. Yeah, and a lot of the true Democrats didn't want any part of that shit, right? Which is why what you're saying, it was true. It was either Kamala Harris, somebody who would have drove the country deep, deep down, even to a worse.
I agree.
Down Scar Falls, way, way worse.
I still think Donald Trump, even with everything that's going on, was way the best possible option out there. Nobody was gonna fucking vote for Kamala. She was a fucking retard. Let's be honest, right? And Biden was old as fuck, and he could come on. Donald Trump was clearly the best option, right? But still, at the same time,
people who voted for Biden, they could have do it for the Kamala as well.
At the same time, I voted for Trump, right? And a lot of guys like me who voted for Trump are disappointed in Donald Trump because we did.
What are you disappointed about it?
But we were promised listen, number one, the positive thing, he did shut down the fucking border. We have to give that's a good job. Like that, we can't deny.
I mean, the border was shut down before Biden became president. That's the thing. It's like he
did get it under control, and he did make.
That's great because it was a fucking crazy problem. But that's the point. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Is it should have never been a problem for Donald Trump to deal with in the fucking first place, bro.
Yeah, I'm with you. But the negative part, and so for some reason the MAGA people that are all about Donald Trump can't see this. When we voted for Donald Trump, he promised no foreign war, Harry. He said America first. We're going to reinvent
Alpha. This is not a war, Alpha. I'm sorry to tell you. They call it Operation Epic Fury, not War Epic Fury. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's an operation. This is not a fucking war. If you think that this is a war, you're very mistaken. Okay? Because when America goes to war, they go to fucking war. Okay? This is not a war.
Okay.
And just because he said that he's no foreign wars, and he didn't promise one thing, if that's what you want to consider this as a war, then, I mean, fuck, bro, you got to go back and criticize every fucking other president because no president in U.S. history owned up to saying everything they did during the campaign. And what I think about Trump is he does do everything he said. And just this one little thing, if you're going to ding him on this, then that's crazy, bro.
I mean, if you look at the gas prices, a lot of
the gas prices.
Okay.
Bro, gas prices.
You guys
now the gas prices are lower than ever.
Are you poor?
For 100.
Are you poor?
They were much higher during COVID when Biden was president.
Oh my God! Okay,
higher than now.
Harry, the reality is we did not want this war. Americans did not want this war. Why did
I wanted this war? And I don't think it's a war, by the way. And I'm an American, and I'm all for it. I'm backing Trump no matter what.
Why were you for this war, Harry? Why?
Because they're the number one funding terrorism organization or terrorist country in the world. They're the biggest state sponsorship of terrorism in the world. They're threatening the United States for years. They've killed thousands of U.S. soldiers and U.S. Citizens throughout the years. They're building a fucking nuclear weapon that they lied to the world about how much uranium enrichment it is there going on. I mean, they lied multiple times. They built the whole ballistic missile program that they weren't supposed to build either, by the way. They're a fucking danger and they're a threat, bro. So I don't care. I'm all for it.
Harry, I'm going to respond to you, right?
And the proxies have killed Americans before, too, so I can't say that.
Number one, we should not be in the Middle East. Number two, the proxies are attacking Israel. Israel is not our concern. We have Americans Americans should be our main concern. Number two, Donald Trump told us in June that the nuclear sites were completely destroyed.
So hold on. Alpha.
Can I just finish? Can I just finish, please? They said in June that the nuclear facilities were completely destroyed. We don't need to worry about it. But now, fast forward to January/February, now we have to go in for
Alpha, just say mashallah once. I just wanted to see if you have a fucking Arabic accent.
Lastly, before I let King go, Mark Rubio literally said the reason why we attacked Iran was because we believe that Israel.
You're a fucking Arab. You are a fucking Arab. You're not Christian. Stop acting, you piece of shit. I can define who is who. I live with you guys. Shut your mouth.
Bro, honestly, Euphoria, attack his ideology, not his accent. Who cares?
So Alpha, let me just cut you off now, right now, okay? A few things you said that are just factually incorrect. So first of all, after Trump hit the nuclear facilities, he said, and if you actually read the quote properly, their ability to create a nuclear weapon has been decimated or destroyed in a large scale. They still had the enriched uranium. The reports even showed it. Even Hegseth, if you watched it, if you're being honest, said, yes, they probably moved the enriched uranium. But so they weren't able to build huge things that could attack the United States and huge missiles stuff, but they could put it in short-range missiles. They could do things like so that's number one. Number two, what bothers me, Alpha, is that you say, well, it's because these proxy groups are attacking Israel. Well, what about the thousands or hundreds of thousands of Americans that died that Soleimani killed? Well, we killed Soleimani, so that made up for it. So one life equates to all those lives? Like, when are you going to say here, on honesty, Alpha, say, hey, all these people died. They should have never died. Iran should have at least some kind of world apology for it or something. They should have been, but why are they allowed to do that shit, right? So the fact is no one did it. Now there's reports, and this part I'm going to say is more conspiracy, but there are reports that they were involved in one of the assassination attempts on Donald Trump. Or at least they funded it, right? But the fact is that these groups have been killing Americans. No, are you going to go to those parents and say, yeah, you know what? Your kid died, but you know what? There's no reason for us to avenge them. You know why? Because your kid sucks. I'm sorry, but your kid sucks. Are you going to say that, Alpha? Or what is your response to those families who lost someone due to Iranian-backed terror? What is your response? That they don't deserve to be avenged? What is your response?
No, I think they should be avenged 100%. But exactly. That's the question. How? And I don't think it's by starting a war with Iran.
So who do you kill?
Especially when you don't have a game plan.
So who do you kill? So first of all, where do you say there's no game plan? Hold on. Yeah. Where is there no game plan?
So you're telling us Donald Trump doesn't have any game plan? I'm a Persian guy, I'm an Iranian guy, and as much as I follow the news, I'm seeing that he's going and doing whatever that he promised. And trust me, a guy like Donald Trump, who has friends like Elon Musk, who buys the Twitter, to being able to give his fucking friend his account back, to being able to talk to the world, would never attack another country unless this guy has the whole fucking game plan. And if he does, do you think that a guy like you should be aware of that game plan? Are you dumb?
Let me just respond to this, okay?
Let me talk to somebody with some sense. Go ahead.
So Puria. Okay, not Puria. Alpha. So let me give you this premise here, okay? First of all, you said he has no game plan. I'm going to ask you something first before I respond to that. Do you believe the New York Times is a credible source?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, so that just proves that, and I will say this, most of the time the New York Times is pretty credible, or at least they're not 100% credible, but they do a lot of, they get a lot of bad sourcing, okay? They just released a statement from inside the Situation Room that says that Donald Trump had a plan, and that this was brought by IDF and Intel community. They did talk about dissent that happened in the Situation Room, and everyone there said something that you wouldn't say. Said that the lives of our Americans have been killed. We've had over close to 100,000 people in the last 47 years who've been killed and have been massacred and abused. Many have been tortured. Women who've been down have been beaten. Things like that have happened. Mm-hmm. And they talked about it, and they said, but the question was this, right? if we go in and we find, and Israel also said, Israel was in that meeting, apparently the Israel team, and they also said we also had these kinds of things. And they, of course, said that they had a lot more and all that. And, people there kind of scoffed, and the Trump administration kind of scoffed. Well, okay, fine, whatever. Your people more valuable than ours, whatever. Yeah. But the point is that a plan was executed at that time, talking about what they were going to do. They were going to hit the strategic facilities and all that. So according to you, though, there's no plan. So my question to you is, do you believe that you have better sourcing than the New York Times? Do you know someone that was in the Situation Room that can tell you that, or are you just talking out of your ass that there was no plan?
So I'll literally say out the horse's mouth, right? Mark Rubio.
Okay, good. So then you're not talking. So you're out of the horse's mouth. King. Don't talk. So don't talk. No. Out of the horse's mouth, then you're not credible. Don't gaslight people.
Did you see?
Don't gaslight people.
Did you see that?
What are you doing, King? What are you doing?
But you gaslit. You just gaslit the room by saying you had no. So that means everything you're saying is out of the horse's mouth.
Can I make my
no, because you just admitted you're talking out of the horse's mouth.
You might not be able to talk sense to this guy, kid. Don't waste your time.
You're talking out of the horse's mouth.
Either you're afraid to hear.
Our enemies. No, you're stupid, dude. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're fucking ignorant. Every question you've been asked, you danced around it. You don't give a fuck about Americans losing their lives. We've already got you on recording telling us you support all of our enemies.
Because he's not an American. Because he's not an American.
He's not an American. He's not. He's sitting up here
I'm not gonna lie, bro.
He thinks he can destroy you.
You didn't.
I thought we were gonna get somewhere, but
yeah, Alpha. I can get somewhere with you. You can admit two things.
5 minutes, and
I'm going to give him one last chance, okay? One last chance, okay? Alpha, one thing I want to ask you, I'm going to ask you this and see if you'll be honest.
Because you went for 5 minutes.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you one thing, and you, why are you so, okay, so one last thing I'm going to ask you, answer this, and then I'll let you go on with everything, okay? Do you believe that if someone kills a member of your family, that person deserves to die?
Yes, but there's
okay, thank you. So that means death for death. Thank you. Okay, we got that. Thank you.
Yeah. But
I
don't believe other people should be affected by that. That's including civilians. But let me go on.
So you agree with the death of the leadership? Hold on. According to what Alpha said, hold on, guys, this is groundbreaking. Alpha believes that when Trump drops a bomb and kills the leadership of IRGC, it was acceptable because it's not everyone who should be impacted. Is that what you're saying? You're okay with that part when Trump dropped the bomb?
Listen, I'm actually okay with the war on Iran. That's what you're not even understanding.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, you believe that's okay, right?
I never argued against this war. I'm arguing how he's going about this war because it seems like he doesn't actually have a game.
Too damn bad. They're going to neighboring countries to try to find American civilians to fucking kill us. No, dude, fuck you. You don't give a fuck about Americans. No, you support our enemies. You're not an American. Just drop the act. Tell us where you're actually from, because it's obvious you're not from the United States and you don't give a fuck about American citizens.
Yeah, okay.
And honestly, if you were, knowledgeable about anything and you weren't actually
you follow our true Islam.
That we've been preparing for this shit for over a fucking year since Trump took office in 2025.
Listen, I want the
here you are, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't have a plan. Everything you say is hypocritical. Don't kill the civilians anymore. But you're not criticizing the IRGC going after American citizens. Yeah, no, fuck you.
Coco, I want this terrorist regime out as bad as you want them. But I just don't believe the way we're going about it is smart at all.
So the New York Times is wrong. So you have better sourcing than New York Times.
Mark Rubio said
so you have better sourcing than
the
New York
reason
Times.
why we attacked Iran was because they believed Israel.
You have better sourcing than the New York Times.
Israel was going to attack Iran first. Therefore, Iran was going to retaliate. So America had to hit first.
So you believe that the New York Times.
Not only that.
No, but New York Times says there's a plan. You said there's no plan.
Not only that.
I'm just asking you that. Do you now rescind your statement?
I don't believe we have a plan.
Okay, so you believe you have more evidence. So what is your evidence? Who are your sources? Who are your sources?
Donald
Who are your
Trump
sources?
is going to get a regime.
Who are your sources? You said there was no plan going into this.
Now,
New York Times says there was a plan.
Can I speak?
Well, are you going to answer the question?
Okay,
Do you have sources, or are you talking out of the horse's ass? And you said you were talking out of the horse's ass.
His voice is like Mark Levine.
New York Times says they have a plan, right? What's the plan?
So first of all, their plan was initially to go in and destroy the IRGC. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me finish. To destroy the IRGC, which you claimed was not a plan. Okay.
No,
you claimed
that's the plan. Okay, so they want.
No, hold on. I'm not done.
Okay, number one. That's the first plan. Okay.
So first plan. Second plan was to destroy to continue to destroy their infrastructure, which is what they did. Okay. Second plan. Third plan was to try to get the team to try. That was a key word, and that was discussed in the New York Times, which has sources that you don't have, and you talked to the horse's ass. Regime change. That was the third.
Did we achieve the first and third goal?
We did achieve the first one. The entire IRGC has been decimated. The entire leadership.
Why are they able to call
the ones responsible?
Why is it?
Are you Persian? Are you Iranian? Do you know my country's news better than us?
Shut up, Alpha. Shut up. Okay. So first of all, two things. New York Times, which you claimed is correct, actually says that the first goal was achieved. So wow, what's your source?
Bro, the missiles are still being launched.
You know more than the New York Times. So you know more than the New York Times.
No,
okay.
Listen,
everyone on the stage. Alpha admitted earlier that he talks out of horses now, and then now he's saying that he has evidence, but he won't say who his sources are, and he says that he has more evidence than the New York Times.
I know what his source is. His source is Al-Shabaab. He is a Somali individual with Canadian residency, and he is very anti-American. And for whatever reason, he has an art-on for Trump, maybe because he was rejected at the border.
You got to claim that he voted for Trump.
He exposed you. Okay.
He was Somali in Canada too. But I forgot.
He does have
Alpha.
His favorite house, it looks like, is true Islam. You didn't mention that, of course, but.
I told you he's a Muslim. I told you guys he's a Muslim.
Guys,
when we start talking to an Arab or a Muslim, we could have defined from the beginning, from the first second. We lived with these motherfuckers. We heard them our whole lives. I don't want to listen to your bullshit in Clubhouse.
yeah, I could tell he's Canadian by the accent. I live close to the border.
Are you on? He's saying like, are you on? Are you on?
So the other thing is he acts like missiles can only come from a military or government. Missiles can, especially in that region, can come from militant groups that are not a part of the IRGC or any other government institution.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm still at BB Harry. I'm sorry, but at the ocean, I'm still like fucking wow. This 9-year-old shit, like what the hell?
Are you fucking with me? Are you fucking with me? Or are you seriously?
I'm serious. I'm serious.
I thought you were joking.
No, dude, I'm serious. Like I had heard this shit. Like someone had mentioned it once, and then I had some friends that were.
Yeah, no. Is that Mark Levine? Like,
so here's the thing.
Mark Levine.
Nah, it's in their hadiths, right? Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, both of them, and they listen to both of them.
And how are women still like support? It's incredible.
What?
How are women still supporting Islam with all this shit? I mean,
not the majority. Some bunch of
in general, they don't think. They don't have a brain to think. Like, have you ever seen a Arab Muslim scientist? Have you ever seen one?
Yeah.
Have you actually seen one?
Yeah.
Can you name one?
I met one. I mean, he claimed to be a scientist.
No, seriously, deadass. Can you find one? You cannot find one because it doesn't exist. Because their entire life is about fucking kids.
Or killing each other, or raping each other, or
That's why the entire life is.
You know, sometimes I really feel for Arab people because I'm seeing like my Jewish girlfriend. I mean, they're having their Passovers, Hanukkah, like they have like beautiful ceremonies with full of fucking gifts and fucking good food everywhere, and they're celebrating, they're drinking, they're happy, but in a Muslim family or household, since they're growing up, all the ceremonies, traditions, they're advocating or I don't know, motivate them to kill other people or not to be a bunch of human, civilized group of people somewhere enjoying their lives, and that's why they're so pathetic. They don't really. I don't blame them. The whole religion is based on killing. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu qutilu fi sabilillah. Like just like that. To the people who just came to Islam, kill in the name of Islam, rape in the name of Islam or whatever. But yet, we Persian people, some people like Pepe calls us like gay fucking faggot Persian guys. Like I feel these guys. Like I know because of guys like Peter apparently come into this fucking room every fucking night with that fucking horrible accent. You know, make us look stupid, right? And I feel them that right now, because of our lack of actions in 47 years, we just let IRGC and Islamic Republic to grow this much. That the biggest power on earth is bombing them for 39 days, 40 days straight, and yet they're not falling. You know why? Because a savage group of people, they use this softness of Persian people, since they're like so into poetry or science or fucking culture or whatever. And since they had this fucking bloodthirsty religion and let them or allowed them to kill in the name of Quran, those guys ruled on our behalf. Right now, because of all the hatred that gather from all the centuries that were, in fucking custody of Islam, right now, people finally understood what is the reason. In Iran, in our country, as far as we follow the news, we're seeing the people problem is with Shia, with Islam. And that's the good thing. It's so hoping for me. Because I'm 35, and then in my whole life so far, I hated this Islam because of my family, ideologies that they taught me, right? I didn't raise by those fucking rules, or I didn't respect them, thanks to my dad or mom or my family who raised me. And then people finally started to see what's the problem, what's the cause, and it's Islam. They're fighting against that. And I'm just hoping that this is going to be the last fight. If we get free, the whole world will going to be free. Ain't no other Muslim country is going to fund the terror or spreading Islam all around the world just the way Iran is doing. Trust me, if Iran becomes United States ally, we're going to have a better world. It's just not makes sense to you right now, but I don't know. Maybe it will. Fuck, man, I got in my bag, bro. I got emotional. مریم کسننه مسلمونت.
So what do you think of the title of the round?
Let's see. Trump keeps winning. Get it off your chest. IRGC loss. I don't know if Trump won, but I don't know if IRGC lost. I think it's kind of like a stalemate. I think Trump underestimated the Iranian regime, in my opinion. Nobody has anything to say?
He didn't underestimate Islamic Republic or IRGC. Personally, if I want to talk as a Persian guy, I can give my personal experience. So even if you fuck the Shia Muslim in the ass, they're not going to tell you that we got defeated or I was raped by somebody, right? They would tell you that my butthole muscles took your fucking dick as a hostage.
Oh my God, bro, Puria, like you're insulting this evening, bro.
I know it's a fucking dirty example, but
but it's like it's. I think you misunderstood the question he asked you.
But
because they did. They underestimated the way that they look at life. They don't understand. These fuckers will go to the death. That's the difference. And people don't understand how animalistic they are. They think, they're just warriors, they're just savages. They're gonna fight. These guys are worse than savages. And who knows if this is part of Trump? Yo, kid, stop giving the dog treats. Who knows if this is part of fucking Trump's negotiation tactic? But the way it looks, we can only speculate right now. It looks like a miscalculation. It does look.
Hey, BB.
Okay. Yeah, bro.
This conflict is far from over. We both know
absolutely
that this truce is not going to stand. And I think what's going to happen is Trump's going to go in even harder the next time. Unfortunately, that may mean ground troops. But I'm not a military strategist.
Well, they already blocked the Strait of Hormuz. So,
but I think BB, with all due respect, I think right now Trump is in the get out of this shit mode, though he started it. And what I think is going to happen is I think JD Vance is crucial in this. Right now, JD Vance is, he's an anti-war guy, but he also is a pro-Israel guy, and he's a guy who's, has a unique position where, if you read that New York Times article, he basically was looking, saying like, look, sir, what the intelligence that Israel's brought is, is devastating and horrible, but I still don't think we should go in and do anything. But if you do it, sir, I'll support you. Like he understands the game. He also understands that he's also a Trump whisperer. So I don't think it's going to get worse, JB. Where I don't think he's going to go all in. I think what's going to happen is Trump is going to come to JD's going to work on some kind of solution where they'll work to help rebuild Iran, kind of like what they're doing with Venezuela. We'll help rebuild Iran. We'll work with the tariff. You heard Trump today saying we'll do a joint tariff for the Strait of Hormuz, where both Israel and U.S. will get something. So basically, it's like a joint venture that they'll be creating, and from what I understand, and JD Vance, I'm saying JB, but JD Vance is maybe your vice president, JB, but Vance's interview earlier on the tarmac, he basically made a comment saying, the Iranians are intrigued by that idea because their view is, we can actually get international acclaim by doing it. And apparently the question is, who is the actual leader? Now, France believes that the parliamentary president or the president who wasn't killed is actually the leader, but he's technically not really IRGC. He didn't really support the Ayatollah, and he was there, selected and put in, but had no power while they were running. So now he has some power. So the belief is that they can work with him, but they don't want to be the ones to say they capitulated. So, I think JB, we should be positive because JD Vance is on it, and I think JD Vance is going to come out with something good out of this where it's not really going to have more. I think you'll see Israel's pissed. If you read the reports, Bibi's pissed. Bibi was calling JD, he was calling everyone, and Trump just said, call call JD, like, don't call me. And so it's like, what the hell? Like, so I think they're pissed because they wanted Trump to go all in, and they were salivating at the decimation of a civilization in Iran, probably thinking we'll annex them and rebuild them or whatever. So, I don't know. I mean, but I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't see any way that this conflict, I can't even call it a war, because I don't think it was a war. We just bombed the shit out of them. Is over. There's just no way. They also, like, I think it was you who said they closed the Strait of Hormuz already. So I just don't see them putting down their arms and sitting at a negotiating table in good faith. And they can say the same thing about us. They could probably say they don't see us sit down and negotiate in good faith as well. I'm sorry, it's just my opinion, and it's not anti-Trump, because I've kind of grown to become fond of Trump. This is not a good look for him. It's been 2 months of just bombardment, and these people haven't given up yet. They're not going to get, unless we put in ground troops, Naveen, there's no way we can knock this regime out just by bombing them.
Yeah, no, and no one is saying we're going to do it. No, it's not that you can't knock out the regime. The regime is pretty much, the regime as we knew it is already gone. But the will of the people there, so in other words, IRGC is dead, right? There's no Ayatollah right now. I mean, can we agree? IRGC was defined by the Ayatollah.
Well,
there is no Ayatollah.
Didn't they say his son took over and he's like they don't know if he's in a coma or not?
No, his son got killed.
His son is alive, bro.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
I thought the son was. Isn't that the gay guy that we were going to send over Lindsey Graham? And
he's not dead, but he might be a vegetable.
Maybe. So, but the fact is, there's no Ayatollah, right? No functioning Ayatollah. Let's put it that way. Okay. So the reason I say that to you is that it's really important we put that into context and understand that the structure of the IRGC is completely different today. Maybe it's not. They're not going to call themselves IRGC anymore.
But maybe they'll call themselves. Respectfully, let me just say this real quick. I'm sorry for interjecting. I think the biggest miscalculation of this entire conflict has been, I think Trump and his administration thought that the Iranian people were going to rise up and take arms and take over that country. That didn't happen. And I think that was a bad look and a bad miscalculation, really bad.
Well, did you see what happened though? I mean, you got to listen to all of Trump's speech, and I know it's hard too because he talks too much sometimes. But he mentioned that we did try. We gave them arms. We actually had arms sent there, and they were taken, and not by the Iranians. And he didn't say by who. When a reporter asked by who,
they were taken by the Kurds.
Yeah, and so he said that shouldn't have happened, and they were gonna react and commit, go after those people and do something for it, but they chose not to. But the fact is, they tried to do it, and the people didn't rise up. So, it's not like he didn't, his intent, it backfired. It's that another group came in and did it, and it wasn't that the IRGC was behind them doing it. You understand what I'm saying? Not the IRGC.
Listen, bro, I love you like a fat kid loves cake, but the way you're showing for Trump right now, not cool, bro.
But I'm not.
That you are, because they did it. They gave the arms to the wrong people who said, you know what, respectfully, fuck you, Donald Trump, we're going to keep these arms. And they didn't rise up, so you got to
But they didn't give the arms to the wrong people. That's what you're missing. They brought the arms to the people. This group intercepted those. That's the whole point. You're not, even the New York Times says that. The Trump team did the normal thing that every other administration has done and followed through on it properly. However, the Kurds intercepted it, and it wasn't that the IRGC contacted the Kurds. The Kurds just said, hey, free ammunition, we can do what the fuck we want. And they came in and took it. So it wasn't that they delivered it. It's like, hey, the box, my Amazon package came to the wrong house. Oh, well, hey, this is something cool. I'm going to take it, no problem. And Trump fucked up on that. From what even New York Times says is that they delivered it properly to the resistance leaders. But somehow the Kurds were able to get to those people before, and they figured out why, but they didn't do anything about it, those people, and how they did it.
Let me ask you this. You don't have to beat up. I just want to ask you a question. Do you believe that this conflict is over? Done?
No, not at all. I didn't say that. I
didn't say you did. I'm just curious what your thought is.
No. My view is the conflict is going to continue, but I believe it's not going to continue in the same manner. I think right now Trump is going to push Israel to get more involved. Good or bad, Israel is going to take the brunt of this. And there's no reason Israel can't right now, because we've done the heavy lifting with the bombs and weapons that we had. So now it'll be Israel doing whatever else is needed to be done with Mossad and all that. And he's going to push them to get involved. In the meantime, the U.S. is going to try to get involved, and they may support a strike, they may provide something, but they're not going to do anything like launch their ground troops in and do all that stuff. Because, Vance is 100% against that, and I think Vance is the fact that Vance is leading the show on this, not Rubio, not anyone else, tells you that what Trump's plan is.
Well, respectfully, Naveen, just from my opinion, nothing against what you're saying, I don't feel confident in J.D. Vance, never have, never will. If it was Rubio, I'd feel more confident.
Well, Rubio's the number one. I mean, Rubio talked about destroying Iran back in when he was in the Senate. I mean, he was funded. He also sent money to Ukraine as a senator. The guy. So if you feel more confident in him, then you're saying you want more war. I mean, J.D. Vance voted against all the money going. I mean, he was only in the Senate for 2 years, but he voted against every single thing sending money to Ukraine, and has written books about against war after having served. So I mean, I trust J.D. Vance over Marco Rubio any day of the week on this stuff, because Rubio's instincts are shown through his congressional voting for like 20 years.
Oh, you're misunderstanding me. I have no problems with the conflict continuing. As a matter of fact, if we're going to start the conflict, let's finish the fucking conflict respectfully. Oh, so if that's what Marco Rubio wants, I support what Marco Rubio wants.
So you're saying finish him off?
I'm saying, what was the end game here? In my opinion, the end game was regime change, put in a stable government, and let the people run their country. That's not going to happen now.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that.
What's up, Yakov?
JB, I haven't seen you in a while. Are you back on the app? Or have I just missed you? Because we haven't been in the same rooms recently.
I don't really come on often. I really only come on when BB's on or Adams or Harry. That's about it. How you doing? How's your family?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Hi, guys.
So what do you think? You think this is a win for Trump?
There's too much unknown to declare it a win. Like, if they're going to give up the uranium, give up their ballistic missile program, stop funding because this was his goals a few days ago, or whenever they laid out what they wanted. Stop funding all the proxies. If we get that, yeah, it's a win.
How soon? Let me ask you this. Something I haven't really heard anybody talking about, but and maybe Naveen could jump in also. How soon does Trump go after Cuba after this is done?
Right away. I mean, there's nothing that prevents him from doing it at the same time, too. According to Hegseth, we only use 10% of our own forces.
I'm sorry, that source right there I'm not a fan of, but...
Okay, so multiply it by 30%?
No, listen, I just think Pete Hegseth's a piece of shit. That's just my opinion.
I agree, but I mean, what I know about the U.S. Armed Forces, we really didn't, there are so many carrier battle groups.
But here's the problem with what you're saying, and I'm not looking to argue with you. I like you, I respect you, but I think that Donald Trump is such an egomaniac that he knows that this is a very unpopular conflict.
Yep.
And why would he open a second front when this conflict, the American public didn't get behind him on it?
Yeah, but that's
I mean, my point in saying he could go after it is if he feels that there's an urgent need, like it turns into humanitarian crisis, or they start shit there. If it limps along, Cuba just limps along, it will implode naturally.
Well, yeah. I think what Jamie may be missing here is, I think you need to change the question, Jamie. After what happened in Venezuela, do you think Trump is going to go into Cuba? Yeah, Trump will do that. He'll try to do what he did in Venezuela with Cuba, and this time he'll do it again.
If this guy comes to Canada, I hope he would. I hope.
Probably not, but that would be crazy.
Please. 51st state should be the best course for this gay country that I live in currently.
You want Carney ticket?
Yeah, I want Donald Trump to fucking throw this motherfucker out of the office, bro.
Yeah, but being what they did in Venezuela, I don't think would fly in Cuba because it wasn't the same context.
The United States do something about Canada. That's what I just want to say.
Why do you think it wouldn't fly?
It's not going to happen. Trump already announced the 52nd states off the table.
Maduro had an open case in federal district court against him for a whole variety of things. So they did it on the pretext of bringing him to the United States to face those charges. There's no such.
Who's going to stop him?
I'm just saying it would have to be done in a sort of a different way, not just snatching
he'll do something similar, saying, "Hey, I was able to do that one. I can do." In other words, he'll do something where, like look what he did already to Cuba. He already blockaded oil going in.
No, he just actually, he said he was going to do that, and last week they let a Russian tanker in.
Correct. So he did stop it for a period of time, and then he recently allowed a Russian tanker to come in but that was part of the overall supply.
But in the period of time that he stopped it, no tanker approached, and then the tanker got closer and said, okay, this one could go through. So to be honest, I thought that was a really bad move. You either have sanctions or you prevent things or you don't, but you don't say you do it and then let something through.
But I think you're incorrect on that because what I read was that there were tankers that went and the U.S. stopped them, and they also stopped the flow of oil from Venezuela to Cuba as well.
There was no naval blockade of Cuba.
No, but there was a blockade of anything going towards Cuba. So in other words, Venezuela, which usually supports a lot to Cuba, wasn't able to provide it. And so then a Russian ship came close. This after a few weeks and after bitter outcry from many nations, including the United Nations and others. That's why the United Nations put out a statement on it. And then Trump said, okay, fine, we'll let one go through.
I think we're saying the same thing in different ways. When he said there's no tankers can go to Cuba, none actually went until he then finally said, oh, okay, there's one close, we're going to let it go through. He didn't actually turn one around. It's not like he turned around three and then let the Russian ship in. That's my understanding.
So the White House official statement, I just looked it up.
Okay.
Trump stated that despite the blockade, he allowed the shipment because Cuba needed to survive. He said the tanker's cargo was designed to ease massive power shortages and fuel shortages. And apparently he said despite allowing this shipment, the administration continued its broader maximum pressure campaign, suggesting the move is not an end to the blockade, but a specific exemption. The decision allowed a sanctioned Russian ship to deliver aid to the nation, considered a key U.S. adversary, with Trump dismissing concerns that the act benefited Russian President Vladimir Putin, saying he loses one boatload of oil. I have no problem with that. Right? And then the decision allows a small reprieve for the Cuban government as the U.S. continues to seek its collapse. Right now, no oil since that has come, and now it says, this is what's being said, is that Cuba is now suffering an energy crisis again and pleading with the Trump administration to allow more oil to come to Cuba. So they are stopping it. It was almost like, hey, we're stopping. All right, you know what? Let's let it come in.
Yeah, that's my point. They said we're stopping it, and then he opened it up.
Yeah, he said eat a little bit. All right, eat a little bit. All right, now we're stopping it again. You got to stop it.
Like if he does that the second time, it's going to be useless to say you're stopping.
Can you guys hear me?
No, but it's a strategy.
Does this sound good or not? I've been talking for like 10 minutes.
No, you just said it.
No, I know, but it didn't come through. Can you guys? So sorry to interrupt you guys. Does this sound clear?
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay, thanks.
But it's a strategy, right? You block it, right? Then you allow a little bit to come in, right? Then you see what the government does with it. And by the way, there's actually evidence that the Cuban government didn't actually give any of that oil to the people, right? They gave like a small portion of it to the people. right? So a lot of it they used for themselves, mostly the Cuban leadership. And so, Trump then says to the people, hey guys, look, I allowed some to come in. You guys are suffering. I didn't allow. Now what happens? They start suffering again. The government starts pleading to the UN and others. Trump says, hey, I'll do it again, but I'll let them come in. But look again, they're not allowing your shit they're not giving you any shit. And now he's proven right. Hey, look, these people are horrible. Something needs to happen. And eventually he's proven right to the UN. I mean, it's a strategy. I understand what you're saying. The look of it is different, but if you understand the larger context, it could actually work out if executed right.
Do you guys estimated the IRGC and their will to fight?
Not the IRGC, but the Iranian people in general. I think he decimated the IRGC. I think he thought I think Trump's assessment was wrong. And if you read the New York Times article, I think you'll gain a lot in there. Israel provided intelligence saying that they believe that the IRGC soldiers themselves will flip. And so if you kill the leadership, you destroyed the snake will slither away, or you'll get those National Guard, those Revolutionary Guard people, the actual soldiers, to turn and change. And that's what Israel sold them. And by the way, to be fair,
you guys don't remember before now? Sorry to interrupt. Remember before everybody was talking shit, saying, look, if Trump's not supporting Bibi, he's talking shit. It's the same play. They're still working together.
Probably.
Well, I tell you, logic dictates that they thought they were going to get it done really quickly because
it's just a game.
They thought because
the ceasefire is a game. It's temporarily happen because of some reasons apparently, but I promise you, it's going to be back on.
Because the reason why I said they thought it would be over quickly is, in a longer-term conflict, the Straits of Hormuz are a natural choke point and hard to defend, very, very hard to defend. And they just assumed that they wouldn't have to deal with that it would be over quickly and that tankers would go through. They weren't prepared with the proper assets to deal with the threats to the Straits of Hormuz. So I think there is some notion that they believe that it would topple very quickly.
Well, I think what I was saying is that they were sold a bag of lies by or at least the belief was that they were sold a bag of lies by Israel, right? Right or wrong, that's what they believe. And so the fact is, the belief was that the IRGC guardsmen would turn on them and would join our side. And basically, by doing that, you get a revolution, you get a coup, coup d'etat, and hey, now you're good, and hey, we're in great shape. That's what they thought. Unfortunately, it didn't happen that way, and I think that's the miscalculation, right? And so that kind of goes with what Yaakov is saying, is that if you knew that wasn't going to happen, you were going to do this, the first thing you would do is say, hey, let me go to the Strait of Hormuz, let me put the resources there around the borders, let me talk to Saudi Arabia, which also is part of the Strait in that area, let me talk to the UAE and Oman, and let me make sure that we can have resources around there and that I can get their support, and then we'll do this whole campaign, because Saudi Arabia is on board with the U.S. doing this, and as are other countries in that region.
Naveen, outside of touch, let me just say this, man, because I'm driving, so I got to jump in when I can. But the thing that I find crazy to me, like out of everything, first of all, we shouldn't have went in, but we went in, whatever, is that Pakistan is the one that's broken the peace deal. Pakistan of all countries.
Yeah, well, we knew that was going to happen. I mean, the U.S. has always had this mentality towards Pakistan that before Trump and after Trump, that Pakistan are English-speaking Muslim people that we can work with. And they've always had that mentality, right or wrong. Every president has had that. And Trump, the first president in the first Trump administration, he is the first president to declare Pakistan a a terror-sponsoring nation. But, he rescinded it. Biden rescinded it, and then Trump didn't restore it this time. So, yeah.
I want to hear from Jaro. Jaro, you mind coming up, buddy? What do you think? Do you think this was a win for Trump and the United States of America, or do you think it's a loss? Or do you, yeah?
Well, before he comes up, let me just say this. I also think one of the other miscalculations, and I'm only saying you because you and I have such a long history together, and I respect you. One of the biggest miscalculations was the fact that he thought there was going to be some kind of coalition with France and England and all these countries are going to jump on board and say, oh my God, let's support America. And none of them did it. They left us out in the cold.
Well, JB, that's not correct because if you read the New York Times thing, in the meeting itself that they had in the situation, again, I'm citing the New York Times, so I'm not saying I know any info beyond that, but apparently in the meeting it was said to him, like, hey, these allies aren't going to come aboard. They're not going to do anything. He said, well, if they want their fucking oil, they're going to do what they need to get their oil. But and that was Trump's response. And Raising Cain basically said, and he said, I don't care. We don't need them. They didn't come aboard the first time when I did it. They're not going to come aboard now. So I don't think Trump's expectation was that they were going to come aboard. And Trump also made a statement in that, if you read that whole thing, he says, when they asked about the Strait of Hormuz, he goes, why do we care that? We don't get oil through that.
We get 2.5% of our oil from that.
He says, we don't need that. He said, if they block us, who the fuck cares? I'll get it somewhere else, and we'll drill, baby, drill. That's what he said in that meeting. So he said, I don't care. He's like, they're the ones who are concerned with it. Even now, Trump's kind of like, hey, you know what? I don't really care because, Britain go get your oil. And notice how Britain still is being blockaded, but they're not working with Iran, but at the same time, they don't want to work with America. Same with France, right? So it's an interesting situation, but you're right. It's interesting that they didn't come aboard, but I don't think it's a failure on his end.
Well, no, he thought he could do it on his own, quickly, and it would be over in a few days, like the sort of 3-day affair that Russia thought they could get in Ukraine, where they thought they could topple the government in 3 days and put a puppet in. He thought he could get it done in 3 days. All of a sudden, it drags out and drags out and drags out, and he needs more. I don't think he needs the resources, to be honest. What are the French going to send over? A frigate? They have an aircraft carrier, but they're not going to send an aircraft carrier over there. We got enough naval aviation there. What is Britain going to send? Coalition building is for ground forces in Iraq. Right? This is the last time we built a real coalition there.
Exactly, and I think his other thing was, which is fascinating, is if you actually when I read that, I was like, holy shit! It's actually kind of in some ways playing out, kind of like what BB just said. It's kind of playing out the way, in some ways, Trump may have wanted, because he actually says in it, this will tell us if NATO is truly on our side, because an Article 5 nation is at war. And
no, but it doesn't work that way. No. Article 5 is for an attack.
I know that, but I'm saying, I know that, but Trump's comment was that, right? So whether Trump knows it or not, right? I think his view was to see, will they come aboard? Will they help? Will they, if Iran attacks one of us, right? Attacks us or attacks our people, right? There's no clause in there. So those are all the things that, and I think it was a conversation that they were citing that, where someone says, well, sir, if they down our planes or if they kill our people. And he said, well, let's see what NATO responds. I'm curious. He's like, not that I care because, we can still decimate them, but it's curious what they do. And so in some ways you look at it, NATO didn't do shit. And so the view is, hey, you guys want us to get involved in the against the big bad for which you guys exist, and we're giving all the money, and you guys are giving less. And now there's another conflict here with a big bad that was causing problems to other nations, which you didn't think was a concern. And so none of you guys want to even help.
Here's the first few words of Article 5, just so to be clear. The parties agree that an armed attack against one or more of them in Europe or North America, that's it, So you have to invade their land, like the countries, or attack the countries. That's why the only time Article 5 was ever invoked was on 9/11, because it was an attack on U.S. soil in North America. In Europe, in the Middle East, if they attack a base of an American base or a French base or a British base, that's not Article 5. Actually, the only place would be Article 5 would be Cyprus, because Britain actually owns that land on Cyprus, 2.5 square miles.
I think the biggest miscalculation was, and look, we don't know what's inside Donald Trump, so we could just go based on his actions, right? But I think the biggest miscalculation was the thought of the Iranian people uprising, and they did it. You know, whether they have arms or not, listen, you get 1 million people on the street, it's kind of hard to kill 1 million people. But I think that was the biggest miscalculation. I think the Iranian people were just too scared to step up. Here's a question, Naveen. I have a question for Naveen. Do you think that this, and I'm just going to, I don't know, throw it out there, this failure of a campaign, because I don't even know what it accomplished, how does it impact midterms?
I think if the midterms were done today, it would significantly affect it. If the question is what happens between now and the midterms that can change course of where we are now.
Junior, welcome to the stage. What do you have to add to the topic? Junior, go ahead. Yeah, Mike on Junior.
Yeah. So I know this is going to sound corny and stuff, but I feel like politics is kind of scary to me, and I mean, like, we are human at the end of the day, man. Like, and it's like a lot of times people get their judgment clouded up, and instead of just actually literally having dialogue and speaking to people, where everybody, you know, could be around. Not we shouldn't have to find out through the news. Like I feel like they leave the American people out, you know, as far as like, but they say that we could vote, but for voting doesn't make a difference with anything, because I feel like it's your character, how you move, like just. I mean, I understand. You like religion,
bro.
Just relax,
bro. Hold up. You just said that you shouldn't have to get your information from the news.
Yeah, exactly.
How the fuck do you want to know what's going on in Iran or Japan or China?
Okay, so you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
No, that's why I asked you again. I said, did you just say that? You're the reason why.
We are good.
So life's real simple, and then people complicate shit.
Exactly. Yup. And that's exactly what it is. It's like you can.
I'm just gonna go sit in the corner and fuck myself. Go ahead.
It's like you can do all the right things, right? And it still will never be right. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes when you're dealing with politics, like regular civilians need to step back from that. We like, it's because it's obvious that they're not listening to us, but they're making us vote for these people.
I want to listen to you, but
hold on a second, bro. Hold on a second, you guys. I want to get the lady in. She came up to the stage. Thank you for your contribution, Junior. Hang out for a little while. Miriam, how you doing?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you guys? And hi to everybody. And just can I say something, because ago, and I'm married, and my husband don't want I talk a lot. Please, Mr. Sam, invite him to come to the stage.
How come your husband is okay with you showing your hair if you're Muslim?
Your husband is okay.
Hold on, you got Puria.
I love you, said that you.
Okay, hold on, Puria. Wait, who do you want? Sam, who do you want to come on stage? Miriam, Azizan, who do you want to come on stage?
Miriam, what's your husband's name?
I don't know. Okay.
What the fuck is wrong with you stupid cunts, okay? You fucking male and female fucking cunts. That you gotta steal a personality out of the sky and troll a fucking whole stage with a bunch of people, the 31 people in this room, and you come up here. You were already on stage an hour ago, you stupid fucking putana fucking desgraciada de puta de mierda. La basura de the fucking suelo. And you come up here again and try and LARP and cosplay because you don't have a fucking personality. What the fuck is wrong? What happened to you as a child that you
bring up an actual Muslim? Bring up an actual Muslim. So this
fucking to suck fucking.
But does your husband know that you just fucking cook?
Who cares, bro? Don't even fall for her shit. Who cares what she called her? Honestly, you're jogging out of here insufferable tonight, brother. I need some intellectual conversation because I've met so many fake fucking people on Clubhouse today, and it's, bro, you don't even understand. I got raked to the cross because of you, JP, earlier. Rich came and lit up a whole fucking room, and some of the biggest pieces of shit that sat with you every day never said a fucking word for fucking 2 hours. You're coming in, he's gonna boom my house, gonna blow up my accounts, he's gonna do everything. And then these fucking losers that come in and fucking troll rooms just because they just want to troll a fuck room. And then we fall for it and raise our blood pressure to argue back with them. I want somebody to come up and if you got more fucking vowels in your fucking name and you put your hand up, I'm shooting you right in the face. Not in a literal sense, I'm dropping you from the stage. So if your name's like it sounds like there's 18 vowels, don't put your hand up, you stupid fuck. I want to hear from some people that actually want to talk about this conflict because there's actual people in the audience that actually want to learn. There's fucking some great mods that are on stage, some great people that are on stage. There's mods that have been on stage that ran fucking rooms with thousands of people, built up houses with 45,000 fucking people. JB's one of them. Ocean is on here. Me and Harry, my ride or die, he's my day one guy. I fucking hold on to them all the fucking time. Fucking genius. Like Yaakov, there's so many people that are good. You can learn so much from the people in this room. Why wouldn't you take that chance and come up and ask a question? If we can't answer, we'll be honest and say, oh, we don't know. Maybe somebody else will come up and answer. Like, use it as a learning curve. Fucking life's about lessons or blessings. Don't make it be a fucking lesson that you missed out on a blessing tonight. Make it a blessing that you could learn a lesson. For fuck's sakes.
Hey, Bibi, I just want to interject one thing real quick. I agree with you. I do think Yakov is a genius.
Yeah, he is. I tell him all the time, you're too smart for this fucking app.
Yeah, well, thank you guys. I'm not a genius.
There you go. Bima, come up. I want to hear from you too. What about this right now, man? I want to hear Nima.
Bima, come up, Bima.
She's great. Come up.
Maybe Cammy can come up.
And I'm not gonna dock Bima, but I'm not gonna even. I will tell you guys, she's absolutely gorgeous.
She is fire. Even though I like her attitude, I don't like it sometimes. She's a big old bad spanking. But what do you think, honestly? Do you think it's a bad look? What happened with Trump, or there's something bigger that we don't know as the public?
I wanna believe. Listen, I wanna believe that Trump is way smarter than this, and that he's pulling some other strings behind. Like he's giving the public-facing understanding of what's going on, and then there's bigger plays that we just don't have any idea to. I want to believe that. I think this whole ceasefire thing was really messed up, And what I understand is that there was a ceasefire. Trump negotiated. They agreed to the 2-week ceasefire. Pakistan thought that it included Lebanon. So they communicated publicly that the ceasefire included everywhere, including Lebanon. And what J.D. Vance then came out and said that it was just a misunderstanding, that it didn't include Lebanon. And then Israel, oh my God, did some pretty brutal attacks on Lebanon soon after the biggest airstrikes since the beginning of the war. So I want to think that this, I don't know what to think about this. I'm frustrated.
That's okay.
I'm frustrated. I feel
let it out.
I want Israel to be safe, but I want them to live in peace just like everybody else. But I think what they're doing in southern Lebanon is horrible. And it's bad timing, and it looks PR, everything just looks bad.
And you have a right to your opinion, and I challenge anybody that would like to come up here and question that opinion or try and defend it without insulting her or degrading. Just challenge her opinion, not her as a person.
I won't
We all have differences of.
Sorry, TV.
I know you won't.
I will say this. She gets pretty privileged with me, but I just want to say that, and I disagree with everything she's saying, like usual. But I'm glad that we have Alan Dean on stage. Alan Dean, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Jimmy?
Living my best life, bro. The mic is yours.
Well, I just came in. What is it that Trump just did? You're talking about...
He was talking shit about Armenian people. I was like, where's Alan Dean when we need him?
No, he wasn't. He knows better than that. No, aside from the ceasefire, is that what the title is referring to?
Yes, sir. It's just referring to the current events that took place.
Yeah. No, I think he did win again, and I think the whole construct.
Mr. Dean, respectfully, break it down how he won.
Well, he saw an opportunity to do something in Iran. He took it. He used his usual tactics and his strong position, or at least strong rhetoric, which the left always objects to because they believe you should try and be more accommodating to one's enemies. He created this deadline, and both parties came to, and before that deadline, he kept slamming the hell out of Iran's, what's the word I'm looking for? He kept hitting them. He bombed Karg Island, or however you pronounce it. And then they both, and I saw this when he said, in his tweet, he said, oh, now there's more reasonable people in charge. He laid the groundwork so that both the United States and Iran could come to an agreement without either losing face. And that's exactly what happened. He said, we've got a peace deal. So it makes it look cooperative. But behind that cooperation was a firm hand. And that's fine. Now, it could have gone the other way, but I'm glad that it went the way it did.
Wait, Alan, let me ask you, because you kind of making my head spin a little bit here. What exactly did we accomplish? I'm just curious. What was it? What do you accomplish there?
Okay, I don't know. That 50 years from now, the historians will judge what he did or did not accomplish. But right now, I do know is that under his direction, the United States started a military action in Iran. It could have ended up with him bombing their power plants and bridges and more bloodshed. That didn't happen. So, I think in these types of situations, we'll have to wait and see.
I have a question, Mr. Dean.
Sure.
If this is a win, what does a loss look like?
The loss would have looked like a loss would have been, well, first of all, let me say this. This is a win, keeping in mind that Islam isn't going to go away, that the problems in the Middle East are never going to go away. There will always be problems there.
So do you think this was a fight against Islam and it's one country at a time?
No, don't assume that. Let me finish my thought. No, it's okay. It was a reasonable question considering what I just said. But we know that there are problems in the Middle East. Let me take Islam out of it. There are problems in the Middle East. We know that. There are conflicts in the Middle East. There will always be problems there because it's a contentious part of the world in which Christians, Muslims, and Jews all lay claim to the same area. It's been that way for how many centuries. So I see this as a mitigating action. That's all. Iran had built up a lot of military assets. We did something to compromise and at least for a time being, put them out of commission. That was worth it, I think. That's a win. The United States got to flex its power, remind the rest of the world, we can blow shit up and we can do it wherever we want.
But Alan, let's have this conversation. And sure. I'm being totally sincere, man. I say this respectfully. This was not a win for America. There's no way anybody, I don't care what Naveen says, anybody else says, this was a stalemate, which it shouldn't have been, because, we can't get on our soapbox as Americans and say we're the strongest country in the history of this planet, and then come to a stalemate with a third-rate country. I'm sorry. So to me, it was just a waste of time, waste of money, and a waste of supplies and ammunition. Just my opinion.
Yeah, and I can understand. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I don't agree. Let's go back to the war with 9/11 and the Gulf War and all of that. Now, I remember how I felt at that time. And I was like, we got to kick some ass. Then I heard that, then it came out, the whole thing about, the ways in which they lied and weapons of mass destruction. And then I was pissed about it. And now I'm like, when I think back about that, I think, that was kind of fucked up. But what I am reminded of, JB, is the fact that it's this idea, if we stayed out of their business, then they would be better off, and we wouldn't have all the problems we have now. And that's not true. They will cause problems for us. The thing to remember about the Middle East is they don't need us to do anything for them to cause problems for us, because they want to. If we are just sitting there innocently doing nothing, they will still find a way to screw with the United States, because they hate our way of life and they want to destroy it. And when you remember that simple fact, then that supersedes everything else. I mean, think about it. Even if Israel was just sitting there, they didn't occupy, they didn't control Gaza, they never bombed Lebanon, they never interacted with any of their other neighbors. There would still be countries in the Middle East that wanted to destroy Israel. Is that true or not? Because I think it's true. So that's why I think, I understand why you're saying that. I understand there are people who are negative on the war, but I would just remind you, they're going to fuck with us. So either we let them fuck with us or we fuck with them. And I mean, let's fuck with them too.
Listen, and I respect what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with it, but here's a fact that most people may not understand or believe, because there's, and I'm not saying you, Alan, I swear I'm not.
No, I'm not taking.
No, let me just get my point off. I think people that are anti-Semitic, and there's a lot of them out there throughout the world, believe that Israel couldn't survive without America. Guess what? Israel doesn't need America to survive. Israel doesn't need America to thrive. They could fight 5 fronts at one time and win all 5. They've done it before. So my thing is, I think Trump should have never got involved. And if he was going to get involved, what was the end game? Because this ceasefire is not the end game. And you know what? I think we're going to have to send troops. Get Yakov.
Oh, sorry, I came off point. I did want to comment to Bima when you were done.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're right. This ceasefire may not be the end game. We got to see. But, in the last month and a half, I see lots of people thinking they know what's going to happen in the future.
Hey, Alan, I don't know what's going to happen. And let me just say, get this off real quick. But I know what has happened. We've spent, I think, over $1 trillion in these 2 weeks. And my gas prices have gone through the fucking roof. So where's the win in that?
I don't know. I heard, though, that the gas price, now that the strait is open, some people were saying, gas went down to $2.50 a thing. I haven't filled up my tank, but then I live in California, so we're getting screwed.
I think you're talking about it. But they're talking about the war right now. No, I ain't getting any, man.
Anyways, that's where I'm at. I reserve the right to change my opinion. But thanks.
That's good, man. Good to see you.
You too.
Hey, what's up, JB? What's up, Alan? I didn't even realize I tapped into the room and didn't even notice it, and then it connected to my car, and I heard Alan. So I knew I was in the right place. How y'all doing? So, we woke up and, Iran civilization is still continuing. So, I mean, I guess Trump was just trolling, the same way that he was when he told Iran to evacuate Tehran back a couple of months ago. So, I mean, I feel like a lot of this is really fake outrage. I think that what Trump is doing is beautiful. Shout out to Israel. Shout out to the liberation of the Iranian people living under this oppressive regime. I hope that we get some headway. I really do, folks. I really hope we get some headway and, people keep their hands off that hair trigger in the next 2 weeks. Otherwise, we know what's going to happen next. Trump is going to crash out. People bitching and moaning and complaining about what Trump is doing, who's going to stop him. It's not protesting in the street. It's Congress showing up to work, and they're taking their kids to Disneyland on both sides. They're having the time of their lives, and the government's still shut down. We still don't have a budget. So but it's a good day. It's a good day. Civilization is still continuing here and also in Iran.
I'll tell you when it's a win, JB and BB. It's a win when they get nudie bars in Tehran.
Inshallah. Hi, how are you, everyone?
So you say inshallah, but you have the IRGC flag in your PTR.
I cannot speak English very well.
You just spoke English. You said inshallah. I cannot speak English very well. And so then he said, God willing, there'll be nudie bars. So bars.
Okay, stop it.
I know. Cut the bullshit.
Sir.
Puta.
Sir.
Cut the bullshit, puta.
Sir.
Puta.
Sir.
Puta.
Sir.
Puta.
Baby, Did you see something interesting that happened yesterday? We had, Alex Jones, Matt Walsh, and Candace Owens. All three that have been very much so critics of U.S. involvement in anything having to do with Israel. I mean, we can agree on that. Like, they have just been critical of America existing with Israel and the sun coming up. So don't you find it interesting, BB, that we should take what Candace Owens has to say for face value and saying that our president is so wicked for trolling on the internet, but what she has had to say has not been taken in face value of her defaming the First Lady of France, and she has yet to provide us with any type of evidence that woman was born a man. But we're supposed to take her word at face value of saying that we need to remove a sitting U.S. president because he falls short of falling short of agreeing with her sentiments. How do you feel about a lot of these pundits backtracking and doing backflips and just, quite frankly, embarrassing themselves with every tweet and every podcast that they release?
Haters, yeah. I feel they don't have personality, and that's why they're doing all this stuff.
Adams, were you saying, was she calling him out on the getting rid of the entire civilization? I didn't hear her show. What was she complaining about Trump specifically?
Well, she was referring to Trump as a genocidal maniac and that Trump should be removed from office under the 25th Amendment. So, I mean, this is the same man that she campaigned for many years, even demonized herself to Black America in doing so. Some could argue that her sentiments towards Black America were genocidal to some degree, but we're supposed to listen to her sentiments at face value today.
Look, Jewish people know about genocide, and I have to tell you, when I first heard or read that online, that he said that, I was aghast. It has been fighting against the regime, not against the people. When you talk about a civilization, that's the people. And I was aghast. Is that 25th Amendment stuff? I'm not sure. But it was a very, very difficult statement to hear as a Jewish American.
Yes, it was. But let me just jump in 2 seconds, Yaakov, because I have to say hello real quick to Robbie and Hakima. Robbie, what's good, man?
How about yourself?
Chilling like Bob Dylan. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too, brother.
You want to jump in on the subject, or are you good right now?
I'm gonna let you guys talk. I don't want to monopolize the stage too much.
Man, you're good. All right, you come in when you want. You got modest, so you know you're welcome again. Hakima, what's good? Hakeem the Dream. What do you think? You think this is a win for America, for Trump, or is it's a stalemate?
I agree with most of what you said, except for the stalemate part. I think it's a win for Iran because, like, basically at this moment, they own the Strait of Hormuz, something they didn't own prior to this. So, like, the Strait of Hormuz was the open international waterway. Now it's a possible toll that Iran profiting off of. So I think it's a win for Iran at this point.
I think everybody's forgetting why America and Israel went in. I really do. The more I'm listening to everybody, all I keep hearing is the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of... That wasn't what this started, guys. They wanted to eliminate a fucking terrorist organization and set them back 100 years.
Yo, but BB, respectfully, do you think that's what they accomplished?
To be honest, I would be like I said, I think they accomplished it. I think they set them back a little, but it's to show that these guys are persevering. So I don't believe that it was what is accomplished. So my whole point is, were we lied to? Was it to get rid of the terrorist organization, or was it to take over the Strait of Hormuz?
JB and Yaakov, I apologize. I'm in traffic right now. I want to just go back to something that you both said, which, you know, I very much so concur with your sentiments if I felt like that was the place that Donald Trump was coming from. I think that Donald Trump was talking about the end of a civilization. And when we refer to a civilization, we refer to the structure for which people operate their society, not the complete existence of human life. And that is where I feel like a lot of people took what Donald Trump said and didn't look at the context of its meaning. There's a difference between saying that he is going to end human life and between saying that he is going to end civilization, taking out roads, electricity, and doing the things that he's doing. So, I mean, I can understand where people took away what they took away from his statement. But what I took away from and understanding the definition behind the words that he used and the specific words that he used, I just can't get to a place where I see that the man called for genocide.
I still agree with you, Adam.
Yeah,
but what about the second part where he says never to come back again? I want to agree with you, but that second half, that makes me think no, because what do you mean?
In context to civilization, not in context to the ending and the cessation of human life.
Adams.
But those things can be built again. That's my point. You can't ever bring back life, but you can bring back roads. So that's the only thing that doesn't.
Adam, it's just gonna realize that when people say these sort of things, people will always take things out of context and try to pave it a certain way to have their own bias pushed forward. It's just something that happens in politics all the time. Anytime, even when Joe Biden was president, like anything that Joe Biden did, I'm not going to say he was right or wrong. People pick and choose something so they can push their biases.
And Adams, I agree with you completely. The scholarly definition of civilization is exactly what you referred to. As a common person on the street, they'll think it means wiping out all the people. When you think of an ancient civilization or something.
Hold on one second, guys. Because first off, let me say hello to C. If you don't let her talk, she's not going to shut up. Hi, baby.
Hi, how are you? Thank you.
I'm great that you're here.
I'm just gonna be here for but to take away like the civilization of a community, that's basically taking away their ability to live civilly, like and be able to live like in a civil manner, because basically that's inhuman. That's wrong. I mean, seriously, deciviliization. That's what it means, and that's killing people, and it's fact. So you got to take it seriously. And those words were obviously were not meant for only for one reason, to state what was on their mind. And it's not you cannot deny those words.
Okay, so can I make a comment?
Here's the thing: a terrorist Islamic regime doesn't need to come back in any shape or form.
You know what
that's exactly
right, which is heavily built into the identity of what is a civilization, not the existence of life of human people. Right. So I mean, to me, I feel that into some regards, some people's takeaway from this without the greater context of definitions of words, I feel that it is just hyperbolic. I do not feel that the man called for genocide. I do feel like he danced on a line that made a lot of people uncomfortable. But if you look at the mechanics of the words that he is using and our understanding of the definition of those words, I do not think that he implied that he was going to end human life.
What I think is that Trump, what I find interesting is the fact that sometimes people want to take Trump literally, and sometimes they want to infer meaning from what he says, and they do it based on which is more convenient for their political position.
Dude, you cannot change
just like I said
you
that.
cannot. This is the President of the United States. He's going to make a statement like that. He needs to take it literally. You cannot. This is the President. No, you can't deny it. No, you cannot.
How come people didn't have this energy with Obama?
Finish speaking.
Hold on a second, guys. Alan, I never thought I would do this, but I actually agree with C. When you're the most powerful man in the history of the planet, you kind of got to choose your words wisely. Now, I didn't think he was going to be a genocide, but those are pretty powerful words that he said.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, may I make a comment here?
I agree, JB. The thing is, that is a leadership tactic to keep everyone guessing. And you know Trump's been doing that his whole life. And that was the point, to make people wonder, gee, is he serious? Is he gone crazy? Oh my God, this guy's a loose cannon. Maybe he actually is going to bomb the shit out of him. We better come to the table. That not only is it a valid leadership tactic, it's a tactic that has been used throughout human history. So yeah, and it also makes the left very uncomfortable. They like things neat and in a box.
And it's not the first time. Hold on,
guys, hold on.
Go ahead, JP.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to get this lady, and she's been trying to get in.
Yeah, okay, Jay. What's that? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, ma'am. No, the mic is yours.
So here's what I say. There is something about, first of all, I don't want to give my own opinion yet. Trump repeatedly has stated that the people of Iran are not the same as the regime. Has repeatedly said this, right? Do we agree? Okay.
Yes.
So when he is saying, he's, first of all, when he was talking to who? To Islamic Republic or the people? Okay, this distinction is important. I've been trying to tell you guys, this distinction is important in understanding what he's saying. Most times it's really troublesome for me as an Iranian, Iranian American, to realize like what actually he's trying to say. So here's the thing. He's speaking to Islamic Republic. Islamic Republic doesn't represent Iranians, does not represent the civilization we're talking about, does not. Islamic Republic represents the terrorist system, okay? Islamic Republic must be demolished, and it must not ever return. And we should all ask for it.
Wait, slow down, lady. Let me ask you a question.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. They definitely.
No, but you understand what I'm saying? This discern.
Hold on, baby. Take a breath. I just want to ask you something. At what point did Iranian people rise up and make that happen? Why is it the world's responsibility? Just curious.
No, but I'm just curious. Why are you trying to shift to a different topic? We're talking about what Trump said, and I'm just very focused on this matter. And I'm saying that Trump separates the Iranians.
Hold on. Is this the first time have you ever been in my spaces before, lady?
I'm sorry. I've been in BB's room, yes.
Okay, but you haven't been in my spaces before. So,
okay, I didn't know it was your space.
Well, it's not. It's everybody's space. But the point being, smartass, I asked a question for a reason. So, why is it at the world's problem when Iranian people, 90 million of them, don't rise up against this government?
Why is it not the world's problem?
It's not my problem, lady.
No, is it not really? How much are you spending? Okay. How much are you spending every year on the defense part of the, the terrorism, trying to defeat the terrorism?
That's for my country. My country.
Well, yeah, right. Why is it not your concern to cut out the object force?
My fucking pocket, lady.
No, I think you should know how much is being ripped up now. I think actually it's very problem.
Are you telling me I have to pay for your responsibilities?
No, nobody said have to remove the regime. Nobody said that.
Okay.
Nobody said that, okay? I think it should be
understanding as you are, bitch.
It should be everybody's concern that Islamic Republic remains in power and has been in power for 47 years. It should not be just concern. It should be everybody's concern. Everybody should care not to spend billions of dollars on defeating terrorism. Everybody should be concerned, actually.
No, we'd rather protect our petrodollar with our United States military. So yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Just one thing. I'm just trying to point some things out that I just happened to research and find out. In the past year or so before the war started, this is the stats that came out. The United States paid almost up to $1 trillion to Europe to defend Europe against Iran, Russia, and China. And then before that, they paid billions of dollars, $350 billion yearly, averagely. So where's that money coming from? If you go look, that's all coming from the taxpayers. Why is America paying Europe this much, up to $1 trillion a year, to defend them from Iran,
and China and Russia. Like, it's insane. It's an insane amount of money leaving the taxpayers of America in the first place. So whether or not Islamic Republic should have been a concern of Americans or not, the real concern is why is $1 trillion going there in the first place? For what? When they're in the first place, they don't need to send money. So I think from a different perspective,
For technology.
no, it's literally for missiles. It's literally for missiles, drones, tanks, and defense. It's not for technology.
You know, they learn from other. They do this.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, this is the reality that's been it for like so long right now, and that's a lot of money that's putting it into debt.
Well, just
we don't need to spend that money.
Well, what if happens? What if they propose, that Iran and Israel gets taxed for all this shit at a later date? You never know. Things could.
I think the peaceful world is everybody's responsibility, and Islamic Republic is a threat to the world.
It's not everyone's problem. It's not. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yes,
it's not everyone's problem.
Yes, it is. You're wrong. You're wrong. Yeah, I agree with her. I agree with her. It is everyone's problem.
We're involved, but you guys, you guys can also maintain some. Look, you got to take account of your neighbors. Be nice to them.
See, hold on. So I think
Trump is the wisest one. All the American presidents, they have recognized the fact that Islamic Republic must go. Trump is the wisest one to actually take an action at the golden opportunity moment. So, hey, you should be actually grateful.
It's actually, if you look in the past too, Jimmy Carter both gave away the Panama Canal, which was very devastating towards Washington, and he also caused this Middle East issue in the first place. So if anything, America started it in the first place. If America didn't fundle in politics in 1978, and before that, we wouldn't be here today talking on this clubhouse about this issue.
So hold on, let me jump in for 2 seconds, Robbie. My apologies, my man. Give me just 2 seconds. As a taxpaying American, red, white, and blue as they come, I gotta tell you, man. For me personally, I'm sick of being the world's police. I'm sick of having to be responsible for everybody's inactions. I totally support a free Iran and free Iranian people, but at some point, they got to pick up their boots and they got to do it themselves. At some point, bro.
Amen.
In a simple term,
I got a question.
You live in a good neighborhood or not. For a good neighborhood, you pay for it. Okay. You want to live in a peaceful world, you pay for it, you take responsibility for.
So hold on. So question for you, JB. You do realize and do you accept that over the last 47 years, many Americans, forget Israel in this, many Americans have been killed by Iranian-backed terrorists. Do you agree with that?
1,200 servicemen, 1,200 military members.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, absolutely. And I think.
So you believe that they shouldn't be avenged?
Naveen, hold on a second, bro. I've been waving this flag of regime change in Iran since I got on this app.
That's not my question. So my question is, if you believe that occurred, my question to you is, here's the thing. If someone touches my family member, just hits them or kills them, I'm going to kill them back. And if I go to jail, I go to jail. But the fact is, you killed one of our own, and nobody else responded. Now, Trump did in his first term by assassinating Soleimani, but it continued after that. What is your response? What do you believe the right way to resolve that should be?
I think that much as my family, I'm going to do 25 to life.
So it sounds like you support Trump's action.
I have no problems with Donald Trump's actions. I'm glad he went in. I've been calling for regime change for decades. But the problem here is, this is a loss. This is an L, folks, whether you see it or not. This is an incomplete mission that didn't get accomplished. This is all about oil and money. That's it. This wasn't
How do you see that? Why do you see it that way?
Shut the fuck up. How about that? I'm sick of you interrupting. Because when I want to rant, Thank you. So my point being is, let's call it for what it is, Naveen, respectfully. It's about oil and money. That's it. This has nothing to do with the people of Iran being free. Because if it did, they would have put arms into that country and armed the 90 million people that want to be free. That's my opinion. I could be wrong.
Well, JB, you had stated that. I don't know if you didn't hear me. You had stated that I'm tired of U.S. being the police of the world, right? That's where you're wrong. Because as long as United States of America is the strongest country on earth, as long as it's U.S. empire, and there's no other country is stronger than U.S., in order to sustain itself, it needs to take actions like this. If they let other countries put their hands on natural resources or whatever to this matter, then they cannot stay in power. Then you cannot come up here and say, as a taxpayer American, I want this and I want that. All these actions are necessary in order to keep U.S. the strongest country on earth.
I disagree. Gamma.
Yeah, I think what he was saying is more of like, with policing the world, hold your weight in battle, you know? Like we see right now with the Gulf nations going through this crisis with the Strait and the terrorism that Iran is just pretty much just throwing on all the Gulf states. It would have been better if they militarized themselves more and spent more on spending as it pertain to military. And also, NATO allies should definitely have been in the region and doing more in a situation like this because it hurts their economy more. There's more trillions coming in from the Gulf going into Europe than it is coming into the U.S. So I would think that, JB meant like trying to be police in the sense of, okay, we'll help you. We'll do what we have to. You guys got to step up and fight as well. And I think that's what more of the position he's taking. Support us more with this. Don't let us just do all the policing job. We're going to help you, but militarize yourselves more. Defend your borders more.
Yeah. If I could jump in here. I agree with you, JB. When we look at how many Americans have died in the wars, like I forget the numbers, but like in Vietnam it was 60,000. In the Gulf War it was 3, whatever it is, it's very low. But as Americans, we killed 700,000 of our own just to keep this country together in the Civil War. So we have a very high bar. And you're absolutely right, JB. We went in, here's the answer to your question. This is a loss. We went in there, we used our resources, we have softened the IRGC. If the Iranian people do not rise up and remove that regime from power now, not only is it a loss to the United States, but then my sympathy for the Persian people goes away. We gave you the best shot possible to eliminate the IRGC. And if you don't take it, anything...
Dude, hold on just 1 second. Because this is going to be history to make it right now. I cannot believe I'm going to say this. I actually agree with Alan Dean for the first time in history.
No, we've agreed on other things.
Yeah.
But no, I'm
Can I respond to Alan? Can I respond to what you said?
Hold on. I want to jump in.
Let me complete my final cherry on top of this ice cream sundae. And we will have no sympathy for what happens to you under a continued IRGC rule. And if the IRGC becomes a big enough problem to the United States, there will be Iranian civilian casualties, if needed, to eliminate that permanently. We could have bombed Karg Island. We could have decimated and completely destroyed Tehran. We didn't. Trump made it very clear this is against the IRGC. This is, you better do something now or it's going to be worse for you.
Can I reply now?
Yeah, I'm done.
So I agree with you that the Iranian people should be, as a Persian myself, I do believe that the Persian people should be taking and should be doing this, changing the country, because it is their country. But I don't mean to say it like that. It's just, I just want to say the reality that we're in today, unfortunately,
being in a regime like that, a theocracy, a dictatorship, a place where it's not as free as America, a place where it's not that much freedom to be able to do the things that you're able to do, like in places like in America. It's really, really, really hard to have communications between the people, and it's really, really hard to have weapons. And the thing is, Trump did try to send weapons to people in Iran, and unfortunately, we got backstabbed towards of Iraq, and they didn't give us the weapons. Not only they didn't give us, they kept it. And they were trying to come and occupy Iran, and instead of Trump told them not to go in and do that, he said give the weapons. So unfortunately, as an Iranian, we're getting backstabbed by every possible solution towards getting these weapons, starting our own uprising in Iran. Like, I actually have a lot of people waiting for weapons to be received for an uprising to happen, but the left and right were getting backstabbed by people who want to separate Iran, who want to have their own part of Iran, who want to have their own occupation, whatever they want to say, greater Kurdistan, greater Baluchistan. I don't know, man. Every single people, like, you got to understand, being in a country, in a place like Middle East, it's like a savage East. Everybody wants their own part in it. So it's really, really hard. Like, my sympathy goes towards the Iranians that can't get these weapons and can't get these uprisings because of these backstabs. So there's a big understanding of that there is no really easy way for people to start these uprisings in the Middle East. And I understand from your perspective that yes, people should take the uprising. And I 100% agree with that the Iranian people should lead these uprisings in Iran itself, because that is the only way where we have the chance to have a future for ourselves. But it's really hard, and it's been very hard with the that people have been to the Iranian people. I really hope that someone can come in, up these backstabs, and actually help the people so we can start this uprising. But until something realistic like that happens, it's going to be very hard. It's going to be very hard.
Thank you. Robbie, are you there, Robbie? Robbie must have stepped away. Sam, you've been trying to jump in, guys. Sam.
Yeah, I came here to say that, JB, you're a misogynistic bastard. That's it.
I'm misogynist.
And Sam, you're a coward. You're a coward.
Shame on you, fuck you, boy.
Wait, hold on. What did I say? What did I say? It's misogynistic. I'm just.
Well, we already know that. So okay? Can you tell us something we don't know?
He learned a new word today. He learned a new word today.
He just hurt you, JB. Oh,
yeah. I'm not gonna sleep tonight.
You're not gonna sleep today. Why the fuck would you do that, guys? You know he spends lots of money on therapy when people talk to him like that.
Twice a week, every Monday and Thursday, baby.
Can I jump in? Okay.
In a second, Coco, because I was going to go to Robbie and I'll come right back to you. Robbie, you there?
Yeah.
Give me your opinion. What's been said so far? What do you think? Because you're in the Middle East more than anybody I know, so you have your pulse on the.
I think that we're dealing with a big population of psychotic people over there, and I think that a lot of people are not accounting for how much of the population over there actually supports these bastards, number one. Two, I really just wish Israel would nuke the shit out of me personally. They do not give a shit about the global economy. They don't care about fellow Muslims. They don't care about Christians. They hate the Jews. Enough is enough, We live in a time of globalization. All markets are connected with each other. The world relies on the world for commerce. And these people want to go back to their old Xerxes ways, I guess. I don't know. But it's just cowardness. And I'm getting sick and tired of them, because I'm watching every country close to them get destroyed from within because of their plans and their people who leave Iran and go there and fuck up the rest of the Gulf. I think enough is enough, in all honesty. I get people want to have a humanitarian dialect with it, but on the other end, they don't care about that, We saw what they did the other day, lining their people up in front of their refineries and plants. This is a sick ideology of people that don't belong in today's society of globalization.
and they need to be eradicated off Earth, in my humble opinion.
Thank you, Robbie. Appreciate your opinion. Coco, you wanted to jump in, Coco?
Yeah, I just want to give a little bit of criticizing. You know,
to who and about what?
Spartan Nude, I think that's how his name's pronounced. Yeah, about what you said. You know, you went on and on about like having an uprising, and it's not going to be easy, and it's going to be very hard. And look, man, like revolution will never be easy. You know, I don't know why people are obsessed with the idea that having an uprising is going to be something that's comfortable and it's going to be easy. No. Before you have a big transition, it's always going to be extremely uncomfortable. So, you know, I'm not really buying into that. I've seen that the Kurdish people, yes, they did take some weapons and then they went into Syria, but I mean, like, I don't understand. How do you guys not have a united front whatsoever? You know, a lot of you guys are coming on this app and you're telling us, you know, how many people your government is fucking killing. But I'm not really seeing you guys in the streets at all. Since January, that was the last time I seen you guys out in the streets trying to do some kind of uprising. So yeah, I don't know, man. This just is kind of problematic, you know?
You know that the internet has been off for almost a month and a half in Iran, so of course that's the last time you saw that.
Okay, here we go. See, and look, I don't support your government or anything your government's doing. They're, you know, putting bounties out on my people's heads. So, I mean, for the better safety of not only you guys, but for our men and women who are risking their lives going over there to help you guys, I kind of expect more.
So, wait, let me ask you a question, Coco, respectfully. If somebody came to America and bombed the shit out of us like we've done to Iran, you don't think we should put a bounty on somebody's head? Just curious. Because we basically annihilated their entire infrastructure.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but here's my thing. I have a bias. I support our military. I support Americans at all costs. I'm not a traitor. So, no, I don't like to hear other militaries putting bounties on our men and women's head.
So, have you been in the military?
No.
Okay. And listen, I'm Mr. Red, White, and Blue. Trust me, I support our military. My son-in-law is former military, all that good stuff. But do you think that America has done anything wrong where our military gets attacked? No?
Yes,
no
all the time.
Yep.
It's been a lot of
was I doing it after? Was that you?
Hold on, Wolf. That was the Coco. Thank you. Whoever moved him, thank you. Coco, it's you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm having a little bit of pain, so I can't really talk over anybody else. But yeah, no, of course. I don't think America's perfect by any means. But yeah, at the end of the day, if we're at war, I stand with my people. I don't care about the enemy. You know? Fuck the enemy. So, this is just how I see it. And I don't know, like, I don't see how that's problematic to anybody. If you love your country, this is how you should see it as well. At least that's how I view.
Well, the enemy does the same thing about you. It's the number that according to what you're saying, Coco, so the people like that you're saying that aren't standing united, they're loving their country as well.
They're loving their country, or are they loving their government that they're asking us to take out?
Well, I don't think they're loving their government. I think they're saying.
Well, Coco, let me ask you a final question, because I don't want to center it around you. You know, I like some of the things you're saying. I don't agree with some of the things you're saying. And you don't have to answer. Obviously, it's an audio app. Are you MAGA, or did you vote for Republican? Are you Democrat? What's your story?
No, I voted for Jill Stein.
You voted for Jill Stein. Okay, thank you. Welcome to the stage, Cherry, Kevin, Jr. Cherry, you want to jump in? Kevin, you want to jump in?
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, but I have a sore throat. But anyway, I try to speak as much as I can because I can't even understand how people want to talk about my country, even though. And then they said, "Oh, why you didn't remove your own government?"
That wasn't people, hon. That was me. But go ahead.
No, this is even Coco is what she was talking. We live under bones. We have stood bravely so that this evil occupying regime can be overthrown. I mean, how could we even possibly defeat this terrorist regime with our bare hands? Are you guys crazy or are you on a drug?
Wait a second, lady. Hold on. So wait. So I just want to get some clarity. So we go to a war with Iran, and let's say we need troops, and they institute what's called a draft here in America. So my son should go die over in Iran because your own people won't rise up. I'm just curious. Give me some clarity on that.
Do you mean you don't know that for 47 years my people are fighting to overthrow this regime, but we couldn't? And now you see, after more than 3 weeks, even Trump still couldn't kick them out. They are bombing and bombing and bombing. Do you know how many bombs they have thrown? And we are still asking Trump, please stay and fight with them. Who on earth is going to be happy to see his own people under bombing, under war, and then we still saying thank you, Trump, thank you, Bibi? So you don't even understand. You think that we are crazy people? You think that we love to see that our country has been destroyed completely these 3 weeks and is going to be even more destroyed? Can you imagine even how people want to live without electricity, without water?
Let me ask you this. So what are you going to do about it? Your country's been destroyed. What are your people going to do about it to fix it?
No, I'm just talking to people like Coco and the other people like her, that they think we could throw away this regime with bare hands, or they think that we haven't been killed, we haven't been persecuted, we haven't been in prison, we haven't been tortured.
No, so hold on, I gotta step in here, Sherry. So I think you guys are totally missing the whole thing with JP saying, what Coco's saying. I think there's a whole big communication. No. I think they're disappointed. Especially JP, if I know what he's saying, he's disappointed that the job didn't get completed the first time. And the fear is that this gets prolonged. His sons and daughters are going to be affected by this. And every American should be worried about that, and Israeli. Because what if they do get drafted and have to go and fight? When there's supposedly 80 million people that are against the Islamic regime. So why can't the 80 million people do what they have to do? And there's Iranians on this in this room and even on the stage that agree with me. Yes, the Iranian people have to do what they have to do. Israel and the United States went in there and weakened it enough for the Iranian people to do. But you're busy attacking JP and taking it personally, your emotions getting involved. When you should be saying the same, so we're gonna fucking take back our countries. Instead, you're arguing with somebody saying, how are you talking about my country? You're fucking delusional.
Okay, Bibi, can I
Wait a second, Sherry. Hold on, respectfully. Hold on a second. Okay, it's your turn when I bring you back up. So, Bibi, I wouldn't have said it better. You want our children to go die for your children, but you won't fight for your fucking children. It makes no sense to me. I'm sorry, it just does not.
It doesn't, JB, and then when we see the Syrians who didn't even have the militarization that they could theoretically have in the numbers, and they did it against Assad, I mean, come on, man. You know what I mean? There has to be more backbone with the general population in Iran. 100%. 100%.
Bibi, can I respond to you?
Absolutely, and guys, I spend a lot of time with Elham in rooms, and I respect her. I think that before there was a little bit of miscommunication, and I don't think JB meant that, and I don't think you meant it either, Elham. And I just want to get in the middle and mediate. And I think that there was a little miscommunication, and I think he's being misunderstood right now. And he said from the beginning, and he said it on this app, the IRGC needs to be taken out 1,000%. That's always been his stance. But there has to be a limit on how far does the American people and their children get pulled into this.
As well as Israeli children. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Well, I did this smart mouth with JB. JB asked me a question, and I answered that, and then he went on right away. He went off to a different topic, which I don't have any problem speaking about it. I think it's a legitimate question. I think if everybody should be asking that question of Iranians and of ourselves. That's why I asked you, JB. What have you done? Why wouldn't you support it? And then you thought I was being a smart ass, but I wasn't really. I was trying to ignite a certain feeling. And what I'm trying to say is that, listen, this regime is never, ever going to change if there is no component of the people. We will have an ongoing shit if the people don't end it. We know the people have presented themselves in January. We know these things. These are facts. I understand you said decades you wanted the regime to be gone. And I appreciate your wisdom and intelligence to have recognized that this regime is a killer machine. I appreciate that. But listen, we are at this point where the freaking nation, including myself, was waking up, including myself, like me, 3 years ago. Wrong, bad, my bad. I should have not been ignorant. I should have known more. I want to come to a conclusion here is that I understand the frustration. I understand how it looks like. I'm trying to say, yes, let's look at it as a triangle. One leg of this triangle is Trump. The other one is Bibi. And the other one is Pahlavi. Now, yes, I'm a pro-Pahlavi. I 100% support the Lion and Sun Revolution. This has nothing to do to be biased or prejudiced or this is it one way or a highway. No, this is what I'm telling you. When Pahlavi, okay, and the Lion and Sun Revolution has been able to make to come together in January, okay, we, the people who are not inside Iran, we should recognize that power that get everybody together. We should use that power. I think the action, you might want to do is that, hey, what's the solution? Have you checked out this guy called Crown Prince Pahlavi? They seem to be able to pull out people.
Yeah, I have checked him out. I think he's a charlatan, but go ahead.
So here's the part how the comprehension is extremely important in this discussion. Because if he was charlatan, the Iranians are no dummy. You have the experience with Iranians. No, they're not. A top 10 with the IQ. Iranians are no dummy. They have been oppressed for years and years. And that I don't need your pitiful sigh or anything. No, this is the reality of life for them. I don't need any of that. I just want you to comprehend. If you want to deny the leadership.
I have to tell you something, lady. Respectfully, you are the most condescending person I've ever dealt with on this app. And I've dealt with tens of thousands of people on this app.
Well, hey, this is your opportunity.
I think you may want to show a little more respect and find out who the fuck I am before you talk to me the way you talk to me.
Why do I need to know who you are?
Okay.
Why do I need to know who you are?
He's Clubhouse royalty. And on that note, we're going to be doing a reset, JB, take it away. But I want everybody to fill out the poll. Did Trump just win again? Yep, he can't lose. Nope, he lost, or I'd rather be fucking. And then JB's going to do rumors.
Thank you. Guys, Trump House 2.8. Trump keeps winning. Get it off your chest. IRGC lost. Guys, you have a pink ticket, please cash in. We have stimulating conversations in here every day. We got some heavy hitters in the house. We got Nye down there. How you doing, Nye? Mike Allen, Melody. How you doing, Father? I see you down there, Kathy.
The Tories, how you guys doing? If you guys want, you're more than welcome to come up. If you have a pink ticket, please cash that in so we can continue these conversations. Thank you. I'm going to hand it back to, I'm going to give Masha a chance because she's been patiently waiting.
Hi, JB. Hi, JB. First, I want to say that I totally understand your concern. I somehow agree with you. I just think that you all are missing one thing. Iranians have always been fighting the regime, even when Americans weren't there fighting. So it's not like that they are sitting in their homes just waiting for the U.S. to finish the job. They will come to streets again, like they did come to street before. And it's just like it's something separate. Of course, now that the IRGC is weakened, now that the regime is weakened, it's going to be...
Yeah. I have a question, too. So for the past month and a half, 2 months, I've been hearing we're waiting for Reza, Donald Trump, and Israel to tell us to come to the streets. Now, Donald Trump said, let's do a 2-week ceasefire. What if nobody ever calls you guys to the streets?
They will be in the streets. That's what I'm saying.
No, but you don't know that.
I know. You know what?
No, assumptions get people killed and curiosity also.
No, it's not about that.
You don't. It's not a fact. There's only 2 facts in life. One is right now you're on this app talking to me, and the other one you will die one day. No. Other than that, everything else is assumptive.
Was they called them before?
No. Just let me finish. Let's see the times that people had some uprisings. One of them 2 months ago. The other one 3 years ago, which lasted for 6 months. That time, they wasn't doing anything, but people were in the streets for 6 months.
You're failing to answer my question here. I said, what happens if they don't call them to the streets?
Eventually, they come. Yeah, of course. They are waiting for the opposition leader to call them to street. That's what you want to hear, I guess.
No, I don't want to hear it. I want to hear...
Bibi, answer your question, Bibi. You want me to answer your question?
Yes, please.
Let me answer your question. So let's say they don't call them, or let's say they call them, and they don't do, my people don't do what they're supposed to do. I guarantee you Trump is going to do what he said in his tweets. Trump is going to destroy the power plants. Trump is going to destroy all the infrastructures as much as they can in order to make sure this regime cannot do shit. That's what's going to happen. Either they don't call them to the streets, or they call them and they don't do what's necessary.
What if Trump walks away, bro?
What if what?
Listen.
What if Trump and Bibi walk away and they said, hey, we've accomplished our goals?
Same thing will happen again.
No. They're not going to lose this opportunity. They're going to call them. But again, to answer to your question, if they don't do what they're supposed to do, I'm talking about the people. If they don't do it, then Trump is going to destroy the shit out of the country. I'm not going to say he's going to nuke them, but he's going to destroy the shit out of them. And that's, that's like another say, hey, when you do that, then the majority of the population will be under so much pressure. The entire reason when they put sanctions on nations is because, they want pressure on the people, so the people rise up and do stuff against the government.
Your voice is kind of cutting out.
I'm just very happy that World War II, at least when it ended, it had much, maybe the wiser, I don't know. I mean, right now we've got good politicians, though. I mean, like the Prime Minister of Israel and the President of the United States are pretty wise. I think maybe the wisest ever in the history of the recent decades. Let's just imagine if, in order to free France from Vichy governments, we, the people, will be thinking like this. They would never be freed, okay? Comprehending the situation with the totalitarian regime. This is not a soap opera. I come here to your room. I'm sorry, Bibi, your mic is open. I come here to your room and say, you know what, pity us, look at us, we're so pitiful. Well, you just, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, we can't look at the problem, that we all need to come together to solve it. We We can't look at the problem one person's. And so to your point, yes, Iranians, they need to do their share. Now, are they going to be called? This is my personal question. Why should they stop the attack now? I'm just curious. When the Hashd Shabi entered Iran, why? Who are we giving service to? You've been demolishing all these, bridges, which is great, for the right purpose, as Bibi has explained it to everybody. But why now that Hashd Shabi has entered the border to come in and just basically brace everybody down, dead, go? We've got the guns. Why? Why didn't we do this? If we were going to do the ceasefire, why not before they enter the land? Why did they do that? Why did they wait this long? What is going on behind the scene? That's what I need to know. What is it? Was the part of the agreement that, we're going to have this 2 weeks, and if people rise up, you're not going to do a shit. And guess what? This is going to go, we're going to have Hashd Shabi come to Iran, some Iraqi terrorists, because we just don't have enough of them. We're going to bring more with all the guns. So it's going to be like 100,000 people with all the guns, completely brutal. And you know what? Let the people rise. I mean, what do you think, Bibi? Why did they do that? I'm interested to know. If you wanted to go ceasefire, why didn't you go ceasefire 2 weeks ago before Hashd Shabi comes in? Why not?
Bibi, I think there is one here. It's not just the Islamic Republic that we are fighting. There are so many others that want Islamic Republic to stay. The Europeans don't want Islamic Republic to go. The global West doesn't want Islamic Republic to go. Many Muslims don't want Islamic Republic to go. People of Iran are fighting with all of those. Okay? That's why we can't. That's why we are unable to finish the job. At least for now. We will do it. I'm sure we will do it. But not for now.
I think you can get a lot more support than you perceive is available to you. Every Gulf nation with trillions wants these pieces of shit out of power, and they will funnel enough oil money under the books to give you every piece of might and equipment to do it. So I don't know how far-stretched that is. And about Europe, only the coward lefties in Europe want these ass power. If the right takes over Europe, they don't want anything to do with these bastards.
I don't think necessarily that's true in terms of the Gulf countries.
Really?
Because I don't think the Gulf countries want Iran to be the best. Now they do, but in the past they didn't. From what I've seen in the past, they've never funneled money to keep Iran up.
No,
they actually wanted Iran to
agree with Robbie.
Now they do.
Yeah,
I agree
now they, of course they do. What the Gulf has been trying to do all these years is try to be neutral with diplomacy between the two powers. Now, Saudi, they already knew these pieces of shit. Because in all honesty, Saudi didn't like Iran when the Shah was in power. So the Saudis had their opinions of Iran as a state long time. But the rest of the Gulf, not so much. Because why? They had more Iranians immigrating and living in their countries. I mean, look at Bahrain. Look at Qatar. They are almost majority Shia now with the population because these people have come and lived in their countries. Now in Kuwait, we've seen Shia and Sunni live in peace for a very long time. But now they see where all this impartialness and all this so-called trying to be on both sides of the coin has hurt them internally. And now they see that when the war really popped off, all this propaganda that Israel was the of threats and enemies to them. Now they see hitting their infrastructure, hitting their civilians. It's not the Jews, it's the IRG. So now it's a different play. And I believe that they will do ethic. They will play very, very, very under the table war games to get this power shift to happen. And Europe.
May I say something here to you? You want to wrap this up quickly? You want to wrap it up quickly?
Why don't don't you just go ahead and add to the conversation instead of
Okay,
trying to
no, I'm asking you a
condescend?
question. Okay, well, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be condescending. Sorry about that.
Oh, well, a lot of you people are like that over there.
Okay, well, maybe that is actually my ignorance. Okay, thanks for.
Okay, hold on. Before we do that, we're not going to really interrupt. I want to introduce my uncle. El Normo's on the stage. Also, my girlfriend, Serendipity, Dudade.
What's up?
What's up? I also need you guys to all fill out the poll. I'm happy to see that I'd rather be fucking right now. So would him. And like Randy said, what did Randy say in the chat? He said, hold on. Shout out to all those who'd rather be fucking. But I need you guys to all fill out the poll, and then I want to do a Dr. Adams, you here?
Yeah, what's up?
Room reset, please. Everybody join the house to see what we're saying.
Bro, I'm in traffic, and you.
Okay, I'll do it. Okay, yo. So this is the Trump House 2.8. I want you guys to cash in your red tickets. There's going to be a red ticket behind your profile. You see that little red ticket? That means you need to go on the top of the room where it says Trump House 2.8. There's a little arrow. You click on that, it'll say join house. There you'll be able to hand in your little red ticket. There'll be a little Mexican midget, and he will give you a green ticket where you can purchase for free this evening. In exchange, you get an hors d'oeuvre or a drink. You'll be able to enjoy yourself and watch from the audience. If you want to come up and ask questions, all you got to do is put your hand up, join the chat, and jump in. You can leave comments in the chat. Don't be a keyboard fucking warrior in the chat and afraid to come up when we invite you up on stage. Enjoy the talk. People are going to have differences of opinion. And that's why this evening is brought to you by Tylenol. You may leave this room with a headache. And also, we have another proud sponsor of Plums. It may get you sick to your stomach by the things that you hear in this room. But that's okay. You have to pay attention, not interrupt, and allow people to have their differences of opinion. People are allowed to have freedom of speech for 1 minute to a minute and a half, uninterrupted. I don't care if they lie, they're threatening to murder the Queen of England. That's okay. Let them say what they gotta say, uninterrupted. And then you can smash them with facts when they're done. Other than that, please join the house. Please fill out the poll. And have fun while you're here.
Rabbi, you said earlier, so you do agree that in the past that the Gulf didn't want Iran to change it?
Why would they when Obama and Biden were literally fucking fueling them with billions and allowing sanctions to be lifted and allowing their economy to thrive as well as militarily arm themselves? I mean, come on. I mean, who in their right mind would attest that? It's like the United States was fueling this terrorist regime under two different administrations. So, I mean, of course they didn't do anything. And plus, like I said, they were just too impartial over the years and allowed too many people to immigrate into their country, and it changed the politics on the ground.
So what's the difference now versus then?
Oh, now they had bombs dropping on they have bombs dropping on their civilians. They have their infrastructure attacked. Their whole economy is up for grabs now. When you close the strait, they're seeing that the real enemy. And they saw because they were trying to be a bridge of peace. Let's not forget that the Gulf nations were trying to get the United States and Israel to have some type of an agreement with Iran for demilitarization or denuclearization. They're trying to do something, but now they see you guys were the bridges of peace. You didn't even allow the United States to use the bases at a time of war, and you were still bombed. So once they saw who the enemy is, now they have no choice.
So would you say right now they would 100% fund anything to get the regime going?
100%.
Okay, can I say something to you, Rabbi? I think, so here is what I see as solution. And I'm extremely hot-headed about it because I actually love observing the society and not just to form my opinion because or not. In order for this movement to win, is that we learn from the decades of experience. From the first day when Islamic Republic came to power, the MEK and separatists, as they formed oppositions, which seemingly they are liked oppositions, but they were active, and none of them were able to unite the people. Under totalitarian, the very best thing that the regime does, any regime, is that to separate the people. So the fact of the matter that people need to first come together to overthrow a big system, you need to unite them. So under totalitarian, you can't. Well, guess one of the players, if not many of the players, were all these, the light oppositions, who actually lasted for 47 years. This is the first time ever that Iranians came together under blackout, under censored news channels, everything. This is the first time that a nation has come together and called for a movement, which is a patriotic movement, finds a person whom the nation has trust in him to not to betray the nation, because the nation has been betrayed so many times in the prior uprising. So I think the very best thing the US and Israel can do is to get behind this alternative. And I tell you, the movement will pick up like there is no tomorrow, because people know when Trump says that weapons to Kurds, the separatists, to give it to the nationalists, you're gonna wonder, like, what the fuck was that for? Are you kidding me? Never reach the people. So then people start thinking, which side is Trump with? You see, recognizing the opportunity is this, in my opinion. I think people who came to streets, folks, okay, they came to streets to give their lives, seriously. They didn't expect, like, oh, somebody's going to come and save them. Trump can come and say, hey, I'm there to save you. No, they did not think about that. They came because he called. It's not because we worship him, no, his last name, his conduct, his deliverable is exactly what people want. He doesn't add an and or an or. I'm going to conclude here. President Donald Trump would have never been elected if it wasn't in America. People had the possibility to give their voice, and they chose the man they wanted it to choose, and they were able to. If we switched the spot, it would have happened if Crown Prince Pahlavi wasn't, in his shoes, or if Trump was the leader of Iran, like the revolution. Believe me, it would be the same thing. You would hear all the news, oh, he's never going to succeed. Oh, he's not fit for the role. Like what you would hear the first time Trump was the president. Even the second time, all these leftists said, oh, he's never going to make it. People don't want, oh, he's a criminal, he's abstain, he's this, he's that. What happened, folks? The people made their vote count. In Iran, we don't have a voting system. All they can do is just come on the street and give their life for what they want, which is free of Iran, Islamic Republic, and have a nationalist, patriotic Iran. That's what they want. And the revolution has a leader. I'm done. Thank you so much.
No, I hear what you're saying, but I also have my own belief that I don't know if it's either because of how many decades they've been under this terrorist regime and the fear, or if it's a lack of backbone. I'm not going to go. I just feel that too many people in Iran who do want regime change are just too scared to do anything about it, or they feel too defeated already and don't have the morale to rise up and do anything. I feel that is a big problem. Whether that is a lack of bravery or just a circumstantial how could I say this? Over decades of just fear they lived under, so that the post-traumatic stress of it.
They are worried. They are worried that the revolution will be stolen. I'm telling you, this is exactly one of the main reasons. Because if you don't recognize what the people want, people constantly suspect. I don't know. Are they wanting what we want, or are they with this? Or are they gonna divide Iran? Are they actually with Islamic Republic like how Obama was? Or what's the deal? Are they again gonna pull the rug from under our feet? So if you don't recognize this, you get what I'm trying to say. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, folks, I swear to God, this is not because I'm pro-Pahlavi, but I'm pro-Pahlavi for a reason. People call his name, and the people's voice is important to me. And these are no dummy. They were educated. They were actually people who read few books, I'm not here to convince you. You can have your opinion about people, about Crown Prince Pahlavi, about what have you. But I'm just saying, to be intelligent, to take advantage of the golden opportunity, let's recognize the opportunity first. And I think this is what we should be. I hope that Donald Trump, and I mean, Bibi Netanyahu has been great in recognizing, of course not officially, but has been very, I think, forward about it to show the support, But anyways, I mean, I think I rest my case, and I don't want anybody to change their mind, whatever they think. I'm just telling you, it is what it is.
I'll say this, as much criticism as you put, on his father, the Shah. So, if you look at the people and you look at Iran, even with the criticisms you do give the man, which are very righteous criticisms, he still educated the people. I mean, he had the government subsidized education.
Oh my God, most definitely.
He sent the people around the world to become scholars, engineers, doctors. I mean, that's why we see so many Iranians here, both Shia and Jewish. They're a part of the medical field. They're a part of the real estate industry. They're a part of corporate. They're a part of commerce everywhere in the United States because they were educated under that reign of political structure that was in Iran at that time. Okay, that you call them a party animal on the side, but at least the people were. I mean, just look at the music that was coming out of Iran at the time. The rock and the soul music that I'm learning more of every day when I watch these old videos show up in my algorithm. It was definitely a more prosperous country, but and also, I just think the prince's biggest hurdle also is there's a lot of Shia that are locked up. I mean, by the hundreds of thousands that are locked up in the prisons in Iran that are against the IRGC as well. And I think he needs to find a common ground with the Muslim community there.
He has it. Hold on, Rabbi. Actually, he has that. Fatima Sepenri is a woman who wears a scarf, okay? And I put my post there. So actually, I think this is exactly what I'm trying to say. So from the people who are practitioners, but they're against Islamic Republic to the point that she has been in the jail, has no visitation, no nothing. So we have that. We have left that has joined the force. So I want you to understand what I'm saying. What happened when people came on the street at 8 p.m. on those 2 nights? They weren't all, I love Pahlavi, I gotta have more. Oh, this is gotta have. No. They came to street. They felt they're not going to be betrayed by the Crown Prince Pahlavi, who is leading it. And they come again because they feel that trust. How? Because believe me, I'm an Iranian and I speak to many abroad and inside. He delivers what the people say. He doesn't add an and or an or. He delivers that.
He's definitely better than anything that's there. So it is what it is. You can have your pick'ems all you want, but as far as somebody that's being vocal and wants to step in and pushing his head up, try to be a leader, he's really the only one. So I get that. I just I just hope that people can unite more and just fight more. And I do believe that the West and the Middle East is there to support them. I really do, and I want that to come to fruition. And if it means that the prince is the best possible leader, then fuck it. Go run with it, man. It'll be a better Iran because of it. I mean, I'll definitely say that if he took power tomorrow, the global economies would go nuts. I mean, honestly, we would see a soar in the economy that you never would, because he would be pro-West. He would be pro our economy.
Just like the people, right?
Yeah.
Just like he would be cut from the same cloth. I'm telling you, I'm speaking for myself, folks. You just cannot find. I mean, I have in these last 3 years, I became activist, right? In the matter for Iran, right? So before that, I wasn't. I chose to be ignorant. Shame on me. shame on me that then I have to fall behind so bad that we are in this dire situation. But I just want you to understand that overthrow Islamic Republic is not possible without the support of the world. We have the best leaders right now in the spots, not because Trump goes on the podium and says some really things that I wonder sometimes, what the heck is going on, man? Just don't say anything, please. We're doing great. Just quiet.
I got a question. So you want to put in another shot as the leader?
I think he was very clear that no, he's not running for the Shah. He's the leader of the revolution. Again, let me tell you, ask the people who came to street on 18th and 8th and 9th of the January. Do you think they all came to street because they wanted the Shah? They said Jabi Shah because that takes us Iranian back to what we were prior 1979, which was Iran first. Jabi Shah for many of us is Iran first. This is what Jabi Shah means.
But if it was sustainable, then he'd still be in power, wouldn't he?
Well, here's the thing. This is a great question, if you allow me. 1979, if it was such an honest revolution, folks, I don't want to get into the bits of it, but if it was that really wanted by people, okay, if it was that legitimate and sincere revolution that people wanted it, they wouldn't burn people in the theater. They set one theater exactly in September prior to that February of 1979. In 1978, September, they set a theater with 700 people inside on fire. They said Shah did it, okay? Shah did it. Iranians don't like terrorist actions. Iranians lost it. It was a strike, everything. So I don't want to say, oh my God, it was orchestrated. Nobody was, not what I'm telling you, but I'm just saying to you, if people really didn't want the Shah, wouldn't they just rise up on their own? Nobody needed to burn theaters, movie theaters. Nobody needed to bring Palestinians. Nobody needed to bring Palestinians to help the terrorists back then in 1979 to kill Iranians in the name of Shah. We know the facts now. You can't say you don't. The facts are out.
So you're saying that the people that took over the government were not Iranian?
California, right? He is actually left. He does not like monarch. He does not like Shah or what have you. He but talks facts at times when he's actually brave enough to talk facts. He says once in a while. At 1979, I'm telling you, you should care for America. We care for America too. This is a lesson learned. At 1979, 89% of the people who could have actually rise and protect the government back then, they chose to be silent. Okay? So you choose wrong. This is what you get. You get a terrorist piece of shit, anti-Iranian regime done by the hands of 12% of Iranians. I want to tell you, how unfair is that? A minority leading a government for a majority that hates that minority's guts, they can't live. And by the way, that minority is not just a danger to Iran, it's a danger to the world. It's a terrorist organization. So do we not want to take care of that minority because the majority doesn't want it? So what is taking us thinking, let's think about it. I'm being honest. I don't want to give hard time, but I'm just telling you. This is not about Iranians changing their mind, they woke up and they're like, oh, well, today's a revolution day, we're going to go, or you know what, today morning we're going to go to the street and die. No, this is not that. People have risen to the level of awareness. Iran, the only country in the world, when 7th of October happened, none of the Iranian college students came to the college campus and chant pro-Hamas chants. None, zero. This is not because they hated Islamic Republic. This is because they live with terrorists. They know what terrorists does, and Hamas is a terrorist organization. Iran is the only country in the world. Only. Not even one more. Only.
BB, we're up to 274 reported accounts. And 100 or two more, and then it's done. Then you get to be homeless. But it's really simple.
What about a democratic election? What about a democratic election?
Yeah, that's part of a transition. We must have a democratic election. That is part of it. Listen, if there is no democratic election, I'm a human rights activist. I'm telling you, MJ, after we free Iran, everybody's rights are going to be, it has
think that the West trusts the opinions of the Iranian people?
Well, that's your opportunity.
Hold on, ma'am. I'm not done. You have to relax and allow people to ask the question if you want to answer it thoroughly. Do you think the West believes that or trusts the Iranian people to elect a leader that is aligned with their vision for the Middle East?
Why should they not? Okay, I say West has an experience with 8 million people who have migrated or refugeed from Iran. You have a good, handful of sample of Iranians to see that, hey, they could come out and be a terrorist. They could come out and behind the bars in the West communities or countries. But this is what happened. Iranians fled Iran or migrated from Iran or came to colleges. Majority of them, almost all, I would say. But no, Islamic Republic also has its representatives. But majority of them are where, folks? Are they behind the bars? So you see, you can trust the opinion maybe a little bit.
Yeah, it was a
They
yes
came
or no.
out.
It was a
Yeah,
yes
I think West should. Whether West,
Actually, MJ,
then that is.
at the end, this is Iranian people who decide about their future. This is Iranians that choose what kind of government they're going to have. And they will have election, they will vote, and they will choose. That's it. That's what's going to happen at the end.
Look, I'm just saying that because the last time Iranians had an election or a president, he wasn't in line with the agenda.
President?
West. Yeah. The last time they had an election for their leader. Talking about Mossadegh.
What? No.
What they say about Mossadegh is not exactly correct. Because Iran wasn't a democracy back then, and Mossadegh was not elected directly by people, and he was kind of appointed.
Are you saying that they have to have
Mossadegh was a communistic leader?
No, let me.
You're saying that you have to have a direct democracy to have a democracy?
Let me finish. Mossadegh was appointed and later dismissed. That's what's going to happen to him. He was not elected directly by people in any sort of election. That's it.
And by the way, there are so many facts that have been released, secret documents that have been released by CIA. You should read up about Mossadegh. Actually, you guys should read up about 1979. All the young Iranians have educated themselves about all these things. And that's why at the beginning of the room, I was trying to say comprehension is important. I swear to God, whether you are coming along or you're not coming along, I see this as an opportunity for the whole world, not just for Iran. Definitely, it will be a great release for Iranians to receive support, 100%, no doubt. No doubt, very grateful about it. In fact, I think we should chime in and, what have you. I mean, I'm a nobody. I have my own opinion, though. I think we should chime in, pay, for the expenses a little bit. I mean, that's my opinion. I didn't say it's a good thing or a bad thing. Don't nobody yell at me. But I think it is a great opportunity for the world. Imagine a world that doesn't have Islamic Republic. A world that doesn't have Islamic Republic and has a nation of almost 80 million that is not pro-terrorists.
Yeah,
that is a huge change for the world.
I think that'd be a great change for the world. I'm going to give an opinion now because I was asking questions before. The West does not trust 90 million Iranians to choose a leader that's going to be in line with their agenda. They will not make for a free and fair election in Iran. They're not going to put up the resources for it. They're not going to put troops on the ground to facilitate it. That's not going to be their agenda. I know.
What is their agenda?
I know that you want what's best for your country, and don't think that this regime, this theocracy, is what's best. But trusting the West to do this arduous and incredibly expensive task is very naive.
Which task is that?
They are not going to facilitate a free and fair election.
Why do you think that's wrong?
In Iran thought you said you wanted to.
We don't want West to do that. People would, like, why would you think, like, West wanted the idea of imperialism? Why do you think that the United States cannot be wise enough, like it was in World War II? Why are you anti, like, what West has done to you besides giving you all the opportunities to live a good life, to have education? I think West is going to come and do that to you.
Why exactly? I think you're putting a lot of stuff. I think she's putting a lot of words in my mouth, a lot of ideas that I haven't expressed. I didn't say any of that.
You expressed about what's out there. That was not enough.
What I said to you was the West will not facilitate a free and fair election.
No,
and so whatever power paradigm is going to be in place that's going to make for these free and fair elections is going to have to be put together in resistance to the regime that is now running things in Iran.
Well, that is happening, right? I mean, you saw the people coming to the streets, right? So you would imagine there's a organization, there's a connection there. You would see that there's an underground movement, right? No, you don't see it?
I don't see that at all.
You don't see underground movement when millions come to the street. I think you need to check your eyes, buddy.
Can I speak on one thing as well? Like, MJ, you got to understand, the past month and a half, the entire internet has been shut down. And before the internet was shut down as well. When the internet is shut down and people don't have access to internet outside of the country, of course you're not going to see anything. But the people that actually have families in Iran and somehow get lucky and communicate, we know that there are people out there and there are people on the streets constantly. Unfortunately, this is what happens when you don't have access to outside communication. People like you and others who don't have family in Iran actually don't see what's going on and are not going to see what's going on until internet comes back. And unfortunately, this regime is going to continue to keep the internet cut off, and people like you are continuing to not see things because things are not going to come outside as easily. And even if they do, it's 0.1% of what comes out.
Fair enough. But I just don't see it. I think.
Do you want to see it, or you just don't see it? Do you actually care to see it? Because it's not hard.
I'd love for all nations to be sovereign and to be able to, have free and fair elections. Absolutely.
Okay, so I think what, MJ, you should listen to the people.
Excuse me, ma'am.
You should listen to the people
before people are done speaking.
Do you mind if I?
Way of doing that. I'm almost done. What I'm saying is, I think that people that you're trusting when you talk about Bibi Netanyahu or Donald Trump, their conversations as it relates to the people of Iran is more about destruction than about building. You should recognize that. I'm done.
MJ, the thing is that it is not the USA or Israel that are supposed to build Iran. Iran is going to be built by people of Iran. That's it. No one is waiting for the US and Israel to build Iran. We just want them to help us, remove this government. That's all we need help with.
And one more thing.
After that, we know how to have elections. We know how to Iranians who can help. So we don't need anyone to build.
I don't see free and fair elections happening, Des. I mean, I'm a Trump supporter here, and I'm looking at the track record here for regimes that have fallen around the area as of late, and Libya is doing absolutely worse than it was before Gaddafi fell. I mean, you kind of look at it in all measures, and it's doing a lot worse. And there is no free, fair elections in Libya. Let's look to Iraq. Iraq is doing a lot worse. Even with Saddam Hussein running it, Iraq is in a worse position now. You look at Syria, obviously, we can say the same thing. It's even with Bashar al-Assad, yes, it's in a worse position now. I'm not saying what we're doing is wrong. I'm actually a Trump supporter. But
the free and fair elections are such a long shot. I don't mean to laugh, but I kind of mean to laugh, because that's just, I mean, first you got to overthrow the regime. And me personally, I'm a Trump supporter again, but either he was wrong about the Natanz facility being bombed last year and mission successful, or he was, you know, like I say, either wrong or he was doing a psyop and he was lying and had plans to attack later. I thought that it was wrong on the situation, and obviously he was. If you look at my PTR, those are the casks that were on the back of semis outside of the Natanz facility, like 15 days before it got attacked. So they obviously moved that enriched uranium. And with this whole thing in Iran, unfortunately, a peace agreement is ensuring the survival of the regime. But here's the thing, man, the country is 90 million people, 2.5 times the size of Texas. It would take a lot more, I imagine, than just bombing them to oblivion. They've got 47 years of asymmetric warfare planning to fight us, and it's going to be a lot harder than just bombing some facilities. You know, it's going to take a lot more, and I suspected that. And what do you know? It's the truth. So I don't know. I mean, at this point, we have kicked the can so far down the road with the Iranians, president after president, that we've allowed the Iranians to get to such a point where it might be too big of a quagmire, too big of a headache, too much of a financial, political, economic, all sorts of burdens to overthrow these people. And that's one thing that I will say about America is when liberals say we need to have gun restrictions, this is why it's so important, folks, to have an armed society. Those Iranians are defenseless. And it looks like the Kurds stole what Trump was arming them with. The Kurds were apparently armed since last year, but they were supposed to give a lot of these weapons to the Iranian people, and they did. They kept them. So I don't think the Iranian people, if they've dealt with this for 47 years, I don't see them. Sorry, I'm kind of losing my voice. I got a cold, but they're dealing with this for 47 years. I hope that they will take this opportunity. But if they don't, it's the only opportunity they have. And so I suspect it's going to take a lot more than bombs and all that the Iranians for overthrowing regimes.
And also just to add to that, like something another person said earlier, which kind of made the point. You know, if the Iranian people were to remove the regime, like look at how much Trump bombed them. Do you really where were the Iranian people who were under repression, under all this? Where were they going to find any of these bombs? Where were they going to find it? Where were they even going to get any of the stuff that America has right now that they're using on the regime, and they're still in power? The people could have never done what America is doing to the regime right now. So the Iranian people needing help to get to this place, that's 100% fact that we all now know. Look at how much they're bombed. They're still in power somehow. And I think that...
Are you kidding me? It's been a month.
Yeah.
It's a country the size of Texas, man. Be realistic. Listen, I'm going to caution you against something. Do not listen to the Western media. The Western media has been trying to convince you all the Russians are losing in Ukraine. They are not. Those same people are trying to convince you the Iranians or America was winning or losing, against the Iranians. But also I caution you against people that, even Trump, that says we've obliterated their entire air defense. And then a week later we lose a couple of jets, and so listen, man, be realistic. I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a conservative. I'm a patriot, but you have to be realistic. This is a country of 90 million people, twice the size of Texas, and a highly decentralized leadership, because they watched what happened in Iraq when Saddam Hussein fell. The whole cards fell. And so the leader of the IRGC understood that in order to fight the Americans, you have to be asymmetric and decentralize the fuck out of your leadership. That way, when you kill one, there's a lot more. They completely decentralized, and so it's a very smart thing. Also, their mole in their clerical system ensures that if you kill one supreme, they're always going to have an endless supply of another one. So this is a different type of enemy. We have to be completely realistic about who we're fighting here. I'm not saying it's impossible, but we have to be realistic about what we've done here. And they've had years to plan this.
So you agree that they're a big threat in terms of if they had nuclear weapons in their hands,
listen,
it would be a disaster?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And it's a total nightmare that presidents have kicked the can down the road and allowed the mullahs to get to this point. It's a terrible tragedy. We shouldn't have allowed the North Koreans to get to that point, but anybody who tries to deny that the Iranians are trying to get nuclear weapons, yeah, the North Koreans got nuclear weapons, and then and people didn't think it was going to happen that fast. Well, they get nuclear weapons, and people say, oh, well, it'll take years for them to miniaturize a nuclear weapon to put on a ballistic missile. Within 2 years, they shocked Western observers and were able to get bombs miniaturized enough to be on the end of a ballistic missile. And they share that technology with who? The Iranians. In fact, they have the best tunnel network systems in the world, the North Koreans. And they have shared that technology. They have sent a bunch of North Korean engineers over to Iran to help build their concrete reinforced tunnel networks and shit. And that's exactly where that nuclear material is hiding, somewhere in their vast tunnel networks. And we're talking about a country the size of Texas, twice the size, folks. Do you know how big that is? It's huge. Twice the size of Iraq. 90 million people. Iraq had 20 million. This is serious shit.
Your comparison is incorrect.
I want you to
I'm a Trump supporter too, and then I was realistic.
I was pass the mic to Jack.
Jack is back.
Welcome back, Jack.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You know you're in the trenches.
Something. Thank you. I just feel so vindicated right now. I feel so vindicated. You remember, BB? We were on Clubhouse just as this war was starting. It was just heating up. I remember a lot of Persians came in. Those very BB, you guys bomb the fuck out, and we will do the rest. We will do the rest. We will overthrow the. What the fuck? They bombed the shit out of the regime. What happened? Where were you, the Persians? They didn't do the rest. They didn't do shit. Reza Pahlavi, guys, overthrow the government. That was your chance. You guys didn't do fucking shit. There's so many. Oh, we have 160,000 people in the army. They're ready to turn their backs and overthrow the regime. They didn't do shit. Are you guys? Is the charade over?
Why don't you simplify that? Don't simplify.
The Pahlavis over.
Gotta tell them the truth.
Listen.
You had your opportunity.
Hey, let Jack talk. Let Jack talk.
The truth hurts. And like Donnie said, what did I say? I said, we're going to destroy Iran. It's never going to exist again the same. Those are the only two options. Either we make a deal or this country never exists. Donald Trump sends a tweet out. What did he say? We will destroy your civilization. I wouldn't even say some fucked up shit like that. And you know me. I wouldn't even go that far. My boy Big Don, he pulled that dick out. He threw that shit on the table. He said, we're going to destroy that civilization. But I feel vindicated. Anyway, I only signed up for Clubhouse to come back to say that, guys. And
Jack,
yeah, it's been great.
Jack, Jack, can I say something to you, my guy?
Yes, sir.
I say we throw in a bunch of American crackheads and meth heads and give them like a bounty, like every IRGC person they find, and they neutralize, give them like an 8-ball or something. Just saying, our crackheads
used to do that shit, bro. The old crackheads used to fix cars. They used to run marathons. I don't know about these new ones though.
I'm just saying, dude, fucking, can you imagine the IRGC guys? They're like, we're fucking shooting them, but they keep coming up.
I would go in a heartbeat.
I think it's crazy is that even in the Trump room, the original Trump room, not 2.8, but the one that Matt was running, it was like literally a week ago. This woman was all talking. She's all Iranian and acting like she knew everything about the country, And she was like, yeah, we're going to overthrow these people. I'm like, listen, you have one opportunity. I'm telling you here, like, we're not, no other president's going to do this again. Like, you better do this now. This was like 2 weeks ago. Take your country now. It's like, don't worry. Like, we're already doing it. We're going to take our country back. Like, you're being ridiculous. It's like, okay. Well, I'm not feeling like you guys, if you were willing to put up with 47 years of repression and 40,000 of your citizens just getting fucking murdered in the streets, of course you don't have weapons because you got disarmed. But still, I mean, you're willing to put up with that. I don't think even us bombing the place is going to be enough. I'm not feeling it. And dude.
May I respond to that? So I am Iranian and I'm proud of my birthplace and my heritage and stuff, but I'm Trump supporter and I'm America first. That's number one. So what I think Trump is doing now is exactly what he promised. He crushed the whole system. Now, why he paused this for 2-week ceasefire is for two reasons. One, reload. Two, trying to get them to sign diplomatically. That complete surrender. Now, my fellow Iranians need to chill out to Trump do something. Already, Trump did a huge thing. Now, Jack, I don't know if Jack is questioning the size of the ball of the Iranian. I gotta tell you, brother, when the nation coming out by millions being killed on January 8th for 20,000 and then go out, the second day, don't question the ball of the Iranians. They will rise up.
Jack said
there is no rush.
You know what?
Iranian. So he's, hold on. Let me complete this thing, bro. Hold on. So the prior to this January 8th and 9th, I don't want to go for the timeline from since 1979, but there has been lots of uprising, always being killed. If you want to 9th, just think about the magnitude what happened. Name me one nation can go out being killed by 20,000. You can go witness 500 people being killed a block away from your home, and then you go out the next day at the same spot. For that.
Oh, dude, if
they're going to rise up in a month.
We would have done that shit. If they killed 30,000 Americans.
Yeah, but you have a firearm. Don't do that.
We would have smuggled a Mexico. We would have smuggled them from.
We would have never put up with it, yeah.
We are not.
Okay, name me one nation. No, name me one nation who did that.
Oh, but France did it. France did
it what?
Those persons in France fucking did it against the
Are you questioning the courage of the Iranian people on January 8th and 9th?
No.
So you're stupid. You're an asshole.
Wait. Not 8th and 9th. 10th.
What are you questioning?
10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th.
That is smart move. Yeah, that is smart move. Not going on. Watching the hashtag Shabby. Did you see the pickup? Hold on, Jack. Hold on. Did you see the pickups? Did you see the pickup cars with the machine gun installed? Hashtag Shabby fought me on a Zainab.
Where are your guns? Why are you waiting?
Answer my question. Did you see that?
Waiting for them to tell us, then we're gonna run out into the street. That was your fucking plan, bro.
Who said the Iranians are gonna go out with the guns? Who told you that?
You guys told us. This is what we were told. The Iranians. They're telling.
Don't rush. They're gonna do their job. Just shut the fuck up and don't rush.
Kevin.
Don't be rushed.
Okay, you're an American. Listen.
Yeah, I'm American, but I'm proud of my brothers and sisters being courage going killed by tens of thousands.
You're proud of this. You're proud of this. So
hold on, Jack. You're not asking Kevin the right question. So. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jack. Dude, I love your presence going back. Kevin, here's the appropriate question. So, if they say to the Iranian people, your brothers and sisters, to rise up, are you going to go back home and rise up with them? I mean, based on your profile picture, you learn how to hunt and...
No, I won't.
Oh, so you're going to abandon your people telling Jack to shut the fuck up about it, but you're openly here willing to abandon your.
No, I said to Jack to shut the fuck up. The questioning the courage of the people.
You know what's
I'm not saying I'm gonna go back.
These guys.
So you
Always Iranian. No, I'm not demanding them. Iranian people always rise up, waiting for the spark to rise up. Always they just.
Can I ask Jack a question?
Just a second. Jack, what is irritating Kevin? The thing this is irritating us because we have witnessed how people tried over the years, for decades, how they tried.
He's just Jack Nicholson too. He's just ignoring and he's a jerk.
Oh my God.
You guys don't want to insult people.
First of all, Jack is a Palestinian who was anti-Israel. He ate the Jews in Israel.
Muslim. Is he fucking Muslim? Are you Muslim, Jack?
Your king is you don't have to insult them. He's absolutely anti-Israel, but he doesn't go to Palestine to help his people. As well, so he don't get to say.
Reload and check Jack's stuff up.
But here's the thing, though. Let me say this, and I'm gonna land. I've been listening to you guys. Some of you guys are hilarious. The same people who say, the same non-Iranian people who say, "Oh, why don't they get up and do things?" These are the same people who live in America. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them. Which we have these amazing police force in America. They are there to protect themselves. And they still get pulled over for a fucking stop sign. They're gonna piss their pants. They just say why these people are not going in for the fucking 50 Jeep machine guns. You guys piss your pants when you get pulled over by an officer. So you don't just fuck their bullshit. Like, be a little bit reasonable. Be a little bit like.
I have a blue light matter
except the people who serve the military. Those are a different breed.
Ocean, this is the problem.
This
is the problem, though. Every Iranian man
I disagree with
raised
that.
in Iran has been in the Iranian military. They're all subject to join the military. So they're all trained with weapons. They're not all pissing their pants. They're just
my part, and I did my part. I said, yeah, I'm in touch with I did my part.
To explain yourself to a Palestinian. You have to explain yourself to a terrorist partner.
Oh my God. I'm an American. Listen.
Look, as a Christian, I was being mortal convicted. Are you understanding? You're saying why you're not going back?
Iranian men who are pussies. That's correct.
Yeah, and that pussy doesn't fuck your
military trained, weapon trained, and still didn't do shit. That's fucking crazy.
Yo, Jack, can I ask you a question here?
Yeah, what's up?
So, what would you say is when people from not Iranians going into Iran to control the people and use military and force action, would you consider that a foreign intervention?
Bro, we just did that. America just did that. And where did they?
I'm asking what your opinion is. Would you consider that foreign intervention?
If foreigners came into your country and started controlling it?
Yeah.
Please don't tell me that you think the Ayatollah is a fucking foreigner. He's not Iranian.
No, I'm asking. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking what you think. I'm asking what you think.
Like if Iraq came in and controlled your country, of course that would be.
So would you consider the Iraqis who are coming into Iran and supporting IRGC? Would you consider them foreign intervention?
I mean, in a slight way, but you have to consider there's 94 million Iranians. If you're telling me, even 1 million Iraqis came over, then no, bro. If you can let these people step on you, I mean, that's pathetic.
No, I'm asking, so you wouldn't consider the Iraqi militia and Fatimiyas from Pakistan and Afghanistan coming into Iran, you wouldn't consider them foreign intervention, even though they are killing Iranians in the streets?
Bro, if they were killing you in the streets, you should go and kill them. Like, how simple is this? I'm sorry, before this started, you gotta understand, we were all told, oh man, when Bibi and Trump bomb Iran, let us do the rest. We're gonna wait. No, we're gonna wait in our house, that we're all gonna run in the street and overthrow the government. That never happened, right? And I said that would never happen. I never believed that. That shit was stupid as fuck. And then I look at the population, 94 million people. Every single Iranian man has joined the Iranian military because they are required to. So they all have weapons training. They're all not pussies, right? They shouldn't be pussies. But then when shit hit the fan, time to revolt, time to overthrow
But the Iranian, what do you know the mandatory? What do you know about the mandatory 2-year service? What do you know about that? What do you know about the mandatory service? Who said Iranian has a military fucking weapon?
I asked them a question. Everybody be quiet. Mystic, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
So, Iran has multiple rules. If you are the only son, if you are disabled, you actually don't have to serve. You can be excused. You could buy also your military service as well. If you want knowledge, go read about it, because I'm Iranian and I'm telling you.
Hold on.
One last thing, hold on, Matthew. One last thing to my Iranian fellow Iranians. I just explained to you, Jack hate Israelis and hate Iranians. So
personal attacks.
It's not a personal attack, but it wasn't a personal attack. I'm just saying.
I can't hate Iranians.
Why is he talking the way that he is talking? He's being just a jackass. That's obvious.
No, you guys have to talk back to him with facts.
Exactly. You're gonna talk back with facts because he hates you. And he hates
I love the Iranian.
So that's it.
That's a fact.
That's it.
A fact, I love the Iranian women. I've had sex with them.
Iranian women actually hate
So don't ever
Muslims.
say I hate.
So
That's not
Jack
true.
is retarded.
True.
What he thinks of a woman is not intellectual. Jack, you're retarded.
I've eaten the best gourmet sapsi from my
Jack, do you know what the bachaboz is? Jack, do you know what the bachaboz is?
Those are Afghans. That's nothing to do.
Yeah, I mean, the Palestinians are fucking 9 years old. Yeah, why are the Palestinians marrying with the 6 years old girl? Why are the Palestinians marrying 6 years old?
Those are Afghans.
Yeah, Afghans. The same.
Guys, I'm gonna reset the room. Please stop with the nonsense, and you guys don't have to insult each other. Who needs 1 minute to
I would
say
like
whatever they want to say? Yeah, without insulting.
And can I get in there too? Can I get in the queue too, ma'am?
Now go after Jim.
I won't even take a minute. I've heard all the ad hominems, irrelevance, and Afghans and Palestinians, stupid ass shit. But just answer the question. I mean, I'm genuine. We've heard this for so long. We're waiting for the queue. We're waiting for the people in the middle.